the race day number 2 of this Thor Winter National Olympics, presented to you by Pro Circuit. It is our 42nd annual running, and of course, as we get set to roll into today, it's actually our Supercross mains that we would hope to start yesterday, but due to inclement weather, well, we had to hold up a day, and here we are getting ready to start on a Wednesday. I'm Rodney Tomlin along with Sean Hackley, and of course, Jen Kenyon will be along here in just a few moments. And Sean, I got to tell you, man, even though the weather came in yesterday, we saw all that rain, a whole new element has been added to this Supercross racetrack, and it looks like the riders really have a lot to look forward to as far as these mains are concerned.
Yes, definitely. The track, we got a little bit more rain yesterday, so the track's really saturated. The track's going to break down a lot today, a lot of braking bumps, kickers, and some big rucks, so it's going to be a lot of good racing for the main events. Now,
speaking of main events, we got all the key players here again today, Sean.
Yes.
And I know that we're watching several of these guys, but today is the day where they really start to make their mark for the next season in 2014.
Yes, we have some great races. I think the first race we have coming up is the 250A class, so way to start out with the bang. I'm really excited for it.
No doubt about it. And, of course, wondering what the track conditions are looking like today after yesterday and last night's rain. Let's head on down to Jen Kenyon and see exactly what it's starting to look like.
Well, Rodney, the track conditions here today aren't actually as bad as one would think after all the rain we got yesterday. We're just wrapping up the rest of our LCQs right now, and we're going to get started with these main events in just a few moments. The way the track is shaping up right now, these guys are going to be in for a real treat here today.
Well, thanks a lot, Jen. As we roll into our race day, as we were saying there a moment ago, we are right now wrapping up some of our LCQs. These are the 50cc's now. These actually, these are qualifiers for these little 50cc guys we're looking at right now. They didn't get a chance to run yesterday in the mud. We decided to hold them off till today. So they're actually doing the division qualifying racing right now. And a little later on in the program, they'll do their LCQs, and we'll slide them into their race program as the day progresses. And these are the future stars of tomorrow. Sean, I know this is probably right about where you started yourself, huh?
Yes, definitely. I think my first year coming here was in 1995, and you know, the track's turning out really good. It's great to see that the 50s are able to come out this early in the morning after so much rain that we got.
For sure, and that would be a major obstacle, but you can see these guys having no problems manipulating the course right now. As Jim was down on trackside there a moment ago, you could see that the track is looking exceptional right now, and the lines are burned in. We talked about it yesterday during the broadcast that we had to kind of set the stage, I guess, for today's Supercross mains. And just as we get set rolling into today, a couple of things that we do want to remind folks of when you're hashtagging today and your Twitters, whenever you're out there and you're Instagramming, make sure you hashtag that Mini O's 2013, Mini O's 2013. That will be our hashtags that we'll be using this year. And we'll also be doing some contests, so you'll want to make sure that you stay on board with Twitter and Instagram and all those great things to keep up with all the great things going on. We've got plenty of cool stuff going on. We want to say thanks to the many fine sponsors that help bring you today's show, including our friends at motosport.com, Farron Racing also on with us, WMR, that's Willie Manning Racing, and the Halo Concepts are here with us. We've got On Track Moto Schools are here with us, and also want to say thanks to our friends at Lazy Days RV, who will be actually sponsoring our Twitter contest this weekend, where we'll be giving away Racer X subscriptions. So an opportunity for folks to pick up free subscriptions, it looks like, Sean Hackley, to Racer X just by tweeting out. And I think that is going to be a lot of fun for the listeners back home.
Yes, definitely. You know, you have who is going to win this first moto. We have Hampshire, who's been solid all weekend, so he might be a pretty good bet for this first moto win.
For sure, and so let's break it down a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about that 250A class. You know, we coming into this one, I think there were a few key players in this one. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is one that we saw Jordan Smith in, and he actually had an accident in the qualifier, the division races out there. What happened was he was going down the front stretch. His chain broke on his bike, and unfortunately he came off, injured a leg, so they decided to let him sit out the rest of the week to try to get that healed back up and everything. But, yeah, Hampshire looking exceptional. He was one of the key elements on Monday as far as the qualifying process was concerned. I think out of the 3 or 4 motos we saw him, he had only one bad moto, and I think that was like a 3rd or 4th place finish. So the kid's on fire this year.
Yes, definitely. I think he just had a bad start, had a couple of bobbles earlier. We have Dakota Alex out there is riding good, Darian Sanye. So this first race is going to be really good. We also have Luke Renson. I think he won the last moto that Hampshire didn't win.
Exactly. So, I mean, there are a lot of key players that are rising to the occasion this year, and this 250A class is just a glimpse of it. We'll follow that up with the 250B Limited. We've also got 250C Limited, which will be our third race of the day. Then we get into the 85s. I always enjoy watching the 85s, the Super Minis, and the Schoolboys and things like that because for whatever reason, it just seems to be so exciting. And I don't know about you from a racer standpoint. I don't know if it's more exciting racing at that level or not, but from a fan standpoint, sometimes I gotta think that might be some of the most exciting racing to watch. All of it's great, though.
Yes, definitely. I mean, riding the 50s and 60s was always just fun, something that you did growing up. And on 80s, you start taking it a little bit more serious. So you still have fun, but it's good racing.
It most definitely is, and it's going to be even better racing. We're watching right now. The Unlimited Sports MX crew right now are getting this track ready to go for the mains. That was the final LCQ or qualifier that we saw just a moment ago with those 50cc riders making their way off the track only moments ago, and we're looking at about 10 minutes or so of some track maintenance, and we'll watch a little bit of that, and we'll kind of try to set the stage at the same time. A couple of things that we'll be talking about is, again, the Lazy Days RV Twitter contest. Whenever we get ready for that, we'll let you know. But, again, winning that Racer X subscription, Minios 2013 is what you're going to want to hashtag that. And, well, Sean, as we do kind of set the stage, and let's talk about this, man. I mean, obviously, your last season here, I believe, as an amateur, you were in the same position these guys are right here for this starting moto for the Supercross. And with that being said, it's the first race of a long week, and even though, it's the week's kind of been shortened with the racing end of it, it might have actually elevated the pressure a little bit because we go immediately from this right into the motocross, and you don't have a lot of time to transition now, it doesn't appear, and a lot of weight, I think, might be riding on these riders' shoulders out there right now.
Yes, definitely. With no riding yesterday and no racing, I think they had a chance to go out and get a hot lap this morning, but they're doing a little bit of track maintenance right now, so whoever gets the hole shot, that track's going to be a little slick when they come around the first lap. But you don't want to put too much pressure on this first race because it's such a long weekend. You have so many more motos. It's the Supercross and Motocross combined for your overall Olympiad result. But it's not bad winning the Supercross and Motocross title as well.
Exactly. Let's break that down a little bit. Let's explain a little bit about the Mini-O's. We talked a little bit about the history of it yesterday in our, I guess you call it a preview show to the Mini-O's for 2013. But in yesterday's show, we talked to several people. We talked about when this thing started 42 years ago, the different disciplines that were involved in the racing. MotoGP, they had the TT, they had hare scrambles, and they had motocross. And obviously, we've seen the transition over the years. But one thing that has held true through this whole thing is the fact that no matter what disciplines we're racing, the idea is to combine scores and try not only to win your divisions in either A, Supercross, or B, Motocross, but also to try to take and combine those and be the best of both.
Yes, it's always tough to, we have the East Coast, there's a lot of Supercross-style tracks, and the West Coast, a lot of wide-open outdoor. So each race kind of sets the tone from just different people. Someone who may be fifth in Supercross may have a chance at winning the outdoor title.
Exactly, and that's what's really neat. It kind of mixes things up. It really lets folks show their true colors as far as where their best disciplines may happen to lie. But, it's also an opportunity for riders that maybe not recognize that they might have some Supercross skills out there to finally recognize that and get that little bit of extra confidence that they can carry from here over to the big track.
Definitely, because Supercross, as an amateur, you don't get to race it too much. But if you have little night races and night tracks in your area, this is very fun to you. You're familiar with it, and you have a lot of fun riding it.
Exactly, and we were talking with some folks yesterday, and that's one thing that they pointed out. There's a lot of county fair series, a lot of stadium cross-style tracks that have popped up over the course of years. So even though they don't get to race this type of track on the national circuit so often, back home in their local circuits, they do kind of get a hint of what this Supercross track is like.
Yes, definitely. So they're going to be familiar with it. But today, I feel as though the track's going to break down. This track always gets pretty rough, especially the outdoor track. But with the amount of rain that we got, I feel as though we're going to get some breaking bumps and some good ruts and make some good battles.
Exactly. I know we were talking about that yesterday. It's going to change the whole concept of the way the track is going to be, and it's going to change the whole concept of the way these mechanics are going to have to work. I mean, we're not only thinking about adjustments for the riders, we got to think about adjustments for the mechanics also.
Yes, the mechanics might want to change gearing because it's going to be a little slick, tire changes. It's a little muddy going to the gate, so they might be putting duct tape around their tires right now so the knobbies don't get packed with mud. And when their rider gets on the gate, they have as much traction as possible.
Well, taking a look at this track right now, we can see beautiful green trees in the background, the pine forest that kind of surround the Gatorback Cycle Park, the world-famous Gatorback Cycle Park. And look at the guys heading to the gate right now. You can see they're excited, but
he's warming up some, it looks like.
Yeah,
it's a little chilly out.
Trying to get the blood to the muscles out there. And let's talk a little bit about temperature and the conditions. How much different is it from yesterday? I know I'm thinking more probably, 10, 15 degrees cooler probably in yesterday and the days leading up to this temperatures.
Yes, we had a little bit of humidity going because of the rain and the weather coming in yesterday, but it's a little chilly out. So if you're on the East Coast, you're used to this. But if you're from Southern California, this might be a little tough for you.
It most definitely is, and this is, again, the opportunity to see where you can shine at, and if you shine the brightest this week. There's a few things that folks are going to be racing for this week. We've got the Pro Circuit Platinum Pipe Award that will be awarding to the rider in all divisions, 1 through 13, I believe that would be like the big bikes. The ones that accumulate the highest number of points combined in both motocross and supercross could be the winner of that Pro Circuit Platinum Pipe Award. And also we've got the Dunlop Silver Tire Award. That particular award is awarded to the rider in the Pro/A class division. That would be divisions 12 and 13 that accumulate the highest number of points combined in both motocross and supercross. Again, it's a combination of the two. Scott Golden Goggle Award. That award is awarded to an amateur rider, a BC rider, class divisions 8 through 11. Those riders that accumulate the highest number of points in that will then become the Scott Golden Goggle Award winner. And the Fox Bronze Boot is awarded to the rider in the youth class division, the 65s, the 85s, mini seniors, super minis, schoolboy classes, all those divisions 1 through 7. Those that accumulate the most points there will be able to then, of course, be considered Fox Bronze Boot. So those are some of the cool things. We've also got the Asterix Ironman Award. That right there basically is more of an award of watching the riders throughout the course of the week, on the track, off the track, some of the major accomplishments they make throughout this Winter Olympics. That right there will be awarded the Ironman Award. So it'll be exciting to see just exactly how that's going to break down when we get to the awards presentations for the final awards on Saturday. As far as race order is concerned today, Sean, looks like they're stacked up pretty good. We got those 250s. All divisions going to be rolling out first, so we'll get to see the difference between the A riders, the B riders, and the C riders right off the bat.
Yes, definitely. And then we get to step right into the 85s like we were talking about earlier. And then we get to go out there and see Senior 45. That's always good. You have some old pros that are here. Hopefully some of them are. I think Barry Karsten was here. He rode really good in his qualifier. And then we have Super Mini, which is always a good race.
Now, talk about Super Mini. That right there, that's a kind of a transition thing. And in reality, to me, that seems to be the class where the stars really start to shine. We get to see these riders throughout the course of their careers through the 50s, the 60s, and, in the 80s. They start making their mark. But it seems like that Super Mini class is the one where we really start to separate those riders, I think.
Yes, it's the bike that you ride right before you get on a 125, or even if you are already riding a 125. So if you're already on a 125, you know the faster bike. So when you hop back on the Super Mini, the bigger wheels on the 80 makes a big difference. So you want to ride it harder, charge harder, and just go for it.
Well, after the Super Mini 1, we're going to delve into the 50cc classes. We got the 7-8 limited class and the 4-6 limited class for race 7 and 8. Those classes, pretty exciting, actually. I mean, it's kind of funny that you would think that a kid in a beginner-type class like a 4- to 6-year-old class wouldn't offer up a lot of competition, wouldn't offer up a lot of excitement, but that is totally not the case, especially here at the Winter Olympics.
No, I saw Jet Reynolds out there. He was jumping everything just a second ago with the mud. Didn't faze him whatsoever. So that's good. And then after that, we have Schoolboy, which is everybody coming just out of Super Mini, getting on the 25s. We had a great race in that earlier. I think Alexander won his division, and I'm not too sure who won the other one.
Well, I'm sure we'll figure it out whenever they come around. Yeah, I know there were a lot of races. Yesterday we went through 37 different classes, basically, and a lot of different, well, not yesterday morning and on Monday, and then this morning we went through several classes as well. So, yeah, trying to remember all that's going to be a little tough off the top of our head, Sean, but we'll get it all sorted out. But the key players, again, will be starting to rise to the top. Also, want to welcome out Miss Mini Olympics this year. We have a Winter Olympics pageant, I guess you could say, every year, and we crown a new Miss Winter Olympics every year. This year, Danielle Nagy is our Miss Winter Mini-O's, and she's going to be down on the podium helping present Supercross awards and everything, and I think that's pretty neat. A nice little addition for the, that's what's really cool, and one thing that I wanted to point out, not only about the racing, but there's stuff there to do for the family, and that's one of Miss Winter Olympics for sure.
Yes, definitely. It's something that, and it also gives the feel of the Nationals and the Supercross and stuff like that. Having Miss Supercross, having a Miss Mini-O's is pretty cool. When you win a title, it feels good, and it feels great to have someone come up there and give you your trophy.
Most definitely does, and trying to give that little element to those guys, and it feels good to have your picture taken on the podium like that. It looks good to send back to your sponsors and all. Other riders other classes we're going to see. Race 9 is going to be the schoolboy. You talked about that. The girls class, we got girls 12 to 16, girls 9 to 11. This class really seems to have come into life over the last few years. It continually building, and the competition, I think, is getting tougher and tougher in that girls class, in both girls classes, actually.
Yes, they're riding really good. I mean, at first we had Jessica Patterson and Ashley Filek, Marissa Hampshire all coming up, and now we have the girls on the 80s doing all the jumps out there that the big bikes are doing. So it's good to see that girls are still racing and getting faster. It's just everybody's evolving.
Vet 35-plus class, one thing to point out about, and Wynn made mention of it yesterday, the fact that we don't see a lot of vet classes out here in the Supercross division, and Wynn said that a lot of the vet guys kind of appreciate that. They're not so inclined to do the Supercross. They're more into heading to the motocross. So we'll see a lot more of those vet classes, but we do have vet 35-plus class. We got 450A class riders coming up, 85, 12 to 13 limited. The women 14-plus class is going to be another great class. One of our other vet classes will be the junior 25-plus class. They'll be racing about race 15. Schoolboy 2, 13 to 16 BC will be race 16. That's about halfway through the race order right there. And we have opening ceremonies going on underway right now out on the Supercross track. We can hear in the background the national anthem wrapping up, and that can only mean one thing, Sean, that the stage is set, and we're mere moments away from the drop of the gate in this 258 class.
Yes, that's the nerve-wracking thing. As soon as the national anthem's over, bikes start, and it's time to go. So now you're just waiting for the 30 card to go up, turn sideways, and then wait for the gate drop and so you can get the motorsport.com hole shot. That's it, and the motorsport.com hole shot will most certainly set you up for what I would consider a lot better opportunity to win this race. Everybody talks about starts, and as crucial as a start is, it's even more critical, I believe, in these Supercrosses. The races are shorter, the track's shorter, and you got to make up time quick in these ones. Yes, definitely. You want to get out. You don't want to get roosted with the muddy conditions, them just grooming the track, but it also makes it a little slick for the guy coming out first. But I think in this situation, coming out first is always the best. So going for that hole shot, a couple guys on the inside, I think that will probably be the best place to go. Even if you don't get a jump, you can hug it inside and just get on the gas. Looking at that starting line right now, what are you thinking? How to get to the first turn first. That's what I'm saying. Look at it. It looks a little sloppy right down there in front of the gate, huh? Yes, it looks a little muddy, and they groomed it up. So trying to get the back side of the gate dry as possible. You can't touch the front side of the gate here. So everybody's using their hole shot devices, locking down, and trying to get that forward. And talk a little bit about that for those folks that don't understand the concept of what the hole shot devices are about. It helps you lock down your front end so you're less likely to wheelie, more control over where the front of the bike's going so you can hit that rut. They don't have a rut right now, but they still want to get out as straight as possible and make sure they get that first shift. And the neat thing about that is, was talking with one of the designers of those devices, and he tells us, suspension sometimes can rob your horsepower and rob your traction off the starting line. So that kind of helps add to the traction end of it. And the neat thing about that, once you release off the start, those things are designed automatically to re-release, and then you've got full use of your front suspension. Yes, it's awesome. A great design. Whoever thought of that was a genius. It was just something that that when the 4 strokes came off, we would get a lot of wheeling going. Some people would even loop out. So this helps a lot. All the pros use it, so it seems like these guys are using it as well.
So anytime you see those guys going down, you're pushing down on the front end, they've hit that button on. That's exactly what's going on for you folks that aren't so much in the know. The 250A class getting set to run first here. We got the number 6 of Jesse Walters out of Huber Heights, Ohio. The 22 making his way in is looks like Carlos Badali out of Cairo, Georgia. The 22/ Joey Deneen out of Bedford, Pennsylvania. The 29 will be James Beach. He's out of Manassas, Washington. We got Brock Gorley at the 32 out of Boonville, Indiana. 22/ Cody Chisholm from Seminole, Florida. 37, Dakota Alex out of Jay, Vermont. 37X, Chandler Lindsay out of Salisbury, North Carolina. The 43 is Bodie Coliangelo out of Tampa, Florida. 45, Alexandre Morin out of Canada. We've got Tom Covington, the 64 out of Marietta, California. The 78, Frank Norgaze out of Cairo, Georgia. 94 is Chris Morris from Taylor, Texas. The 103, Zach Commons out of Camarillo, Georgia. We've got the 131 of Keaton Ward out of Montana, Bozeman, Montana, as a matter of fact. 147, John Short out of Pilot Point, Texas. We've got other riders, including, looks like Wilfredo Guzman out of Brooksville, Florida. Ben Robinson out of New Hampshire. Jordan Smith out of Belmont, North Carolina. Don't think Jordan's going to be out there in this one, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's setting the rest of the week out. We got Marshall Welton out of Olby, Michigan. We've got R.J. Hampshire, who is the winner of this race, the division race coming into this, the qualifier out of Hudson, Florida. Jeremy Taylor out of Canton, Ohio, riding the 327, 343. Luke Rensland, another key player to watch out of Hewitt, New Jersey. 384, Jeremy Pronovost, he's out of Canada. We've got the 467, Darian Sanye out of Washington, the great state of Washington. Nick Gaines out of Ringgold, Georgia on the number 707. It's the 803 of Marcus Nielsen out of Winter Garden, Florida, and the 812 Cameron McAdoo out of, looks like Sioux City, Iowa. So that is our 29 riders, and actually make that also add into Matthew Burkeen out of Cary, North Carolina, riding aboard the 820 machine. So that's our starting lineup for the 258 class. Though these guys did not have to necessarily qualify to get into the race. They had to qualify for gate positions yesterday, and we got a pretty good glimpse of who the fast guys were. And as we said, Hampshire was one of the fast ones, and we're going to be keeping an eye out. I think Covington might not have gotten a great start, off to a great start out there in that 258 class. So we are going to see, I think, maybe a little bit of differences here in this Supercross main, possibly, as opposed to what we saw in the Supercross qualifiers that started on Monday for these 250A riders. And like you said, a lot of these guys haven't even ridden since Monday, and the conditions are so much different, the cooler temperatures, so there's a lot of variables to factor into this Supercross main for the Winter Olympics here in 2013.
Yes, they're excited right now. You know, they're a little hold right now until they drop the first gate. We have someone on the very far outside right there. I guess he's just going to try to get a good start and sweep around everybody. Maybe there's going to be a pileup inside since the conditions are a little wet.
Yeah, it's pretty funny sometimes how different folks decide how to approach things differently. Some are thinking, you know, that inside's going to be a little mucky and a little muddy. I'm just going to rail the outside and see where that takes me. And sometimes it'll pay off. Maybe not every time, but with conditions like today, I think that any place on that gate is good. You just got to get off of it quick enough.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Just getting off good, getting your first shifts, and getting back, trying to get some traction. So we'll find out here in a second when this gate drops with the 250A moto.
Generally, it's a nice, loamy, deep start. I don't think they plowed it nearly as deep today as what they do traditionally for obvious reasons. It's going to be a lot of horsepower robbing action up into that first turn. But what we saw in the LCQs this morning, they're still hitting that first turn pretty quick, and they're still got some intensity going on as far as these racing is concerned. We're now looking down onto the start line. That is our start man for those of you that are joining motocross for the first time. If you don't know how starts work, the two card will go up. The riders will have an opportunity to check and make sure they have any problems. If they have any problems during that time while the two card is up, they can be allotted up to a 2-minute time period in order to fix that problem. However, if they don't get the problem fixed and or there are no problems, the card goes to the one. Now, once the card goes to the one, there is no stopping our starting sequence unless the referee deems it necessary for whatever reason. The card goes then sideways, and about 3 to 5 seconds after that card goes sideways, the gate drops, and that's where we get into the racing action. And riders head into that first turn for the motorsport.com hole shot. and try to grab the early advantages. And the way these turns are set up, you've got a couple of little chicanes coming out of these first turn sections. There's a lot of passing goes on through there, Sean.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, we have that first right-handed come over roller, and we have an option inside roller or the outside berm, or I saw a lot of guys going in the middle yesterday. So I think a lot of passes are going to go on early. So if you get the whole shot, you want to try to not to make any mistakes and break away.
For those of you joining us and didn't catch yesterday, we talked about it yesterday. Talked with Tim Ferry, Mark Barnett, and the boys, Tim and Mark, and a few other guys got together. A few little redesigns on the Supercross track for 2013. Made for evening the playing field out quite a bit, I think, and made for some exciting racing. I think that we're probably about to witness that firsthand here live as the guys are getting ready. You could tell the start's getting ready to get underway, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. Everybody starts up their bike, moving their arms, their pre-race ritual. Some people say prayers, some people stretch, but right now it's ready to go. So now we're just going to wait till the 2 car goes up. He's going to point to all the riders, flip it over to the 1. He's pointing right now. So here in any second, we're going to have the gate drop, and it should be exciting.
As you can see, they try to make sure that everyone is ready, want to give everyone ample opportunity. And the car goes to the 1. Now there's no stopping the start sequence, and all attention turns to the starting gate. Car sideways, revs up, gates down. Race on, Sean Hackley.
Oh, here we go. We're coming to the first turn right now. Thomas Covington and Dakota Alex are going for it. I'm not sure. That's close. I think Thomas had it at first, but coming over to roller, Dakota had the inside. That looks like Hampshire. Oh, he's off the track, but back on. So Dakota Alex in first, Thomas Covington second, and RJ Hampshire in third. This is going to be a great race.
Exactly like we said, a lot of position jockeying going on through those first few turns right there. And saw Hampshire buried back about 3rd or 4th place position. I believe that is Alex out front, right?
Yes, it is. And then Luke Rensland just made the pass on RJ Hampshire coming over one of the step-ups.
All righty, look at this position jockeying continue. Alex out front aboard the number 37 machine. Green flag waves for him as he goes past the finish line now. Look at the gap. He's already starting to open up, but look how tight things are battling for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th all the way back through the field.
Yes, Alex is doing exactly what we need to do. Get the whole shot and try to check out. Open up a lead, get comfortable, and let everybody else do the battling so he can try to keep breaking away.
Alex is this is exactly what you hope to happen in those Supercross mains. We saw in the qualifiers, Alex could not buy a start, man. Dakota was getting about mid-pack starts, maybe 5th or 6th places if he was lucky, and he had his work cut out for him. He'd pass up and work toward the front of the pack, but getting started out in the front of the pack, you can see this is where he feels most comfortable.
Yes, definitely. He didn't get a great start. I don't think he won any of his qualifiers. He got a 3rd in this one. So this is what he's been looking to do all weekend, and just the stage is set.
Well, I believe that Luke Rensland was running in the number 2 spot. Tom Covington in 3rd. We got Hampshire back in the number 4 spot at the end of that first lap. McAdoo was rounding out the top 5, but we got some changes going on as we wrap up the 2nd lap of racing, and more changes taking place, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like Rensland messed up just now, slid out, and then hit hay bale. Didn't go down. He was tall enough to keep his spike up, but I think that let RJ by.
Here's the battle right here. The 321 RJ Hampshire around Luke Rensland now for the number 2 spot. And challenging now from 4th place to 64 of Tom Covington. This is where the battle's at, back here for the number 2 spot. We're going to keep an eye on this one for just a few moments. Down the front section of this Supercross track now, what's going on in these guys' mind? Looks like Covington is switching up from line to line. He's watching both these guys studying because he might try to go for the double pass, and there goes Covington going for one of them right there over the old finish line region. Tom Covington takes over the number 3 ride.
Yes, he's switching up his line some, trying to see how the roost track's opening up, and he's trying to move forward. He doesn't want RJ to get away. Haven't seen RJ really get a bad start except for that one moto, so we get to watch him try to come through the pack and catch up Alex.
Well, right now, I don't sense any sense or feelings of urgency for any of these riders, but Covington really seems to be falling into a pace now. He had to put on a little pressure and act a little overly excited, I guess, to try to position himself to move into 3rd. He's done that now, and it looks like he's just calmed himself down, and he's got his sights set on and ready to pull the trigger whenever the shot opens up.
Yes, they didn't get much practice on the track this morning, just their one sight lap. So they haven't been on this track in, I guess, pretty much 2 days now. So they might have forgot how the flow went, but he's getting it dialed in now.
Covington, the 64 machine, one of your Kawasaki Team Green riders out there. He's one that we're watching, but right there is the one that is leading, Dakota Alex, the number 37 machine. Still has not been contested since like the third turn of this race. He has positioned himself, got out just enough of a buffer and comfort zone, Sean, that nothing seems to be shaking him right now. But I got to wonder right now, is Hampshire starting to close up? We look at lap times. Actually, he turned about a half a second faster lap time last time around, and it does appear that gap is starting to close up. It was about a second and a half last time. We might be closer down to about a second right now or less, as these riders are working their way now toward the completion of lap number 5. Got some yellow flags there. We got a rider down just ahead of them. They're back up and rolling, and Alex manipulates his way through this portion. No problem. Final turn, head back toward the finish line region where he's was that the cross flag?
Yes, that's the halfway flag. So this is going to be good. We have 5 laps left. He had an easy 5 laps up front with getting the whole shot, be able to check out. But a mistake right there is letting RJ close up on him.
For sure, and it's go time. When those when the cross flags come out like that, they know that they're halfway home and they've got their work cut out for them. And look at that. That little bit of a mistake made several turns ago is starting to develop into this right here. Now it looks like Alex is starting to think. Alex is starting to feel the pressure, and here comes Hampshire.
Yes, he can't ride tight right now. He has to ride his own race, but also protect his inside because RJ is right there. But they're going to have to get a little aggressive to make the pass right now.
So Dakota Alex by the lap rider, Hampshire by the lap rider, and again he snagged a little bit of comfort there, but Hampshire's already got the momentum on his side, man. He is smelling blood in the water. He is circling the boat right now.
Yes, he's going for it. We have lappers coming up, too, so that's going to play even a bigger role into the racing.
Look at that.
There he goes, inside right there.
Wow, beautifully executed. Talk about threading the needle there, man. Out to the outside kind of goes Alex, and right to the inside. And whoop, there you go. New leader that quick, RJ Hampshire, and now Dakota Alex is trying to play catch-up.
Yeah, so now this is a change of pace. Alex tried to see where Hampshire was making up his time and see if he can make a pass back on him before the end of this race.
Right now we got now RJ Hampshire out front of Dakota Alex, Tom Covington in third. Luke Rensland is your 4th place ride. Nick Gaines now running in 5th. It's Marcus Nielsen in 6th. Cameron McAdoo is 7th. Zach Cummins in the number 8 spot. Marshall Welton in 9th. And looks like Jeremy Pronovost rounds out your top 10. So leaders are separating a little bit, and looks like we might have another battle starting to shape up behind these guys. Looks like Tom Covington is trying to work up through the pack right now also.
Yeah, he's having a little bit of trouble with the lappers right now. There's not a lap cross flag, so lappers don't know. They think they're battling for the position right now, so they're not letting the leaders by easy.
Covington lap time 54.4. Dakota Alex's lap time 55.9, almost a 56. RJ Hampshire 54.1. So right now Hampshire still on a rail, still pulling some pretty good lap times. Looking back to the 3rd place ride of Covington right now, he's only about 3.5 seconds, if that, behind your leader of Hampshire. So I'm thinking a slight mistake and a good push here in the latter part of this moto by Tom Covington. He might be able to position himself to battle for a possible win in this one.
Yes, we have 2 laps left until the race is over. So, the race isn't over until you cross the checkered flag. So we have a lot of lappers coming on. They may make the riders make mistakes, changing the lines up some. And RJ just made a little mistake there, but he recovered well. And lap time slowed down a little bit, deal with lap traffic, but they're still going fast.
Well, the gap now about 5 seconds, as it looks like that Covington is slowing down, but quicker again that time around was RJ Hampshire. He dropped that lap to a 54.035, almost another 1/10 of a second slower than the lap before. And talk about consistency. If you can run good, consistent, fast laps like that from start to finish, Sean, generally you put yourself in a pretty good position, just like RJ Hampshire has here.
Yes, no matter what. If you get the whole shot or if you get a top 5 star, as long as you can do a consistent fast lap time where someone may be able to go out there and sprint. But he's going fast, and he's on a white flag lap.
White flag is out. 1 to go for Hampshire. Alex back to the number 2 spot. Covington is 3rd. Nick Gaines 4th. Luke Rensland rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, there were some riders down right there, right in the middle of the track. So the race still isn't over yet, but Hampshire looks like he's in control.
Total control right now. Total control. This is what we saw out of him off the start on Monday when the gate dropped. See how confident he's riding that bike. He's not even, it almost looks like he's riding a little reserved, as a matter of fact, not really pushing everything that bike might have to offer. He doesn't necessarily need it, it doesn't look like.
No, he's riding great. The other day during qualifying, he was definitely scrubbing, jumping, charged a little bit harder. Conditions right now maybe playing a part of that, but he's coming to his final turn with the checkered flag, and looks like he's got this in the bag.
So heading over the finish line, the Pro Circuit finish line here at the Thor Winter Olympics, and it is going to be Hampshire with the win. Dakota Alex taking the number 2 position. As we look a little further back, that gap opening up. Looked like Covington settled in solidly for the number 3 position. He'll be satisfied with that aboard that number 64 machine. Nick Gaines holds on for the 4th place position. We're looking for Luke Rensland to round out your top 5. Right now, it looks like Hampshire are going to be heading over to the podium area. And he's going to talk to the folks here at the racetrack, and they're going to talk a little bit about the cool and exciting things going on there in the 258 class. Hampshire, Alex, Covington, Gaines, Rensland, Nielsen in 6th aboard the 803. Zach Commons, the 103, is 7th. Cameron McAdoo, the 812, was 8th. Darian Sanye was the 457 in 9th. And Marshall Welton rounded out your top 10 as we take a look at that Farron Racing top 10 board here after our first race. Supercross main there. We're into our second race here, race number 2, 250B Limited, looks like, Sean Hackley.
Yeah, it looks like Chase Bell came out to the early lead. They're on a roll knocking off these motos this morning. We had to delay for yesterday, so they're trying to get all the mains done today so we can start for motocross practice and qualifying tomorrow.
Several riders to be watching out for in this one right now. We got Ron Surratt out there. We got Nick Farrell, Tristan Charbonneau. He's going to be one to watch. Henry Miller, Martin Costello, Andy Cost, actually. We got Taylor Holt, Mark Worth, Zachary Bishop Burnett, and problems on the track, it looks like, for one of our top contenders. I believe that is the 29 machine of Henry Miller out of Rochester, Minnesota, on a Horton Racing Rock River Power Sports Yamaha backed by Fly Scott and Horton Tree Services.
Yes, they're out of Texas. I know those guys, but Chase Bell right now got out to a great start, and it looked like he's on a mission to take this one to checkered flag.
Bell has been exceptional through his amateur career, from the mini bikes all the way up. You know, everyone, each and every race, always anticipating great things out of him, as we got a heated battle shaping up for that number 2 spot. I believe that's Nathan Haas, Martin Costello, Keith Tucker back there aboard the 641, who had his struggles on starts yesterday. Looks like he might have struggled with a start again today, but he's got himself in early position to start making some strikes.
Yes, Costello was a great rider. He had a good qualifiers going on yesterday. Pretty aggressive, too, so this is going to be a good battle coming up.
Behind Keith Tucker out there is Grady Featherstone with Brandon Gorley in 6th. Pedro Bueno is the number 7 ride. Addison Emery the 4th in 8th. We got Dylan Merriman in 9th, and Sebastian Canther Gianni rounds out your top 10. We got problems on the track, it looks like. Was that our leader or 2nd place?
That was 3rd place. Costello came and spun coming out of the toner, flew off the track, but he's making a few mistakes, but he's still a fast kid, so we'll see what he can pull it back together.
Costello making the mistakes out there, whether or not Featherstone's going to capitalize. Tucker, after 2 now, drops to 5th place, so actually Grady Featherstone moving up there. Chase Bell out front, Nathan Haas in 2nd, Martin Costello in the number 3 after 2. Grady Featherstone was 4th, and Keith Tucker was 5th. Working on lap number 3 as we speak for the 250B Limited class. Our leader, once again, that guy right there, Chase Bell, the number 235 machine.
Yes, he's riding great. He's not far off the lap times from the leaders of the A class. So, and he has a big lead, too, so he may not be pushing as hard as he can, but we have 7 laps, and we're on lap 3, coming on lap 4, so it'll be a good race.
Backed by JGR Toyota, Pirelli Tire, Monster Energy, also 7, as well as Troy Designs, FMF, Garnet, and several more that come to the assistance of the 235 machine, man. Following the footsteps of a big brother that was pretty fast, too, if memory serves me correct.
Yes, Zach Rose, his older brother, who's going great right now in the pro ranks. Had a big crash in Supercross, but seems like he'll be okay and coming back for next year.
So, Mini O's 2013 well underway. Chase Bell, Nathan Haas, Martin Costello, Keith Tucker back up to the number 4 spot. got some gaps opening up. The tightest race now 5 seconds between first and second actually is the race between second and third still. There's only about a second that separates Nathan Haas and Martin Costello right now, and Costello is on his way up. He's making gains right now as he turned to 56.4, only a tenth of a second faster than Haas, but every little bit counts right now, I believe.
Yes, definitely, especially coming from his mistakes right now, trying to make it back up. We have three laps left to go. It looks like Bell's just pulling away from them, riding good, great consistent laps, and your second and third place guys are going great as well.
So there's Bell. We're watching here on RacerTV.com. We've got, again, Haas and Martin Costello back battling for the number 2 spot. Was only about a second. Now I think it's about a second and a half that separate the two. As we watch Bell, we watch for the second place rides to check in here shortly as well. Now I believe.
Yes, you have your guy Keith Tucker in 4th running great lap times too. Real consistent with the front guys. Actually faster than the guys in front of him, but I think they pulled a gap too fast for him to even make a difference at the end.
Well, I know. Well, Jen Kenyon is standing by while we watch Chase Bell try to chase down a win in this class. We'll head down with the winner of the 258 class, where Jen Kenyon is standing by with right now.
Thanks, Rodney. Here we are with R.J. Hampshire, our first Supercross main event winner. You made that awesome pass on Dakota Alex for the win here in the 258 class. Talk about that race.
It was pretty good. I got to a decent start, about 4th or 5th. Made a few good passes early. Then I cruised behind Dakota for a few laps. Found some good lines. Ended up making one stick, and kind of dove down. Now I'm up here with the championship.
Well, congratulations on that. Now, they made a smart move by putting you 258 guys out front. You guys are obviously the most skilled riders out here. You could really take to these track conditions. Talk about how the track conditions did shape up. It looks pretty good out there.
Oh, the track's awesome. Wind current, the whole crew. I got the track going after all that rain. Top notch, good lines, everything's going great. It's just going to continue to get better throughout the day.
All right, well, again, congratulations on an awesome finish, and we'll look forward to seeing you more here this week at the Winter Olympics.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks a lot, Jen, as we are continuing to watch Chase Bell. White flag is out. Nathan Haas, Martin Costello, Keith Tucker still back in 4th. Pedro Bueno back in the number 5 spot.
It looks like Costello made up another 10th out on Haas, but Chase Bell coming to the checker flag right now, and he has that in the bag.
250C will be coming up next. Right now we're on our final lap of this 250B Limited, and actually we just wrapped it up. Our on-track school Moto Hero race winner, that right there, Chase Bell here in his Supercross main. Nathan Haas taking second, Costello in third. Look at that. A tenth of a second separated those two. So Costello was putting the pressure on, but he just couldn't make the pass right there at the very end. Keith Tucker holds on steadily for the number 4 position, while Pedro Bueno is 5th, Grady Featherstone in 6th. Actually, you make that Lorenzo Lacurcio in 6th, Grady Featherstone in 7th. Brandon Gorley was 8th, Andy Coast in 9th, and Ryan Surratt rounded out your top 10 there. And we had some changes there, I think, on the last lap of our 250B Limited. But you can always check out. You can follow my laps by going to the Mini-O's eScore website. And gate down on our 3rd race, it looks like. Man, they're firing them off one right after another. Got to make up that time out there right now. This is 250C class racing. I believe this is the limited class once again, Sean Hackley.
Yes, they have 5 laps coming off, and this looks like a nice, clean start. So who do we have out here in front? Looks like the rider number 186 on the Kawasaki. Got a good stroke.
Got that motorsport.com whole shot right there. That is, looks like Preston Pennington out of Walnut Hill, Illinois, on an ATV Sandmore, Southern Illinois Motorsports One Industries backed machine.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of lap time these guys can do compared to the A and the B class riders. Some aggressive passes right there on the inside. Looks like the racetrack's opening up some. Everybody was going outside at first because that's where the dry line is, but you got a to make some passes if you don't get a good start. You got to get inside.
We're going to watch Denton West, the 113 out of Pirateville, Alabama. That Kawasaki rider, 16 years old, finished third place in his division race yesterday. And as you said, aggressively trying to work his way up into the front of the pack right now. I think he's like third or fourth place position. Right now, though, look at what's happening up front with Preston Pennington and Reg Magyar. Those two right there starting to tighten up as they roll through lap 2 and under that Red Bull Arch. I think that our leader's going to have his work cut out for him in this one.
Yes, it looks like it. You know, they haven't been on the track today as well, so trying to open up the track some, look at lines, see where the rider's doing, see where he might find his weakest point or, you know, the other rider's strongest point. So going for it right now.
Well, it's Preston Pennington leading Reg Magyar right now. They're battling for the lead. Jake Fierst is in the number 3 spot. It's Denton West in 4th. We got Chandler Hyatt in the number 5 spot. 6th place, Bryce Maudlin. 7th place, looks like Kyle McElrath. Bailey Plouffe in 8th. Trey Hicks is 9th. And Brian Guerrero rounds out your top 10.
Looks like our leader might have made a little mistake right there, letting second place come up on him. It's getting tight. They're coming over to the mechanics area. Maybe they have some pit boards telling some, some insides, breathe, insides, outsides, or, just make the pass.
Wow, this one is so heated right now. Preston Pennington, Reg Magyar. I seen Reg running around the pits there a little bit ago, running around. He seemed to really be anticipating this, so you could tell the nervous energy has been channeled well here as he is methodically, it seems like, actually trying to make that pass. He's not making any unnecessary jabs. He's not over-pushing it right now. This guy is riding rather, I think, mature for a C-class rider right now, Sean Hackley.
Yes, but you also have the third place guy coming up right now with these front two battling, being a little protective of their insides where he can make up some time. So we're coming up on, I think, 3 laps to go, and the leader cases the finish line a little bit, but helping second place close up, and hopefully this race gets better.
So lap 3 in the history books. I believe that puts us near the halfway point of this one right now with Reg Magyar in the number 2 spot, Jake Fierst in 3rd, Denton West in the number 4 spot, and Kyle McElrath rounding out your top 5 as he works his way up through the pack. We'll be back with more of Mini O's 2013 on RacerTV.com right after this.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of.
I've said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
Hello, Phil from Farron Racing here. My partner and I, Mike Maroney, in 2010 had a dream to start an amateur race team. We're proud to announce that we've had 2 riders come through our program and now have pro contracts in place. In the near future, it is our dream to have a pro team in place where our amateur riders can then move forward to our pro team. With our new partnerships with MAV TV and Lucas Oil and other sponsors, all of our riders' dreams can come true. If you haven't watched MAV TV, check with your cable provider, give them a call, and insist on MAV TV. Let's go racing!
And we're back here at Mini O's 2013. It is the 42nd annual running of the Thor Winter Olympics, presented by your friends at Pro Circuit. Rodney Tomlin along with Sean Hackley offering some insight. And, of course, Jen Kenyon out and about with us today as we roll through here on RacerTV.com. And we continue to roll through this 250C Limited Supercross main right now. Preston Pennington under fire right now. Reg Magyar is all over that rear wheel, and the checkers come out a little too late for Magyar, but I tell you, I think he might have opened up some ice, and folks are looking at this guy and saying, hey, where did he come from? This might be a guy to keep a close eye on right now. Jake Fierst will finish up at the number 3 spot, I believe. We've got Denton West in the number 4 position. A couple of changes there as Chandler Hyatt in 5th place, Bailey Plouffe in 6th. It looks like Kyle McElrath will drop down to the number 7 spot. Brian Guerrero, the 65, is 8th. 9th spot, Tristan Morris. And rounding out the top 10, Brandon Landis right now. So things are looking good out on the track right now. So we have our Farron Racing top 10 coming up there on the board. Remember, when you're tweeting out there, make sure you're hashtagging everything Mini O's 2013. As we're joined in the booth here by another top motocross and supercross star of today's racing action and a graduate of the Winter Olympics, none other than Malcolm Stewart. Malcolm, welcome back home. I know we talked to you on the PA system a little bit ago. You said this is kind of like a homecoming for you, get to be able to come right here to Gatorback Cycle Park.
No, definitely. It's definitely like home to me, and I've been coming here for so many years now, even when my brother James is racing, and when I was even a little kid. So definitely, unfortunately, it kind of bums me out for me not to race here again, but I've been having so much fun here to come to support all the riders and families and who has made it here.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Malcolm. I can remember watching you grow up. You raced out here. You were somewhat sort of serious about it. You really didn't get serious about things probably until you were, B, turning A, getting ready to make that step up. Whenever things started getting serious, you started getting serious, it looked like.
Yeah, definitely. I didn't really get serious until 2008 when I was on the two-stroke here. That's when that's when actually I really got serious.
This is where the switch flipped for you, huh?
Yeah, that's definitely where the switch flipped on me, and I'm glad that it was here, because this is my home track.
There you go, man. So it makes you feel good. I can imagine you probably feel that energy starting to build back up and you're just walking through the gates, I guess, huh?
No, definitely. I feel that energy coming, and I just like to see all the up-and-coming talent because, the kids are coming fast, and everybody's getting better and better, and the bikes are getting better. So it's good to watch the competition now, to watch it grow, the sport grow. So it's actually fun.
All righty, Malcolm Stewart here in the CarMate Studios with us from the Mini-O's 2013 in our continuing live coverage of the 42nd Annual Thor Winter Olympics presented by our friends at Pro Circuit. Right now it looks like Garrett Marchbanks, I believe, Sean Hackley, grabbing a pretty good start in this 85-9 to 11-year-old class. This is race 4 of our Supercross mains.
Yes, he got out to the whole shot. Looks like number 99 is in second. We have the 80s out here, and they're handling the track like it's not a problem. Maybe a little muddy out there still, but looks like they're getting around just fine.
Marchbanks followed then by Lance Kobush in the number 2 spot. Looks like Jarrett Fry is the number 3 ride. Ethan Mann in the 4th. Palmer Neely is your number 5 ride aboard the number 77. Then we've got Brantley Schnell in 6th. Austin Daniels, the number 71, is 7th. Justin Coquinos, number 444, in 8th. Jeremy Ryan in 9th aboard the number 12. And looks like Hayden Earhart in the number 10 spot. Some new names in this 85-9 to 11-year-old class. Some names also that we expect to see some pretty good battles. I see Coquinos all the way back in that number 8 spot. I'm looking for him to move up. But what about this Earhart guy? I hadn't really ever heard a whole lot about him, but yesterday he was starting to make some waves, I believe, in some of those qualifiers.
Yes, definitely. Like this may be a fun track for him. He may enjoy it a lot. It's comfortable, and, we have a couple more races to go. I'm sure he's riding more than just one division, so we might look for him later on in another class or coming up through this race.
Garrett Marchbanks, your leader out there aboard the number 82 machine, a Monster Energy Kawasaki Team Green, Fox, Scott, Dunlop, PR2, Pro Circuit, Maxima Oils backed ride, and he has this thing dialed in, man. I mean, this looks like he did exactly what he intended to do. He set himself out ahead of everyone else. He's found his groove. He's found his line. He's riding the racetrack the way that he wants to ride it. Nobody in front of him, nobody behind him. He's got a ways to go before he's going to hit lap traffic even. So this is going to be pretty exciting. And there comes Lance Kobush now into the camera angle. Whenever they wrapped up that first lap, they were nearly 3 seconds that separated them. Are you starting to feel that might be starting to tighten up here as we now head toward the end of the second or third lap of racing now, Sean?
Only time will tell. The leader, he came out, got the whole shot, and hit the lines exactly like he wanted to. I think that's how every racer wants to start their race. Go out there, ride your own race, and if you keep pulling the lead, that's great. It gives you confidence for later in the week.
So it looks like third place is starting to tighten up. Jarrett Fry is also making his way in there, it looks like, as the lap times are a pretty good indication as we take a look at those lap times. 59.5 for your leader, 1 minute .745 for the second place. Now look at this. Our second place position has actually gone and turned the fastest lap. Lance Kobush turned a 58.949. He's 2.3 seconds behind Marchbanks right now, but with lap times like that, you got to wonder if this isn't going to tighten up a little quicker than maybe expected.
Yes, definitely. It's a shame that he got away so fast. This could be a little bit tighter race coming to the end. Only have 5 laps in this race, but little mistakes like that with the lappers going down in front of you that you don't notice, just missing yellow flags, can make this race closer.
Well, I got to ask you, if you've got this comfortable of a lead through a big part of the race, toward the end of the race after the halfway point of this is, and right here especially, do you start to get nervous thinking, where is everybody? Is somebody going to come out of nowhere on me?
Well, we don't see him looking back, so it looks like he's being confident right now, but a lot of times if you get a good lead going, you want to look back like, all right, well, I don't want to mess up. And then, which usually entitles to more mistakes or possibly even a crash.
Well, it looks like Kobush's lap time's back now over the 1 minute mark, just under 1:01 with a 1 minute .704. So Marchbanks gets that little bit more breathing room he needs as he continually runs the 59 lap times consistently lap to lap here. Lap 4 in the history books. This is the last laps. Kobush is back in second. Jarrett Fry in the number 3 spot. Ethan Mann is 4th. Austin Daniels is 5th. Jeremy Ryan in 6th. Looks like Palmer Neely 7th as they roll through the final lap. Elliott Queen was 8th. Brantley Schnell in 9th. And Jake Swoll rounded out your top 10 as the white flag came out on this one. And Garrett Marchbanks in the final turn now, Sean.
Yes, he's coming over the finish line. I saw him look over his shoulder, make sure he had a good lead, and he takes the victory.
That right there.
A little excited right there.
A little excited. A big sigh of relief, man. I mean, that weight of the world just lifted off your shoulders, man. You got that first win of the week out of the way.
Yes, definitely. With the day off yesterday, he could have got out of the way, but he's excited. This is what he's been waiting for all weekend. So even coming up to this, just the anticipation of the event. So to get that first one out the way and get a win, talk his mechanic or his father over there, they're excited.
I believe Kobush will follow up in about 3.5 seconds back. He's out of Missouri. By the way, Garrett Marchbanks all the way from Colville, Utah. Marchbanks takes the win. Kobush takes second as we take a look at that Farron Racing top 10 board there. Banks, Kobush, Marchbanks, Kobush, Fry, Ethan Mann in 4th. Jeremy Ryan was 5th. Palmer Neely in 6th. Elliott Queen 7th. Jake Swoll 8th. Brantley Schnell in 9th. And Jesse Flock rounds out your top 10 aboard that number 67 KTM. Looking at the lap times, 59s, 58s, those front three turning some pretty quick lap times. And looks like we got the drop of the gate on our next battle that is off and rolling. Race number 5, our senior 45-plus class.
Yes, it looks like, I think that's Trampus Parker out front on number 13 KTM. He's a world champion of 1989 and 91, so he's a great racer out there in the lead right now.
So, wow. This right here, I'm not quite old enough to ride this class yet, but I'm kind of considering getting a bike next year because my plan is to be in my peak physical shape by the time I'm 45. I haven't really ridden a whole lot since I was 16. What do you think there, Sean? You think I ought to come out and try this class next year?
Well, you know, I mean, you got to start somewhere, and this would be a great event to start. The leader out right now is Trampus Parker, though, whereas he is no slouch. He's been riding for many years. Great guy, great rider. So he got the lead. He's taken off. And we also have Pedro Gonzalez in second. You know, former arena cross racer, always Earl May, Barry Karsten, and Ralph Bentley.
Yeah, Trampus Parker, a former world champion a few times over, man. This guy, he's got motocross schools going on now. He's got his kids out here at the racetrack. It's turned into a full-on family affair for him. And, you know, I can remember when he first started making his way back a few years ago, just a handful of years ago. Oh, no, what just happened there? We see the former world champion. Did he just miss a gear?
He stalled it, actually.
Well, that's got that electric start on it,
yeah. Electric start, so that's a lot easier for him to restart his bike. But now this is going to make this race a little bit better. We have 5 laps. Pedro Gonzalez goes down, opening the lead to Barry Karsten. And so Earl May's in second. Now Trampus is back in third, I think.
Wow, Barry Karsten, saw him walking around this morning. He was pretty amped up, ready to go into this one. And that Bromley Suzuki rider, one of the riders that we talked about and touted being a professional rider for so long, well into his 40s. He was still scoring national points in the motocross nationals and stuff. But he's pretty much dedicated himself to the amateur scene and things of that nature now. And it's good to see that Barry is still as confident on the motorcycle as he ever has been, whether or not he's racing those nationals or not. And I think really it gives guys like Earl May and Pedro and those guys a little bit more mental confidence going against Barry, knowing that he hasn't lined up recently against some of the fastest guys in the world.
Yes, definitely. Growing up, I remember seeing Barry Karsten racing the 125 and 250 class in Supercross, coming off the main event from one, going right back to gate and doing the other one. So the guy has a lot of experience.
Got Barry Karsten out front, the Pearl Earl May from out of Tallahassee, Florida, back there on board the number 82 running in second. Trampus Parker, former world champion, former leader of this early running in third. Pedro Gonzalez back and forth. Ralph Bentley is fifth. Rounding out the top five, we got in six Alan Alford. Kirk Lewis, the 69, is seventh. Looks like Mad Mike Jones, the number 7, in eighth place. Yep, that's the one that the freestyler. He's back at motocross racing. He's also doing some motocross schools up near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, near Steel City Raceway, where he lives at the front gates of. But Jones back in the number 8 spot. We got Dennis Banks back in the number 9 position aboard the number 24. We got Robert Nagy, the number 052, which I think his sister, Danielle Nagy, is actually Miss Minnie O's this year. So the family affair we're talking about and everything right there. Actually, I wouldn't say sister. That might be his daughter, actually. This is the plus 45 class. So anyway, we're at the halfway point of this one. Barry Karsten leads it. Trampus Parker moves into second, and we were going to take a commercial break, but I'm thinking we might want to hold off for just a moment on this and see what Parker is going to do here, as he is starting to close up on that 31 machine of Barry Karsten. Right flag is out. One more lap to go, and I want to see whether or not Parker's going to be able to make it happen. Look at the lap times, 57 seconds as opposed to Karsten. It's actually a 59.046 and a 57.7, so about a second and a half faster. As we look at the gap, it was only 0.831, so 0.8 of a second separated those guys at the finish line. The only thing separating them now is lap traffic. Carson having to go the long way around the racetrack as we roll through this final lap of racing under the Red Bull Arch now. And looks like Trampus Parker may run out of time right now, as Barry Karsten knows just exactly what he has to do to make this happen. But these final little switchbacks, these chicanes heading into the finish line, a number of things can happen. But it looks like that Barry Karsten has this one dialed in. He's been riding since he was just a kid, so this is not his first rodeo.
No, definitely not, but I'm sure it feels good to get your first main out the way and get a win. So coming over to finish right now, I bet he's excited to get started this week good.
And that's going to be Karsten Parker, 1 and 2. Earl May, I guess we should call him. Earl May taking the number 3 position. Pedro Gonzalez holds on for a number 4 position. There's Parker and Karsten talking to each other, but it's the number 31 of Barry Karsten, your on-track schools moto hero, race winner of the plus 45 class. Coming up next, our Super Mini 1. This will be our 12 to 15-year-old class. And with that, we've got our Fair and Racing top 10 board. It's Karsten, Parker, May, Gonzalez, Alan Alford in 5th, Ralph Bentley in 6th, Mad Mac Jones holds on for 7th, Kirk Lewis in 8th, Dennis Banks in the number 9 spot, and Dan LaPlaca from Force Gear. He's out there on Vendors Row. He's been a vendor here in Spencer Village for many, many years. He rounds out your top 10. Gates down on this next one. It looks like they're Sean Hackley, and we've got more mini-cycle racing back underway.
Yes, another great start. It's great to see these two out here. We have Sexton out in the lead right now, I think number 486, with Austin Faulkner in second. It's great to see these two battling because they're doing wheelies out in the pits and everything like that in between the motos, having some fun.
Here's where the future stars of tomorrow are. We maybe have seen some of these riders out on the track a little bit ago. That was our plus 45. We saw a minute. Plus 45 on the track a moment ago. Right now, it is race 6, the Super Mini 1, 12 to 15-year-old class. The guys we talked about a little bit ago, the transition bike from the mini bikes to the big bikes.
Yes, this is the class. So, these are some of your front runners on the 85 riding the Super Mini class, and they're coming over there close. Austin Faulkner making the pass for the lead over Chase Sexton, and then we have Max Malkoff in third.
So looks like a new leader there past the finish line. Faulkner, Sexton in the number 2 spot. Had a chance to talk with that Rock River Yamaha rider there yesterday. Max Markoff in the number 3 spot. We got Colton Eigenman in the number 4 position, opening it up. Enzo Lopes in the number 5 spot. Tyler Pantley is 6. Joey Crown in 7. Hannah Hodges. Good to see the young ladies out here in the Super Mini class also. Hannah is 8th place right now. William Klee is 9th, and Chase Fosnot rounds out your top 10.
Yes, Hannah Hodge is a great rider we were talking about early in the girls' class. So it's great to see her up here mixing it with the boys. Probably the fastest class on the 85s, and she's still being competitive.
Couple of guys to take a look at. Brock Pappy in the 11th place position. He is one to keep an eye on right now. Well, I'll tell you what, Sean, we got the stage being set right now. Faulkner and Sexton going at it right now. It looks like Faulkner, your new leader. Sexton is your second-place ride. While they battle it out and get the stage set, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more from the 2013 Mini-O's coming up right after this.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of.
I've said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
And we're back at Gatorback Cycle Park for our continuing coverage of the Mini-O's 2013. It's the 42nd annual running of the Thor Winter Olympics presented by Pro Circuit. Rodney Tomlin along with Sean Hackley and also Jen Kenyon on hand with us as we roll through the Super Mini 12 to 16. Super Mini 1 class, Austin Faulkner out front, Chase Sexton, Max Markoff in third. Looks like Colton Eigenman in fourth and Tyler Pantley rounding out the top five. We were talking about this young lady just before the break. She was in eighth place. Sean, look at this. She's already up to sixth place now.
Yes, I think she started out the race in 10th, and now she's moving up to sixth. She has Tanner Stack behind her, so she has some good pressure, just for good racing, making it better for her race that she comes up later in the day.
Well, that gap and that pressure we saw being put on by Faulkner by Sexton there as we went to the break has opened up a gap about 1.1 seconds now. So we're watching to see if Markoff's going to be able to make up any grounds. As we look at lap times, we're looking at 57.1 for Faulkner, 57.6 for Chase Sexton. Markoff just checked in with a 58.093. So those guys turning some pretty quick lap times. They're a full 2 seconds faster than fourth place on back. Eigenman in the 1 minute range. Actually, Tyler Pantley, who's fifth, turned a 59.7 that time. And look at Tanner Stack, man. Buried in the pack right now, 57.6. And that's almost as fast as your leaders are going right now.
Yes, I think he has a little motivation in front of him, too. Hannah Hodges out there with her hair flapping in the wind. Makes him want to go a little bit faster. I'm sure he doesn't want to keep that girl.
You hear that often. You wonder what that is, how that feels. You know, it's funny. I've been in other disciplines of motocross racing with the ATVs, and some of the girls over there are pretty quick in the youth ranks as well, and they beat some of the guys. I've asked that question. You know, when I was a kid, it would have been shameful to have got beaten by a girl, but those guys, man, those girls are fast. They respect them. And speaking of respect, we got to respect Austin Faulkner there. Chase Sexton coming across in second. Markoff in the number 3 spot.
Then we have Colton Eggman, Tyler Pantley, Hannah Hodges rounding out 6, Tanner Stack for 7th, Brock Poppy, and we're waiting for the rest of the guys to come across to the finish right now.
So our Farron Racing Board once again, Faulkner, Sexton, Markoff, Pantley, Eigenman. Hannah Hodges comes across in 6th. We were waiting to see whether or not she was going to be able to hang on to it. Sean, she does. Tanner Stack, impressive, man. There in the late in the race, making up some time there in 7th. Brock Pappy, who was back in 11th, only making it up to 8th, but still a pretty outstanding performance there to take a top 8. Chase Fosnaugh in 9th and Christopher Fortier in the number 10 spot.
Yes, we have a good race, and now we come up to the 50s. We got to watch them earlier, so the track's better now. There's going to be a little bit more ruts for them to deal with, so let's see how these guys handle it.
Motorsport.com hole shot going to, I believe that's a 115 out there, if I'm not mistaken. That's Matthew LeBlanc from Breaux Bridge, Louisiana. He's backed by the Orange Brigade of KTM, also Viator Performance and JM Racing. And Ryder DeFrancisco in the number 2 spot. That rider right there, Ryder making the move up into the 65s as well as one of your top 50cc riders. We saw him win a couple of championships already as a 50cc rider, and I saw him around here yesterday. That kid's really getting some size on him, and he's starting to really manhandle these little king-size 50cc 7 to 8-year-old machines right now.
Yes, I haven't got to watch him ride much in person, but he's going for the lead right now. But I've seen some videos of him on the internet, and he looks great. You know, a little kid. He has, just grown-up style, like trying to scrub and stuff like that and do whips. It's cool to see that.
Can you imagine being his dad and watching him ride the first time thinking, did I just see what I think I just saw, man? I mean, he probably jumped on a motorcycle and was born to be on that bike. I mean, the way Ryder rides that thing. I mean, well, heck, his name's Ryder at that.
Yeah, it looks like he was born to be a rider. You know, we didn't have too much of that. Well, we didn't have scrubbing when I was on 50s, but he's doing great, riding good. He's trying to make up some time on the leader right now, but he was close but made a bobble, so the leader got a little bit of gap.
So LeBlanc in the number 1 spot, DeFrancisco in the number 2 spot. We've got Aspen Boothby in the number 3 spot. Edgar Lewis is 4th. Brian Espinoza in 5th. Hayden Deegan is 6th. Gavin Towers in 7th. Reed Cooper is your number 8 rider aboard the number 3. It's Ryan Conagier. He is 9th, and Jet Reynolds back there in the number 10 spot, and that's one I think we can keep an eye on. Jet's pretty fast. He's another kid that rises to the occasion as far as his name is concerned. He rides like a Jet.
Yes, I saw him earlier as well. He was riding good. We had our leader, Matthew LeBlanc. He made a mistake, which let Ryder catch up. But these guys are jumping everything except the triples that all the big bikes are on, so that's great to see.
That is most definitely great to see. And also great to see Jen Kenyon standing by down on the podium with our Super Mini 1 winner.
That's right, Rodney. I'm down here on the podium with Mr. Austin Faulkner. Austin, congratulations on taking that Super Mini win. Does it feel good to get a win early on?
Yeah, it's actually my first class, so sets a good tone for the rest of the week just to get a win and, just try to go out there in my next class in Supercross and in all my classes in outdoors and just try to do the same thing and but just keep riding good and keep riding smooth. And the track's pretty good today though. It's a little slick because we got a lot of rain last night, but it's a really good racetrack.
All right, now you're a pro at this. We see you quite a bit all over the amateur scene. What do you think is going to be the key to staying consistently up front all week here at the Minios?
Start. That's the main thing. If you get a start, you're going to run up front because, especially on this Supercross track, just because all Supercross tracks are pretty it's pretty hard to make a pass. So if you get a start, that's the main thing. And I was almost first to the whole shot that time, but I let Chase Sexton sneak up under me, but I ended up making the pass on him and then just rode smooth and just especially on the hard pack track like this is, you gotta be smooth and just not make any mistakes.
Yeah, for sure. Well, you were the man to do it today. Congratulations again.
Yep, thanks.
Thanks a lot, Jen Kenyon, down on the podium there as, wow, that kid right there has got a future, if nothing else, talking about racing. Heck of an interview. And Matthew LeBlanc, heck of a rider, too, as he is starting to stretch things out. We're seeing lap times 108.2, 108.3 the last time around for Ryder DeFrancisco and LeBlanc. The gap right now, half a second is what it was saying, but I'm beginning to wonder if maybe that might have opened up a little bit here on this lap number 4 they're rolling through.
Yes, they're coming up on the white flag lap right now. I think the leader got a little bit of a gap that lap. I'm not sure if Ryder messed up or not, but we're coming to the final lap, so they try to keep your nerves together. Oh, it looks like there's two laps left.
Yeah, 2 laps left to go. 4 down for LeBlanc and Ryder DeFrancisco. The gap opening up was about 7 seconds, and they were turning a couple of seconds faster lap than your leader there. Jet Reynolds now up to the number 3 spot as this kid is rolling. We told you he was like a Jet. He was back in 8th place position on lap number 1 than what he was than what he is now. So we said he's a Jet. He lives up to his name, and by golly, that's exactly what he's doing as Reynolds now up to the number 3 spot. He turned a 1:05.991, the fastest lap of this moto in that traffic, the 7-8 limited class right now, and he is pulled to within 4 seconds of second place. Let's start looking and doing the math. There's 4 seconds between second and third. He's 4 seconds a lap faster. Ryder DeFrancisco could be under some pressure this last lap and a half or so, Sean.
Yes, if Ryder's trying to at least keep second, if not go for the win, he needs to pick up the pace some. We have Jet Reynolds had a great lap last lap, so if he can have another one of these, it's going to be a battle down to the last few turns.
Last few turns are coming up on us here pretty soon, I believe. DeFrancisco, though, is 2 seconds back, 4 seconds back. Let's see what's going to happen here. Look at that. That's how tight they are. They're coming in. It's almost nose to tail now as they go down that backstretch.
Yes, I thought it was going to be closer towards the end of the end of this lap, but we see Jet Reynolds really picked up pace. I think he's coming inside, and he actually got Ryder already. So Jet looks like he's going for first still. I I guess he's on a mission right now.
He is. Remember, he started like 8th or 9th place there on lap number 1, and he fired up the jets, no doubt about it, man. He is rolling.
And he's about to make the pass for the lead.
Wow. Watch this kid go. Ryder DeFrancisco by the wayside. Matthew LeBlanc now under pressure. Also, it's a battle royale now, and look at this.
This is a great race. You know, your leader, Matthew LeBlanc's doing everything he needs to do, but Jet Reynolds is riding great, taking the insides, charging, and he made a little mistake there, but he's still going to hold on for a second, but Matthew LeBlanc's going to be able to take the win.
Wow. Wow. Checkers are out. Fist pumping in the air for good reason. That was a spectacular moto. Matthew LeBlanc taking the win. We got Jet Reynolds all the way up into second from almost all the way back to 10th place. So our hats off to him. He's obviously going to be one to watch. Ryder DeFrancisco, one to keep an eye on also. Drops to the number 3 spot. I think he got kind of surprised at what was happening with Reynolds. Reynolds came up so quick, man. I don't even think that DeFrancisco even saw it.
Yes, these guys are younger, but, you know, still looking back, seeing that he opened up the lead, he probably relaxed some, like, oh, okay, I can take it easy, don't make any mistakes. But Jet Reynolds never gave up that entire race.
Your Farron Racing top 10 board looking like this. LeBlanc, Reynolds, DeFrancisco, 1, 2, and 3, as we mentioned. Aspen Boothby, who was running pretty solid all race as well, finishes up 4th aboard the 34. Then it's Edgar Lewis in 5th. Brian Espinoza, that's 214 in 6th. Evan Ferry, the 75 at 7th. Hayden Deegan, the 238. That is Brian Deegan's son in 8th. Thomas Welch in 9th. And Trey Atkinson rounded out the top 10. Rolling on. That was the 51 7-8 limited. Race 7, race 8. We got 4 to 6 limited coming up next. This is even more junior than the juniors we saw a moment ago, it looks like there, Sean Hackley.
It looks like Daxton Bennett took the win in the first moto, and I think Owen Cobble got second in this first moto early in today. So the gate is dropped. A couple people falling right out the start, but coming to the first turn. Let's see who gets the whole shot.
Motosport.com whole shot still trying to sort it out. I believe that's the 24 machine, if I'm not mistaken, the Cobra of Owen Covell out of Plymouth, Massachusetts on a Podium Power Sports G4 graphics machine.
Yeah, so he got a second in his first qualifier today, so this is how he needs to start it out, try to get the whole shot and get the win.
34 of these 51 4-6 limited class riders as they jockey for position here on the first lap. You know, this is the class where it's hard to really know who's going to be doing the greatest here because a lot of these kids probably at the Nationals for their first time ever.
Yes, this is great. You know, this is also where racing's always fun, but this is really just fun for the kids. They're not taking it too serious yet, so they're having fun, but they still want to win because it feels good getting a bigger trophy, seeing your parents happy. It's always a great thing.
Most definitely. Got want to make mom and dad happy, man, because that means the Xboxes come a little easier and Christmas is a little nicer whenever mom and dad are happy.
Yeah, so if he wins this race, maybe he gets the Xbox One that just came out the other day.
That would be pretty cool. And if not, we'll suggest it to his mom and dad. All right?
Yes, that's always a great bonus.
So we got Daxton Bennick in the number 1 spot. Actually, Daxton had a pretty good run at Loretta Lynn's this year. Owen Covell also had a really good run. We got Colton Drubel in the number 3 spot. Jordan Renfro running 3rd. Benjamin Mustelbacher, I believe, Mistelbacher in that number 5 spot. John Carver, who also made a name for himself at Loretta Lynn's, back in the number 6 spot. We got Cole Kish in the number 7 spot. Aiden Dickens in 8th. Is that Malcolm Tucker, I believe, in 9th? Mason Tucker, and Owen Barfield rounding out the top 10 there after that first lap of racing. So they're getting this sorted out, looks like there, Sean. Daxton Bennick had a 1.7-second lead. That's a pretty good, healthy lead after that first lap. That means he's already starting to establish early dominance in this class.
Yes, he's riding great, taking good lines, going inside where there's not big ruts, and when there is big ruts, he goes outside. So he knows how to put his 50s, small bikes, you know, they can get stuck in a rut, which is something you don't want to do and you have a great lead like this.
And one good thing about this track, I mean, they did enough work this morning. They did a lot of work in between races this morning and in between the LCQs and the main event. Now, we see some nice berms starting to build and some big ruts starting to build, but, man, really, those are not anywhere in comparison to what they could be, all things considered. I think if they would have raced yesterday, they would have done nothing but made the track not as favorable for the Supercross main. So my hat's off again to Unlimited Sports MX, because the ruts aren't nearly as deep as they could be, and these guys are able to manipulate through. They're not dragging those foot pegs like they can at times.
Yes, the track looks great. They did a great job working on it. I think at first it didn't seem like a very smart decision because it stopped raining yesterday after they canceled it, but after that it was good. The track got to soak in some. They groomed it some, and I think the outdoor track's going to be good too. The track's going to break down some today. It's going to make for some great racing later on.
That's a very good point you point out. We will hopefully, and plans are to start practice on the motocross today after the Supercross mains have wrapped up. That track has been sitting wet for a couple of days now, and that moisture is soaking in, and I think that is going to present us with a great big track over there on the motocross portion of this. Right now, though, we got a great track right now. Colton Truhl, Daxton Bennick still going 1 and 2. Actually, it's Bennick out in the point, and I think I thought they were starting to tighten up, but that might have been a lap rider already for Bennick as he was trying to get around. Colton Truhl actually back in the number 2 spot is some 6 seconds after 3 in the number 2 spot. Owen Koval is less than a second behind him. So looks like our battle is back for the number 2 spot, the 24 and the 6:15. And I expect to see that continue to heat up throughout this one. I think that's what we're keeping an eye on right now, as a matter of fact. John Carver back in the number 4 spot. Cole Kish is 5th. Jordan Renfro is 6th. 7th is Aiden Dickens. It's Benjamin Mistelbacher in the number 8 spot. Mason Tucker in 9th. And Nolan Riley now round out the top 10.
Yes, it looks like Owen on the number 24 just made the pass back in a second. Went inside. You know, that's kind of just a rule of thumb.
Mistake.
When you have someone right behind you, you don't want to go outside and leave the inside open. They'll learn that as they get older, but right now they're just kids and these are just lessons. So there you go. They're getting aggressive too, so this is great racing.
Yeah, and there's an inside rut a little deeper than what I thought it was, but still not as deep as what it could be, I don't think. And, man, those guys are going through it without much problem using all the suspension these bikes have to offer. Look at it, side by side as they go past the finish line region now. And was that a white flag that this kid just saw?
Yes, that was a white flag. So this is going into a last lap battle. This is going great.
Wow, talk about mom and dad biting nails over in the mechanics area right now. Bennick has got that breathing room, 7 seconds, but Owen Koval and Colton Truhl now in the number 2 and 3 spots all over each other. Lap traffic not seeming to be much of an issue for either one of these riders.
Yeah, so, they have a guy coming up right here, but he's protecting his insides, doing what he needs to do.
He's doing that beautifully, man. I mean, it's textbook almost. You can tell that he has been schooled quite a bit on what lines to take under these circumstances.
Yes, but John Carver is just right behind him, so we can't give up yet. You know, it's just we have about 5 or 6 more turns left until the checker flag is going to be out.
Is that the 928 right there with him? It is. It's a 3-way battle now shaping up for the number 2 position, it looks like. So, wow. Koval might have got a little bit of breathing room there with the advancement of John Carver, but maybe not.
Not paying attention right there. That was almost a pass for second place. He already got past Colton earlier that lap. So coming across the finish line, looks like Daxton Bennick got the win, and second place is going to go to...
Waiting for timing and scoring to score this one officially. Owen Koval does hang on to it. He had that little bit of lead. John Carver gets the call for third. What a move there. Colton Truhl now in the number 4 spot. So we look to Jordan Renfro in the 5th place position as we take a look at our Farron Racing Top 10 report. A minute 17 lap time by John Carver there, man. That's pretty impressive. Truhl is 4th. Jordan Renfro in 5th. The Farron Racing Top 10 board. Cole Kish in 6th aboard the 81. Nolan Riley, the 523, was 7th. Benjamin Mistelbach was the number 8 position finisher. Mason Tucker drops to the number 9 spot aboard the 277. And Aiden Dickens, the 67, rounds out your top 10 there for those 4 to 6 limited class riders. Race number 8 and race number 9 getting set to roll next. This is our Schoolboy 1 limited BC class. Who are some of the key players we're looking at here? I look down through. I see names like, wow, there's a bunch of big names. Challen Tennant in this one. Timmy Crosby. Lorenzo Lacurcio in this one. Kyle Wagner. Ty Casey. Brett Gorley's in this one. We see Ramiller Alves in this one. Alexander Fry. And, I was going to say Alexander, if memory serves me correct, did quite a great job there yesterday. Fry finished up in the #1 position in his qualifier there yesterday. And actually, I don't know that they did much more than the qualifiers. Trying to look for another division race winner. That was they had only one division in that one, so Fry is going to be the one to beat out there. The number 281 machine from Huntington, Maryland. He rides for Fox. He rides for KTM, also WPFMF, Dunlop, the Orange Brigade, KTM, and Oakley. But out front, it's a whole different ballgame up front. Let's talk about that. Is that Tennant out front? No, that's the 83 machine. That is Lorenzo Locurcio, one of the riders we expected to be a factor in this one. He finished second behind Alexander Fry in qualifying there on Monday.
Yeah, so this is what Alex doesn't want right now. He looks like he had a good start, but he got pushed out wide. Maybe should have just gated it up a little bit further inside, but I think he's still in 4th place. So right now he needs to set down some solid laps, make these passes, and try to catch that leader.
Wow, Shalon Tennant buried back in the pack right now to Willis, Texas. He's an Orange Brigade KTM rider. Saw him coming through there on that Thor Parts Unlimited Smith goggles back machine, all trying to lay chase. So this guy right here, Lorenzo Locurcio out of Cairo, Georgia, on a Locurcio racing team. MTF1, Smith, Pro Circuit Factory Connection, Henson, Triangle Cycle, Garnet, FMV, IND. I imagine it'd be One Industries backed rider, but regardless, the 83 machine on a rail. Look at that. Underneath the Red Bull Arch, he's got this race. He owns it right now, Sean Hackley.
Yes, he got the whole shot. He's wanting to check out right now, trying to break away from everybody, hit his lines good. This is a great class. I wish they had this still now in the pros. The 125 is one of my favorite motorcycles to ride.
Logan Stokes, whom we didn't mention as a key player in this one, in the #2 spot, not because we didn't want to, but because we kind of looked over his name. But Stokes is second, Timmy Crosby in third. There is your division race winner and your qualifier winner, Alexander Fry, back in the #4 spot. Ramiller Alves is fifth. Looks like Dylan Greer in 6th. Nathan Hall is 7th. Jeremy Williamson is your 8th place ride. Tyler Pantley is 9th. And looks like Baron Bellard rounds out the top 10. I seen Shalon Tennant back there in 11th place at the end of lap #1. At the end of lap #2, we just saw him move into 10th. And actually, Pantley, I think, is now in the #8 spot, as we got some position changing going on back there in the top 10. But up front, there's not a lot of changes, man. Locurcio is on it, man.
Yes, he's riding great, hitting his lines good, still pulling away and pulling consistent lap time. So for the rest of the competition, this isn't what they want right now.
This is the confidence booth that might be what this kid is looking for. We saw him ride with quite a bit of confidence, but to come out and dominate your peers like this in this Schoolboy 1 Limited BC class, I think we're going to see this translated into some of the other classes he's racing here in the Supercross, and I think we're definitely going to see it translate into the motocross, the outdoors, as we like to deem it here at the Thor Winter Olympics presented by Pro Circuit. Again, hashtagging this Minios 2013, and Locurcio is hashtagging it all mine right now.
Yes, he is. He's riding great out there, looking good, hitting his lines good, making everything clean. I saw him look over his shoulder once just to check where he is, but he's still riding good, not slowing up any, so this is exactly what he needs to do.
Crosby back and forth behind Fry now as Fry has moved up a spot there. Looking at lap times, a 56.4 for Alexander Fry. Locurcio, a 55.9. Had a 3.5-second lead over Logan Stokes. Stokes, on the other hand, best be looking behind him as he's got only about 2 seconds separating himself and Fry. And Crosby was one of the guys that was kind of holding Fry up. Now Fry's got a little bit of breathing room between himself and second. Look for Stokes to be under pressure here in just a moment. Locurcio, the 83 Yamaha out front. But now 4 seconds behind him is where the race is starting to shape up. Stokes and Fry battling for second.
Yes, and Fry needs to try to get second place if he wants to help him win the overall Olympiad for this class. So he needs to get on the move right now.
And though it's not real tight right this moment, there is the 70. We want to watch Fry. We see that Fry was turning those fast laps. We may run out of time. Fry may run out of time before he gets a chance. He was 2 seconds back. That gap looks like it opened up quite a bit. There must have been a mistake made by Fry on that lap that time around somewhere.
Yes, but Lorenzo right now, riding great. I see him taking a sigh of relief right now to the MTF guys. I'm pretty sure he probably trains with them. Coming around to his final turn, taking it easy. Going to and just soaking this victory.
Soaking the victory. Soaking in it, man. That right there. Basking in the beauty of a great Supercross ride. Lorenzo Locurcio taking the win there aboard that number 83 machine. Again, on a Locurcio racing team, MTF1 Smith, Pro Circuit Factory Connection. Henson clutches back machine. He is your moto hero here today. Logan Stokes finishing up in second. Fry is third. Timmy Crosby in the number 4 spot. Alvaz in fifth. Dylan Greer is sixth. Jeremiah Williamson in seventh. Tyler Pantley in eighth. Nathan Hall in fifth. And Shalon Tennant, the 71, had his struggles out there for whatever reason, but was able to finally break a top 10 and finish up there in the number 10 spot of the Farron Racing leaderboard.
The race we have coming up right now is the girls 12 to 16. I think this is Hannah Hodges, definitely growing the motorsport.com whole shot. So she just got off the race with a Super Mini. Doesn't look like she's any tired or anything, but she has a little advantage on everybody else. You can see the track already, and she's doing what she needs to do.
And remember, she worked her way up through the pack in that class a few moments ago against the boys, so she's coming out on a high-rolling bit of confidence that she has carrying in from that. So I think the rest of the girls right now are scratching their head, wondering how they're going to track down the 172 of DeLand, Florida's Hannah Hodges. She's backed by MAV TV, Farron Racing, PR2, Troy Lee Designs, Lucas Oil, Smith, FMF, Impulse, Alpine Stars, MTF, Rad MX, and Henson Racing. She won, I should say, the 15-year-old young lady from out of DeLand actually won the qualifier in this girls 12 to 16-year-old division. And back in the number 2 spot as we take a look at what's going on behind Miss Hannah Hodges. We see the girls 9 to 11 are off and rolling. We got Katie Benson out there aboard the number 8 slash, Jordan Jarvis, the number 30, and Alyssa Cole aboard the 98 slash. Hodges has taken the first lap, and man,
she looks great out there. Just not making any mistakes. Looks like just Austin Faulkner out there like he did in his class after he got the lead. So she's out there taking charge, just making a good statement on this first main event.
All right, we're going to watch right here and see what's going to develop between second place. Looks like Reagan Wheeler, and Aspen Neely have. And Aspen, I think we saw racing against some of the boys in one of the earlier classes. Didn't realize there was a young lady out there, but Aspen running in the number 3 spot is about 1.5 seconds back behind the third place ride. Valentina Galaz, the 98, is fourth. Kylie Fosnot in fifth. And Alexa Duclos, that is 6th place. Then we've got Jordan Jarvis leading the girls 9 to 11. Aboard the number 30, it's Katie Benson aboard the 8 slash in second. And Alyssa Cole out of Ashley, Illinois, rounding out the 3 in the girls 9 to 11-year-old class. Right now we see a battle starting to develop. We're going to keep an eye on this one for the next couple of moments, and we're going to take a little bit of a break, and we'll be back to see if Hodges can hang on to it and what's going to happen between Reagan Wheeler and Valentina Galaz. We'll find out more right
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of.
Said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
Hello, Phil from Farron Racing here. My partner and I, Mike Maroney, in 2010 had a dream to start an amateur race team. We're proud to announce that we've had 2 riders come through our program and now have pro contracts in place. In the near future, it is our dream to have a pro team in place where our amateur riders can then move forward to our pro team. With our new partnerships with MAV TV and Lucas Oil and other sponsors, all of our riders' dreams can come true. If you haven't watched MAV TV, check with your cable provider, give them a call, and insist on MAV TV. Let's go racing!
And we're back here at the world-famous Gatorback Cycle Park where the Florida sunshine looks like it's trying to break through the cloud cover. It's our 42nd annual running of the Thor Winter National Olympics, or the Winter Olympics, presented by Pro Circuit. Hannah Hodges still out front, but we were watching this one here. Sean Hackley, it looks like Aspen Neely is making some waves out there, and she's gotten around a couple of riders and moved all the way up into the number 2 spot.
It looks like Reagan Wheeler might have had some problems. She keeps dropping back on our leaderboard right now. I'm not sure what happened to her, but Hannah Hodges is taking charge out right now. Hitting all her lines great, going inside right there, jumping. I saw her whipping over some of the jumps too, so that's great to see.
Well, if there are any problems with scoring and timing, I think they may have gotten them straightened out. I don't think there was. But Hodges, Aspen Neely in second, Kylie Fosnot, Reagan Wheeler is fourth, Valentina Galaz in fifth, and Alexa Duclos back in the number 6 spot. That is a Rock River Yamaha rider, by the way. Alexa, I should say, is the daughter of Mike Duclos, who is the head of Rock River Racing, who is part of our big Yamaha support in the amateur programs. And good to see them out here racing as a family. Mike was racing, she's racing, and the cool thing about it is got a couple of 18-wheelers out there with a team full of Rock River Yamaha riders out there as well. But right here out front, it's Hannah Hodges, who is on a rail right now. Checkers will be coming out. Aspen Neely should be taking the number 2 spot. Fosnot, Reagan Wheeler, and then as we look to the girls' 9 to 11-year-old class, Jordan Jarvis also taking a checker right there. It looked like actually she got lapped right at the last moment, so she'll still get the win as Katie Benson should finish up in 2nd and Alyssa Cole in 3rd in that one. As we take a look at our Farron Racing leaderboard, Hodges, Needley, Fosnot, Wheeler, Galaz, your top 5 with Duclos rounding out 6th place there. And our on-track schools hero of the race, Ms. Hannah Hodges, and also Jordan Jarvis there from the 9 to 11 division as the gate drops on yet another great race. One of our few vet classes that we'll see in the Supercross division. And a winner from last time out, Barry Carson, the 31 machine, back at it once more. But I think that we might be looking at a whole different leader out front in this one. It's the 444. Yep, Frenchie himself. It's the Crossroad Power Sports Axis Superstore MGX Unlimited backed rider of Gregory Palmer in the number 1 spot out here in this one.
Yeah, it looks like Barry Carson got up to a great start like he did in his other race earlier today. So he needs to make a couple of passes right now. Earl May in front of him, as long as well a couple other guys.
Well, Barry Carson, if he's probably going to try to play those cards on this first lap and a half or lap and a half or so to try to see and feel the situation out before he starts putting any pressure on anybody right now. Remember, riders were making mistakes out there a little while ago in the other class that he was racing in, so maybe he's thinking that might happen this time. But I don't think Frenchie's in position or in the mood to make a mistake right now. He's off to a great start. He's riding the ride that dreams are made of right now in this Vet 35-plus class.
Yeah, he's doing exactly what he wanted to do. Got the whole shot. He's riding smooth, looking good. We also have Mike Jones up there. I think he's in 3rd. Earl May's in 2nd, and Barry Carson's in 4th place.
Who? Did you say Mad Mike?
Yeah, Mike Jones.
Wow, he's up to the number 3 spot. Mad, he ain't angry. He's just real mad right now.
Yeah, right now. He's trying to get up to the lead. He wants to win. No one really wants to come here to try to just get on the podium. You want to go for the win. That's what you want to do.
And even Mike Jones is the same, and had a chance to talk with him. He was excited about getting to come back down here, as a matter of fact. I know, he kind of sort of retired from the freestyle things. He's actually going to do a freestyle exhibition here later this week, but kind of sort of retired from the freestyle end of things, and it's kind of a full circle thing for him, too, as we'll see. I'm sure he's going to probably start to bring a few kids through the ranks with this Mike Jones, Mad Mike's motocross schools over there.
Yeah, it's great to see him come out of retirement. Growing up, I was living in Pennsylvania, so I got to see him a lot. And for as far as freestyle goes, at one of the arena crosses, I got to see him do his first ever no-hander lander.
Yeah.
That was pretty crazy.
I remember that. I seen that in Columbus, Ohio, right whenever that was perfected. He had that big clown suit and everything on. He was a showman back in the day. There's no doubt about that.
And it's crazy now that we're doing no-handed double backflips.
It's come a long way.
Yeah, it's come a long way.
A no-handed landing was the most spectacular thing in the world at one time. Now it's a no-handed double backflip. That's crazy. But Gregory Palmer out front, Earl May in 2nd. Barry Carson is up to 3rd now as he's gotten around Mad Mike Jones. He's up to 2nd now as he's gotten around the Pearl as well. And looks like James Nagy, the number 11 in 5th. Alan Alford is 6th. John Vale in 7th. We got Chris Fosnot in the number 9 spot, and Danny LaPlaca back in the number 10 ride.
Yeah, it looks like Barry out there. He just set the fastest lap time going with a 57.6. Frenchie out front, number 444, did a 57.8. So not much time, and it's about a 2-second gap. It looks a little bit smaller than that now with about 2 laps to go. So let's see if Barry Carson can reel it in.
Palmer out of Pottstown, PA. I imagine you spent a little time with him as well around some of the local scene up there. Did you get a chance to acquaint with him?
Yes, I saw him growing up as well. So this is cool to see everybody just like that I watched as a pro when I was on 50s coming up now. As they're a vet, they're still racing and doing what they love.
That's pretty awesome right now. So Palmer, Carson 2nd, May is 3rd. The gap, 2.4 seconds. I think we should keep an eye on this. And I told you that Carson wasn't going to push the envelope in the early part of that. He was going to let it sort out and see what happens. Well, as the white flag gets ready to fly, it's go time for BC now, it looks like.
Yes, it looks like he came off the win in that last moto earlier today in Senior 45. So he wants to go and win this next one. This is a younger class for him, so he has to race Frenchie, who's a little bit younger than him. But I feel as though he still can do it. He's stepping up his game right now.
Well, he's setting them up right now. Karsten is going outside. Now he goes to the inside, trying to thread that needle as we head toward the Red Bull Arch. That was the first turn region there. Palmer does a great job of striking back, but I think Barry's got him right where he wants him right now. He's got him set up heading down this straight stretch here.
Yes, Barry has the inside where exactly where he wants to go. Coming over to this roll right now makes it a little tough, but he jumps out, guards this line, and gets his inside.
Believe it or
Great
not,
move on the last lap.
It is, and I think Barry started setting that up on that back section over there. It's amazing. I saw him setting it up, and I think he knew exactly where he wanted to present himself to make that pass, and he does just exactly that. Through the final few turns now, Barry Karsten takes that Bromley Suzuki once again to another Supercross championship here today, his second in as many races, a plus 45 class a little bit ago, a true on-track school moto hero and race winner, Barry Karsten.
Yeah, he's our first two-time winner of the day.
Palmer holds on for the number 2 spot. Looks like May will finish up in the number 3 spot as we look at the Farron Racing leaderboard. Mike Jones for the 4th place position. We're waiting on him to check in. Chad Murphy, James Dagey, Alan Alford, John Vale, Chris Fosnot, Dan LaPlaca. And looking at those gaps, I don't really expect to see a lot of changes unless somebody might have bobbled over there. No changes just yet through our top 7. So looks like it's going to remain the same there in the Vet 35 plus race 11. And plus 35 in the history books.
458 coming up now, so this is going to be a barn burner. Let's go for it.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like the card sideways. They're getting ready for the gate drop.
We got Carlos Bandali, James Beach, Cody Chisholm, Dakota Alex, Chandler Lindsay, Cody Mullins, Tom Covington, Franklin Nergaze, many, many more. We'll get through them in a minute here in just a second.
RJ Hampshire with the motorsport.com hole shot, so he didn't get a great start last moto, but he's doing what he needs to do, getting the whole shot. Dakota Alex is right there. He got the pass with a few laps to go, so he's looking for a little redemption right now. It looks like coming up inside, so this turns out to be a good race.
Well, yesterday he backed it up on the Amsoil Factory Connection Geico-backed Honda. R.J. Hampshire out of Hudson, Florida, got off to a strong start. He won this 458 qualifier as well on Monday, I should say. Not yesterday, but Monday. Gets off to a strong start again today. And look at that. Already muscled his way into the number 1 position as we've got Dakota Alex back on his rear wheel in the number 2 spot, if I'm not mistaken. And if memory serves me correct, I think that Alex had a bad start in his qualifier in this one, and he had to work up through the pack. And he actually ended up finishing in the 2nd place position on the Red Bull machine. Luke Rensland, a good ride, also in the number 3 position. And Tom Covington there, Sean Hackley, you're watching this one pretty close right now. Give me some insight on this one. Tell me what's going on out here in this 458 class.
Well, it looks like Dakota just got around R.J. Hampshire. So, Dakota a little upset that he couldn't get that win that first moto. He's actually on a 350 right now, where everybody else is on 450s. We have Darian Sinai. He's on a 250, so he probably didn't get a great start. But Alex is doing what he needs to do. RJ needs to pull it together and try to get his pass back.
A lot of these guys. Now, why do they elect to ride the 250? I know the 350, obviously, that's one of the KTM bikes, and it's very competitive and worthwhile to ride. But why would one of these guys choose to ride a 250 out here? I mean, you know that they're underpowered against these 450s like that.
Well, I talked to Darian earlier in the week, and he doesn't even own a 450 or has never ridden one. So instead of coming here just riding one class, he wants to get out here and get on the track as much as possible to see how well he can do.
Not a bad concept. And I guess if you only own one bike, you do with what you can. And talk about doing with what you can. Look what Alex has done, man. He's already muscled his way to the front. And now we're starting to see that tink in the armor of R.J. Hampshire, a 52.1 second lap time. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's the fastest lap of this day and maybe close to the fastest lap of the week.
Yes, definitely. Early in today, they were doing 55s in that first moto. So track seems like it's getting better. We have Luke Rensland in 3rd trying to pressure Hampshire right now, but Alex is doing what he needs to do out front.
Covington back in the number 4 spot aboard the 64, only a couple of seconds off pace. Matthew Burkeen, the number 820, is 5th. Nick Gaines, the 707, in 6th. We got Cody Chisholm in 7th aboard the 32 Slash. Franklin Norgaze is the 78 in 8th. Marshall Welton, 9th aboard the 285. And Andrew Bristol rounds out your top 10 aboard the number 131.
So we have right now, Dakota looks like he's getting a little comfortable. Can't set into a pace yet because he has Hampshire wanting to go back forward. Looks like Hampshire's starting to get a little comfortable right now too. So just got to keep pushing. They're scrubbing this triple right here out front, right in the front main row. So race is tightening up some.
It almost looks like a study session right now for me. These guys talk about on-track schools. This is an on-track school right here, right now. They're studying for the big test that's going to come up here later in the laps. We're on lap number 3, so we are approaching that halfway point of this particular moto of the 458 class, but still plenty of row to hoe here for these guys and lots of things to happen.
Yes, we have 10 laps in the A class. Give these guys a little bit more time. The battle set up, endurance, because these guys are the ones that want to be turning pro soon. So the longer races, better get them used to what they have coming up.
Wow, it looks like that maybe Hampshire might be starting to put some pressure on Alex once more for that number 1 position as they roll under the Red Bull launch now heading in the front stretch of this Supercross track, down by all the spectators here at the world-famous Gatorback Cycle Park. And the gap, it says 9/10 of a second was what it was last time around. I'm going to say it's nowhere near that right now. It is tightened up. I would say we're probably looking 9/10 of a second all the way back to Luke Brenslin at this point, who's in the number 3 spot.
They're close right now, and the race is getting tighter. I think RJ had a faster lap time the last lap, as well as this one. He ran a 52 flat, while Dakota Alex ran a 52.3. So Alex needs to get it together, get his lines together, not worry so much about what's coming out behind him, but the race that he has ahead of him.
Well, a half second, or actually 3/10 of a second. 8/10 of a second separating first to third. Less than a second first to third as they rode by. Tom Covington in 4th. Matthew Burkeen now in 6th. See some changes going on there. Cody Chisholm in 6th. Nick Gaines 7th. And up front's where all eyes are on right now. We cannot take our eyes off this one, Sean Hackley. It looks like Alex Lowe might have found an extra gear out there and starting to separate himself once more from Hampshire.
Yes, maybe he heard what we were talking about. Just get his own race together, not worry about what Hampshire is doing, but collect his thoughts, gather himself, and keep pushing forward.
And at the finish line, they go over the heart of this Mini-O's race course, the 2013 42nd annual running of the Thor Winter Olympics. And right here's where it heats up. We got a pass about to be made on the back section.
Yeah, it made a little bobble right there. It's something you can't do. Hampshire's on the outside, so Dakota has the inside. That's where he wants. Protect his line, but Rensland almost made a pass on Hampshire, so this race is getting tight.
So now Hampshire's doing double duty. He's playing defense as well as offense at the same time. He's got it sandwiched in there between first and third place. And wow, I honestly, that Alex has got to be hoping that Rensland can move up there and force a mistake on Hampshire to give him a little bit more of that breathing room back at this point.
Yeah, so this might make it a little bit easier on Alex. Hampshire made a little mistake, but he covered very well. Looks like they got away from Rensland right there, so the pressure's off Hampshire right now, and he's moving back forward. But at the same time, he still needs to protect his inside.
Protect that inside. That's what they tell them from the time they're on 50s all the way up through the pro ranks, right? But funny thing about it was we've seen in this racetrack riders riding the complete outside and leading and passing folks out there, never touching an inside line. That tells you a little bit about how well this course is designed and how even the playing field is out here for these riders.
Yes, they have a couple of the jumps coming out, like right here. It's a double-double, or you can go outside triple. Rensland goes off track in the hay bale, but he saves it. We had Jordan Smith. That's where he crashed the other day, so hope he's feeling better.
For sure. Tough break, man. I seen that chain pop off. It was not a pretty sight from that point on. Landed on his feet. I think he has a leg injury, as a matter of fact. But right now, I think it's a low femur break, as a matter of fact. But the 37 of Alex, I'm just pretty impressed with what's going on here. I think we're down to 2 laps now, Sean, if I'm not mistaken. And it's go time right now. Here's where Hampshire really is going to need to shine if he wants to back himself up with this 458 division and qualifying win there from Monday.
Yes, I mean, after winning the first one, a goal for your weekend to try to win all the titles, which is just a great achievement. We can get your Dunlop Silver Tire Award, I think, goes to the A class, which Cooper Webb won last year. So Hampshire needs to pick up the pace a little bit. You got 2 laps left. Charge the insides and try to pressure Dakota Alex into a mistake.
It's funny. You talked about the Dunlop Silver Tire Award and stuff. Those awards that we talk about, they start thinking about it early on, man. They really start. Those guys, that's something that's, when you win that, man, you are a part of an elite group of people. You got guys like Ricky Carmichael has won it, Ryan Villapoto, Ryan Dunya. I mean, so many different big names over the years have won those awards that you want to be a part of that same thing. And look at this. These guys right here are a part of the same types of accidents.
Hampshire wants that. Wow. So he's trying to make the pass right now. He only has, this is the last lap. So He's just trying to get Alex in the move, but I know Alex doesn't want to let him by because it happened later in the race in the first moto they had this morning.
I thought it looked like Hampshire might go to the inside and try to muscle his way around Dakota Alex. I think he might have been trying to.
Hampshire made a mistake, so it looks like Alex has got this.
That might have been the mistake he made. But here we go. There goes the first. You know, he's still got a little bit more time, but like I think that little miscue, it took the wind out of his sails, and that gave Alex just exactly what he needs to take those checkers in the win.
There you go. Alex almost had a little loop out coming to the finish right now, but he's excited to get a win. He lost it a few laps ago in that last one, so this gives him a boost of confidence coming into the outdoors coming up later in the week.
For sure, and our on-track moto hero, once again, going to be Dakota Alex. And, of course, On-Track School is a private distance learning school for grades 4 through 12, offering students the means to take their education on the road so they can pursue their personal goals. And a look at our Farron Racing Top 10 leaderboard: Dakota Alex, R.J. Hampshire, Luke Rensland in the number 3 position. Also, we had Tom Covington in 4th, Cody Chisholm, Nick Gaines, Franklin Norgaze, Matthew Burkeen, Marshall Wetland, and Keaton Ward rounds out your top 10 on our Farron Racing leaderboard for our 450A class. Well, we're continuing to roll, man. These Supercross mains, that's what they were saying. Wayne Kern said yesterday, you know, we're going to keep rolling. We're going to roll as tight and as fast as we can through these Supercross mains, and they're giving all these riders plenty of track time out there. This is race 13 of 37 races that we'll be seeing here this afternoon in this Supercross mains, and I'm not real sure as far as the broadcast schedule whether we're going to be able to get all the Supercross mains in today or not, but the way the time is rolling right now, we're going to be pretty close to getting through this, that's for sure. On the track next is going to be, that was the 450A class. That was race number 12. This is race 13, 85-12, the 13 limited class coming up right now. And again, don't forget to start hashtagging that stuff out, my friends. Mini O's 2013. It is going to be Instagram, also Twitter, and don't forget to talk about us on Facebook. And don't forget to check this out as well. We'll be back with more from Gatorback Cycle Park and the Winter Olympics right after this.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of.
I've said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
And we're back here at the world-famous Gatorback Cycle Park, continuing coverage live for the Mini O's 2013 and his 42nd annual Thor Winter Olympics, presented by Pro Circuit. Chase Sexton grabbing the early lead in the 85-12 to 13 limited class there. Sean Hackley joining us as Brock Pappy in the number 2 spot aboard the number 144. He actually finished second in the qualifying race and division races out there, believe it or not, Sean. So these guys are actually picking up right where they left off.
Yeah, so that's good. We have Chase Sexton. He was in a Super Mini earlier today, so he's going to try to get back out there. He got second in that one, so he's in second right now, but he's going to try to take away the win.
Jen Kenyon standing by with our 450A class winner, and we throw it on down now.
That's right, Rodney. We're down here with Dakota Alex, our 450A winner. Dakota, you didn't quite get it in that first one. You and RJ were going at it. You got him in this race. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I was really pumped. The best part of that race, so I was able to pass him where he passed me in the first moto. So my starts were good. I think I got second off the gate, or third off the start, and made two passes on the first lap. And then just showed a clean race. You know, the track was awesome out there. My bikes are dialed. I can't thank everyone else that's helped me out enough right now.
You know, we noticed one thing during that race. Your lap times were a lot better in this moto than they were in your first one. Do you think the track's really shaping up to be perfect conditions out there?
Yeah, the track's definitely way better right now. And also, I was on my 350 this race, and I feel a little more comfortable on my 350. It has more power, so yeah, just a good recipe for good lap times, that moto.
Yeah, for sure. It sounds like you got it all dialed in. Congratulations on the win out there.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
All right, Rodney, back up to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Jen Kenyon and Dakota Alex. Very confident, man. You can just hear the way he talks. Yeah, I was riding my 350 out there in this one. I mean, like, yeah, I was a little underpowered as far as CC goes, but you see who the fastest guy is, kind of. You know, that's kind of what I got out of that.
Yeah, it's a real nice bike. It's the 450 has a little bit more power, but it's almost too much power sometimes. So a 350 is a really nice bike to ride in tight arenas.
Now, Sean, if memory serves me correct, aren't you riding with the folks at KTM now? Don't you have you're still riding professionally? You're going to be racing some Supercross, motocross on KTMs?
Yes, I will be, and I actually think I'll be racing at 350. I'll probably do a couple Supercross races as well as all of the outdoors. So I just got my 350. I'm really excited and ready to start doing some testing with it.
Now, tell me, do you feel down on power on those things? I mean, they don't look down on power any whatsoever.
No, not at all. I mean, their 450 is a great bike as well. The 350, it just feels a little bit lighter to me. I feel like I can charge a little bit harder on it. And coming off the 250, that's what I'm used to. So just changing things up, the 350 feels like it's just the best suit for me right now. But it looks like Chase Sexton's having some problems out there.
Uh-oh. Too bad for him as Brock Pappy takes over the lead in this one, the 144 machine. McMurray, Pennsylvania, another PA rider out there. It seems like a lot of fast guys from up in that neck of the woods. Jordan Bailey from out of Orlando, Florida, running at the number 2 spot aboard the 133. We got Tommy Rios out of Tallahassee running at 3rd. Moving up, Ezra Hastings. We'll keep an eye on him, the number 51 in 4th. We got Chase Sexton, the 486, who won, if I'm not mistaken, in the won in the division races or qualifiers. He's running back at 5th right now. Devin Sale is 6th. Gabe Gutierrez is 7th. We got Slade Smith in 8th. 9th is Josh Strickland. And Gio, looks like Fascetti in the number 10 spot. Gio is. And I've seen your reaction there. What happened out there on the racetrack, Sean Hackley?
Looks like Brock Poppy's looking back a little bit, and Jordan Bailey's making up some time. So this is the last lap. He needs to be looking forward, trying to get this win and not caring about what's behind him.
There you go. We made mention of that. We've seen those other riders not looking behind, only just to kind of check things. And he might have been doing exactly what those guys did, just kind of testing the water to see, okay, how relaxed can I get on this final lap here?
Right, which you don't want to relax until the checker flag comes, because you have lappers like he's coming into right now. There could be a rider down in your main line, and after you come by, that rider could move, which opens up the Jordan Bailey. Jordan Bailey rolling in right there. So,
wow, he almost jumped into position to show him a wheel, believe it or not. Pappy, the 144, rolling through these, I believe this is the final lap, like you said. So, man, I think one more lap, and we would have really seen Bailey coming on strong. The checkers unfurl for Brock there, the 144 machine. Congratulations to him. KTM Orange Brigade rider backed by WMR, FMF, Dunlop Tires, Arma Energy, and Nahalo Concepts there. What a ride by him. Jordan Bailey finishes 2nd as we take a look at the Farron Racing top 10 board there. Bailey, Hastings, Rios. We're looking for Hastings in 3rd, Rios in 4th, Chase Sexton in 5th. You can see whenever they come across the line there how they're breaking down. Chase Sexton, as we said, 5th, Devin Sale in 6th. Gutierrez in the number 7 spot. Looks like Fascetti actually moved up, so Gina Lucci moved up from 8th to 7th on that lap. So we did have those changes. Gabe drops up to 8th, Slade Smith is 9th, and Josh Strickland rounds out your top 10. Let's again look at the Farron Racing leaderboard, and again our on-track moto hero, Brock Pappy, taking the win in that one. Coming up next, it's race number 14. This is going to be our women 14-plus class. We made mention of them earlier when the girls were out there, and actually when some of the girls were riding some of the boys' classes out there. The rider to watch out for is going to be Kylie Fosnot, but another one to watch out for, Hannah Hodges. She's doing double duty in the girls and the women's class, it looks like.
As well as Super Mini. So, and she gets the whole shot right. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought she had the whole shot, but that looks like that's Taylor Higgins out there out front, but
Higgins out of Mesquite, Texas on the fly. FMF, Scott, Alpine Stars, EBS, Shannon Friday backed Honda.
But Hodges makes the pass right now. She's familiar with the track. She's been on here 2 times already, so she's going to give everything she has. Taylor Higgins is on the bigger bike, but Hannah has the track dialed right now, as you can see in the earlier motos.
And that's one thing to point out. The CC limits on this, I believe it allows for riders, I'm not sure exactly how low it goes down, but it allows for riders that are at least 14 years of age and if they have to ride a little smaller bike to do it. You know, we've seen it happen back whenever Jessica Patterson and also Ashley Pilot coming up through the ranks. Man, Ashley used to just beat all over Jessica from a little bike from that super mini bike she would race out there, the big wheel, I guess you'd say. And it was pretty exciting to watch. And I think we're seeing an ushering in of something along the same sorts right there with Hannah Hodges and what seems to be her early domination here in the 2013 Thor Winter Olympics.
Yeah, so the lighter bike might be easier for Hannah Hodges to be able to handle right now compared to Taylor Higgins on the bigger 250F, which is a lot of bike. I'm sure there's a couple 40, 50 pounds right there at least in between the two bikes. So Hannah looks comfortable out front right now, pulling a little lead.
So she opens things up. Higgins in second. Fosnot is back in the number 3 spot. Marissa Marcolon in the number 4 position. Leah Renner, used to be Leah Cantrell, married to Ricky Renner now. She's back in the number 5 spot. Kennedy Lutz in the number 6 spot. We got Sierra Busby in the number 7 position. Is that Raisley Weimer 8th, Brinsley Diaz in 9th, and Alicia Goggle in the number 10 spot. Now what's going on out there, Sean Hackley? Look at the sun starting to shine.
Yes, the sun's finally starting to shine. We're in Florida, the Sunshine State, but Hannah Hodges is looking great out there right now. Taylor Higgins and, Leah Renner and Marissa. These are great riders that have ridden the WMA already. So this is great hope for her. She's not on the big bike yet, but as the way she's riding this, I don't think she's going to have any troubles.
All right, question for you. Ooh, a little miscue there. She's got enough of breathing room right now. I don't think it's going to much matter, but it will for Taylor Higgins because she said, okay, she's bobbling. It's time for me to start pushing a little bit harder. So Higgins is going to start making that push. Now, question, though, from a rider's perspective, whenever we're looking at these overcast and cloudy conditions, and then all of a sudden the sun pops out like that, does that have any bearing, any effect on the sight when you're racing?
I don't think right now because it's in the middle of the day. The sun's not coming down at a low point or anything. But when the sun does come out, it also helps you to see better, helps draw out the track more. It's getting warmer out, so that's a good thing. You don't have to worry about being cold or your hands getting numb.
Very good points. And believe it or not, cooler temperatures here in North Florida, that can be a problem sometimes, especially in the early morning races. Hodges in for 3 complete. Taylor Higgins is second with 3. Kylie Fosnop on Marcolon and Renner. Renner moving up now, I believe, into the number 5 spot. And what about Brinsley Diaz? I think she might be riding a pretty strong race as well. She stays steady. Raisley Weimer stays steady. We see Sierra Busby moving up a little bit. Heather Bowman moving up. And we have Amanda Solaski breaking into the top 10, whom we didn't see there a lap ago. But right there out front, still to 172, a little Miss Hannah Hodges, right here from the great state of Florida.
Yes, really impressed on how she's riding right now. She took charge, even though she was on a smaller bike. She got third in their qualifier earlier, so obviously some things have changed, and she's comfortable here coming on the white flag.
Backed by MAV TV, Farron Racing, PR2, Troy Lee Designs, Lucas Oil, Smith, FMF, Impulse Designs, Alpine Stars, MTF, Rad MX, and your friends at Henson Clutches. This young lady is only beginning to make her mark in the world of American motocross and world motocross as far as I'm concerned. This girl is going to be the next big name, I believe, in women's motocross. Hannah Hodges, the 172 under the Red Bull Arch now, just 15 years old. She's got a long career ahead of her, it looks like, Sean Hackley. And I know you're looking, you're thinking, wow, she's only 15. We've watched this little girl grow up from 60s to 80s and into these super mini-sized bikes and now into the women's class. I mean, it seems like such a long time, but she's still only 15, man.
Yeah, so she has a lot of time to grow, keep going, getting older, getting stronger. So probably going to get on the big bike soon. I mean, she's only 15, so there's no rush, but she's coming across the checker flag right now to take the win.
And your moto hero, your on-track moto hero there, once more, the number 172 of Little Miss Hannah Hodges, all the way from DeLand, Florida. On-track schools. I want to say thanks to them for helping sponsor our live coverage of the Thor Winter Olympics presented by Pro Circuit this week. Hannah Hodges, Taylor Higgins finishing 2 seconds back. Taylor, once we get out on the big track, you gotta think that Taylor's going to let things shine out there for sure. She's got a little bit more motor, so she's going to be a little tougher for Hannah to track down, I think.
Yes, for the outdoors, it's going to be a little bit tougher for Hannah Hodges. The big hills, big downhills. She may be able to charge harder down the downhills, but only time will tell. The track's going to get rough, so she may have an upper hand being stronger on the smaller bike.
The Farron Racing Top 10 report looks like this for the women 14+. Hodges, Higgins, Fosnot 1, 2, and 3. Renner gets up to the number 4 spot, while Brinsley Diaz rounds out your top 5. Then it's Marissa Markelon at 6. Reimer, Busby, Bowman, and Lutz rounding out your top 10. That's the women 12+. We go next to the junior 25+ class now.
Frenchie with another motorsport.com hole shot. So he's doing what he needs to do, getting the hole shot and getting out front.
Man, he's got that dialed in today, it looks like, and that's a great place to start things, because once you get out front, we saw him be able to carry it all the way to the win in the plus 35 class there just a little bit ago. So Palmer getting that hole shot once more. He's going to hope for deja vu, I think, from what he saw just a little bit ago. 444 continues to lead. Other riders out there include the guys like Wesley Seegers, also Stephen Davis is out there, Joe Vale, Randy Lawson, Garrett Edmondson, the Sandman, an off-road racer as well as a motocross racer, a former Ironman from this event for several years ago, if I'm not mistaken. Ben Robinson, Matt Johnson, Justin Brusso, Larry Parton, and Gary Harvin. Look at this, already heating up for the number 1 spot.
Yes, Matt Johnson's trying to make a pass for Frenchie right now to get into the lead. And he stays up. So Matt Johnson takes the lead, taking charge. He won his qualifier earlier in the week, so he's trying to continue with the note that he left out at.
Three-way battle royale. Is that a 277? Matt Johnson, as you said, is already jockeyed into the number 1 spot. Larry Parton's back there, too, I believe, as he's moved up into the number 2 spot. And Frenchie has dropped off to the number 3 position. So I believe that's Bo Parton, if I'm not mistaken, right? Larry Bo Parton. I'm pretty sure that's who it is. And, you know, I've watched Bo grow up on this track, man. I've seen some exciting times for him on this Supercross track. I've also witnessed probably one of his most horrific times on this motocross track, as a matter of fact. We won't talk about that, but nonetheless, he's had some pretty gnarly get-offs. But you know what? He keeps coming back year after year, and he comes back as a challenger and a competitor, man.
Yeah, you know, crashes are never a good thing, but this is something a lot of us grew up racing, and just following your dreams and having fun with is what you don't want to forget.
Well, I believe that we're looking at Matt Johnson trying to break back into the lead, and I think that might be what he's done. We got 2 laps down right now. I'm looking at 277. That's still, yeah, Matt Johnson, your leader. Parton's still in second, and Gregory Palmer dropping back a little more in the number 3 spot. We got Garrett Edmonston, the Sandman, is 4th. Ben Robinson in 5th. Julian Brusso in the number 6 spot. Randy Lawson was in that number 6 position. And right now we got Jen Kenyon standing by with some more great information.
All right, we're down here with our women's class winner, Hannah Hodges. Hannah, that was an awesome ride out there. You may be a little underpowered on the bike side, but you're surely not underpowered on the talent side.
Thank you. I knew that I had to get a good jump, and Farron, everyone has me a great bike, and I got the jump, just rode a good race, and really pumped on it.
You know, we've seen you out there mixing it up with the boys and the girls. You know, you're a very impressive rider all around. What's it like to, you know, go mix it up with the guys and go out here and do so well in the women's class?
It feels really good. You know, I've been working really hard, so it feels good to see all my hard work pay off. I'm just really excited right now. It's actually my first title in the women's class, so I'm pretty pumped.
Oh, well, congratulations on that. That's huge. Who would you like to thank for getting you that title today?
The Lord Jesus Christ keeps me safe, my mom and dad, Farron Racing, MAV TV, Lucas Oil, Toilet Designs, FMF, Smith, Dunlop, Impulse, anyone else I forgot. Thank you very much.
All right, guys. Rodney, we're going to send it back up to you. We just had a crash right here next to our camera, but looks like the riders are all right.
All righty, thanks a lot as we take a look at our Halo Concepts podium interview there with our Moto hero there. She definitely one to keep an eye on as far as things go in the world of women's motocross. As we check back in, we are now with our junior plus 25 class. We've got another new leader. Bo Parton has moved back out to the front of the pack in this one. During that interview, Palmer is back up to 4th. Edmonston is 3rd. Ben Robinson is 4th. Justin Brusso is 5th. Randy Lawson 6th. Matt Johnson drops all the way back to 7th place. So big problems for him on that one. Stephen Davis in 8th. John Vale in 9th. And Gary Harvin rounded out the top 10. Man, you got to be thinking right now, Matt Robinson knowing he gave away the Supercross Championship in this plus 25 class.
Yes, definitely. He had the lead going right now. You know, Larry Parton was just checking his rear to see how big of a lead he had. Coming across this last turn right now. I'm sure he's happy. Start the weekend out good. Forgot his win.
Way to go, Bo. Larry Parton Jr. taking the Supercross main win, and that's the way you do the week. man. That's what you want to do. You want to win. Palmer, man, another tip of the hat to that rider. He gets second. We got to keep an eye on him, man. He could be one of these top bet riders throughout the course of this week, man. I mean, if consistency holds true. And look at the Farron Racing leaderboard. Parton, Palmer, Robinson, 1, 2, and 3. Edmonston checks in the number 4 spot. Justin Brusso in the number 5 position. Matt Johnson makes his way back up to a 6th place position at the end of the final lap. Randy Lawson is 6th. Stephen Davis is 7th. John Vale looking for him in 9th. And Gary Harvin to round out the top 10. Our Farron Racing top 10. And now back down to the start line where we've got, you made mention of it, brother. You said.
Schoolboy 2.
Yep. Here comes a good one. Barn Burner. Just struck up. 28.
Oh, we have a rider going down hard up front. I'm not sure who that was just now.
I don't know who that was, but I think Fry grabbed
it. Might have been Chase Bell.
29 actually grabbed the early lead in that one.
There's a pile-up going on right now, so this is the first race that we actually had some crashes and stuff like that, so...
I believe that's Mitchell Harrison, the 291. It says 91, but I believe that actually we're looking, or 29, I think that's his number is 291. So Mitchell Harrison actually getting off to the early lead in this one. He took the win in his division race out there, if I'm not mistaken. And second place in this race went to Bradley Esper, the 27 machine, as third place was Andy Coast, the number 31 slash. Again, those are for qualifying positions, and we kind of expect to see those guys maybe starting to move up there. There's Harrison up front. Tristan Charbonneau, he's riding the number 16. Memory serves me correct. Charbonneau took a win in his division race. He did just exactly that on that Thor Yamaha Monster Maxima Dunlop Fusion Graphics back machine. So Charbonneau and Harrison, both division race winners, both up front right now.
Yes, we had... That was Chase Bell who went down and coming out of the first turn. So he's back in the pack right now. You know, Mitchell Harrison is out front doing what he needs to do. We have Tristan Charbonneau's behind him, Bradley Taft, and Alexander Fry, and then Andy Koss running out of our top 5. So we are coming into the third lap, I think, right now. So lead's opening up a little bit, not too much. There's about a 1.5 second, 2-second gap. So he's going to try to just stay smooth and continue that.
Schoolboy 2, 13 to 16 BC riders. I know it says 65, 10 to 11 limited. I think that graphic's a little off right now, but
yeah, they're a little bit bigger than that right now. So.
Just a little bit. We got Mitch Harrison still out front. Tristan Charbonneau still in second. That gap last time around 1.2 seconds as they wrap up lap number 2. The gap still 1.2 seconds, so there's running nearly identical lap times. Look at that, less than 1/10 of a second difference in their lap times. Mitchell Harrison turned a 55.510, and Tristan Charbonneau a 55.450. So
yeah, there's not enough time for him to make the pass on that. He needs to try to find some more speed somewhere. You know, these other guys coming up behind him, maybe giving him some pressure. So hopefully that helps him move forward, or unless Mitchell Harrison is just doing his thing and just continue to stay out front.
Bradley Taft is in the third place position. Alexander Fry, a division race winner, if memory serves me correct, is fourth. Andy Coast, the 31 machine, in the number 5 right. Actually, I don't think Fry won that one division, but
no, he was winning it earlier, and he had a pretty bad crash.
That's the one that he went back to
fourth. So
yeah, he went back to fourth in that one, but he's still in contention right here to win. That's the cool thing about Supercross. No matter what happened out there, it's what happens at the end of these checkers is what you get scored for.
Yes, that's something good. It's a change of pace instead of having the 2 moto formats like a lot of these kids are used to. They have that to do an outdoor, but right now they just the pressure's on their one moto and their main event for Supercross. White flags out.
Wow, that went quick. Harrison, Charbonneau, Bradley Taft, Alexander Fry, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Don't expect any changes there. Look at this. All these riders are down into the 54 range. Charbonneau a 54.1, 54.5 for Taft, who's running back in third. And Coast is just over the 55 mark with a 55.099. So these guys are really finding some speed out there in this track. We talked about it, going to dial in, and we can see it dialing in before our very eyes right now.
Yes, track is not breaking down as much as I thought. The track crew here did a great job prepping it, letting the water sit on the track overnight. I think it might get hard pack at the end of the day.
That would be I imagine a welcome change for some of these riders, while other riders are still hoping for things to stay the way that they are. I don't know what Mitchell Harrison's mindset is on it, other than the fact that he just wants to make these final few turns right here and take the checker flag. And the Supercross win, man. All that hard work, all that hard effort, looked like he was struggling there in those division races and qualifiers on Monday. Today, no struggling. He takes it to the front of the pack, takes the win, and does it quite confidently. Nearly 2 seconds, 1.7 seconds over Tristan Charbonneau. Charbonneau will then finish ahead of Bradley Taft. Alexander Fry is the number 4 ride. Andy Coast in 5th. Dylan Merriman is 6th. 7th, Grady Featherstone. It's Chase Marquier in the number 8 spot. 9th spot, Dustin Winter and Will Markoff rounds out your top 10 in our Farron Racing leaderboard. And as we look down on the line next, we got race 16 getting ready to roll out. I believe this is our schoolboy class. And there's that thing I was looking for earlier. And there's our schoolboy class, the schoolboy class 2, 13 to 16. Race 16 on the docket. And looking at that right now, we got things about ready to get underway. And this looks like 50cc racing, actually. I believe this is one of our LCQs. This is one of the 50cc LCQs that they didn't get a chance to run this morning. They're throwing them into the race order. And we don't have any actual sheets on these guys right now. So we'll watch a little bit of this racing. We'll try to get some information. And, of course, while we get this sorted out and watch these guys get their qualifying done, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more from Gatorback Cycle Park and the 42nd Annual Thor Winter Olympics right after this.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of.
Said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
Hello, Phil from Farron Racing here. My partner and I, Mike Maroney, in 2010 had a dream to start an amateur race team. We're proud to announce that we've had 2 riders come through our program and now have pro contracts in place. In the near future, it is our dream to have a pro team in place where our amateur riders can then move forward to our pro team. With our new partnerships with MAV TV and Lucas Oil and other sponsors, all of our riders' dreams can come true. If you haven't watched MAV TV, check with your cable provider, give them a call, and insist on MAV TV. Let's go racing!
Welcome back to Gatorback Cycle Park, where we talked about the racing, but nighttime activities are always fun as well. As Monday night, we had the annual pie eating contest where we had Darlin Bakery bringing out the pies. We had chocolate pies, banana cream pies, and wow, you talk about excitement. These guys and kids, guys and gals, big kids and little kids, burying their face into this. And you look right there in the middle, that right there is Greg Brotman from radmx.com. He won this a couple of years ago. And it was very, very tight. I mean, it was down to a split decision, basically, on that pie eating contest. He won again. He took his money, donated to MXers for Jesus and the Kevin Kozad Ministry. So he's a 2-time pie eating champion, and he beat all those little kids, man. There was a little girl down there that almost would have won if it hadn't been for Greg. So, just kidding. But it was exciting. But that's just some of the stuff that goes on here. We talk about the actual nighttime activities. I mean, this is a true family event. I mean, not only are we here racing, but it's Thanksgiving week, so we try to make it as exciting for the family as possible. Is this 65s or 50s, man? This is the 60s. Yeah, okay, so this is 60s. I don't know where they came from. That's a little off of my race order as well. 65, 10 to 11. So Brandon Wather leading this one. Jeremy Ryan in second. Justin Coquino's the 444 is in the number 3 spot. Jack Rogers, 351 in fourth. We got Cole Bradford in the number 5 ride. Nathaniel Thrasher is 6th. James McIlvain running in the number 7 spot. Ty Glass was 8th. Kenny Jackson in 9th. And it looks like Gage Congas rounds out your top 10 in the 65. 10 and 11-year-old class. 22 riders in this one, so there wasn't any qualifiers. It was just, or actually it was just a qualifier. There wasn't any consi races or anything in it. Moto 1 winner was, or the qualifier winner, I should say, was the 351 of Jack Rogers. He's back now in third, and your leader, Brandon Walther, I believe, out of Denton, Texas, a good buddy of this young man that's sitting right beside me. Sean Hackley, didn't you say you know this kid?
Yeah, that's my little buddy. I take him riding every now and then, so it's great. He didn't have a good qualifier moto. I think he fell over, but he's doing what he needed to do. He got the whole shot. I know he's a great rider. He knows he can do it. So he just needs to stay strong, looking ahead, and not worry about what's going on behind him.
There you go. So you guys get to spend a lot of time together, or?
When I'm home, I'd probably see him once or twice a week riding just regular track, so it's great.
Wow, that's pretty cool, man. White flag, I think, is out in this one right now as Brandon on his way to his first ever, I think this is his first ever Supercross championship here at Gatorback,
This
right?
would definitely be his first ever Supercross championship. It might even be his first big championship that I think he's going to win. So I hope he can hold on for this.
Man, how does that make you feel to get to be able to watch it like this?
That's good because I've seen him ride on PWs. I helped him start riding, so that's great to see.
Wow, well, congratulations to you too, man. I know what it's like to see my friends do well out there, and I can only imagine getting to give this guy a few pointers and know that he's taking it out there and putting it to use and winning from it. It's got to make you feel pretty good. Right now it is Brandon is it Walther?
Walthers
out in the number 1 spot. We've got Jeremy Ryan in second. Jack Rogers in the number 2 spot, at least for the moment. James McElvain is 4th now as Coquinos drops off to the number 5 ride. Nathaniel Thrasher is still 6th. Ty Glass 7th. Cole Bradford in the number 8 spot. Gage Gongas was 9th. And looks like Jackson Kinney now moves into that top 10 position. Look a little further back. We see names like Braden Bruce, Chase Yenser, Bodie Deal. Those are all names that we saw top 10 contenders at more than one occasion at some of the other nationals this year, including Loretta's and even, I think, in some of these qualifiers, if memory serves me correct. But the checkers are out in this one. Brandon Walther takes the win. Jeremy Ryan takes the number 2 spot, only a second or so back, about 1.2. Jack Rogers, 1.3 seconds back in the number 3 position. McElvain is in 4th place as we look at the Farron Racing leaderboard. It's Justin Coquinos in 5th, Ty Glass in 6th, Cole Bradford 7th, Nathaniel Thrasher was 8th, Gage Gongas in the number 9 spot, and Jackson Kinney rounded out your top 10, 65, 10, and 11 limited. Race 17, if memory serves me correct right there. So with that being said, this should move us to race 18. This will be the 65, 7 and 9-year-olds. And this is the limited division of that. Looking at this one, I think we had several riders that had to be narrowed down in this one. And the top 32, as we take a look at it, headed out by Daniel Scott, the number 9 KTM ride out of Denver, Colorado. He was on a Mark IV Pro Motion suspension machine. We also saw a division win going to Crockett Myers, the 411 out of Shiloh, Georgia. He's on a Precision Interior JM Racing Novik back machine. Second place positions, ones to watch out for. Cody Gatlin, the number 88 Slash out of Lenore City, Tennessee. And also taking a second place position finish there was, I believe, scanning through the paperwork right there, we got Kobe Gatlin, and we should have another second place ride. I don't see him popping up on my sheets. There he is. There he is. That one is the Nathan Merricks. Nathan Merricks, the 42 out of Danville, Washington. So there's 4 top contenders. They both finished, all 4 of them finished top 2 in their division races out there, the 65cc 7 and 9 limited class. Another stepping stone class, I think, kind of so to speak, if you will. Sean Hackley, this is kind of the stepping stone from the 50s to the 80s where things really start to get exciting.
Yes, definitely. Coming off the 50s, you get into the 60s, you have your clutch, shifting gears now, which then gets you ready for getting on the 80s, I'm sorry. But a lot goes on in the 60 stage. I loved riding 60s before we got on 80s, which I actually wasn't a big fan of. I had another big spurt when I got on big bikes. So I went from 50s, 60s to 80s to 125s, and the 60s and the 125 was probably my favorite.
Wow, that's pretty wild. I mean, one would think that might be a little different. You think the 80s might be, but you say you took a growth spurt, and that I guess growing sometimes can be a disadvantage for a motocross racer, huh?
Yes, my legs haven't grown now since I got on 80s, so like my legs always got in the way, hitting the handlebars and stuff like that, to where I had to get on big bikes at 14. So getting on the big bike was really fun for me. I loved going faster, and I enjoyed it.
Well, good, man. It translated well to you. Got a nice professional career. A lot of great recognition through your amateur career as well as the 4-1-1 taking off to the early lead in this one. That is Crockett Myers. Myers out of Shiloh, Georgia on a Precision Interior JM Racing Novik back machine. So there you go. Motorsport.com whole shot there. As we got now the 88 machine running in the number 1 spot, Hamden Hudson. Hudson out of Danville, Virginia on a CT Racing Hudson Insurance Agency Cobra back machine. Muscling his way into the number 1 position after the first couple of turns there. And as we working on the completion of this first lap of racing, I'm pretty, I wouldn't say amazed, but a little shocked at how separated the front 5 are right now, Sean.
Yeah, they came out and they spread away right away. The whole shot, getting by Crockett Meyer, he took out of the gate and launched, and he's taking off right now. So everybody else is just kind of setting in. Maybe the track's getting a little rough. I see some breaker bumps right there. Some of the faces are getting eaten away just from the dirt being a little bit softer from all the rain that we've gotten.
And I think that we're seeing now, when we see those 50s out there, the ruts were starting to develop, but I don't think they were quite as what they are now. We're starting to see those berms and those ruts get a little bit bigger and a little bit deeper. So now I think just past the halfway point, or approaching the halfway point of our mains here right now, I got to begin to wonder if maybe those rough conditions that you were anticipating earlier might be starting to show their faces about right now, starting anyway.
Yes, I think so. You know, we have Crockett Myers. I was pretty sure he got the whole shot, but it looks like Colby Gatton and Jet Reynolds right now took him over. So Jet had a good ride in the other class early this morning, coming on strong last lap. So with a couple extra laps right now, let's see what he can do.
Well, right now, what we are seeing these guys do is put on a show for the crowd here at Gatorback Cycle Park, a new era here in Newberry, Florida. Just recently annexed to the great city of Newberry, and I know the folks here at Unlimited Sports MX are proud to be a part of that little community. And, both leaders.
Both the leaders go down. Looks like it's going to give the lead right back to Crockett Meyer.
Wow, man. Jet Reynolds gets caught up in the miscue by Kobe Gatlin there. And, wow, that right there changes the face of this race right off the bat. And our new leader is Crockett Myers, who had a fairly comfortable lead over Nathan Merricks for the, well, that would be the second place ride if he was able to get through that also. Tommy Lassiri is rounding out the top 5. That should have moved him up to a number 3 position. So lots of big changes taking place right there on that lap.
Yeah, that's for Jet Reynolds. He should have been looking ahead a little bit more, seeing that the leader, Colby Gatlin, went down, because you don't want to jump into someone when it's not really a blind jump.
Exactly, and remember, we were just talking about track conditions were starting to show a little bit different face, and I think he got on the inside of one of those ruts, cross-rutted up a little bit, and actually, however he did it, it actually just kicked him up and flipped him right off that bike, it looked like.
Yeah, it looked like it pushed the bike right into Jet Myers' lanes, or I'm sorry, Jet Reynolds, where he was going. So,
yeah,
you know,
Reynolds
these
had
insides
nowhere
are getting
to go.
deep.
Yeah, Reynolds had nowhere to go, so he got tangled up in that, and that was the big gimme there for Crockett Myers as he checks in now with 3 laps complete. Foot off the pegs and riding with a host of confidence right now in that number 1 position. I'm sure he feels that he doesn't have a lot of pressure coming up. Matthew LeBlanc, we saw him out there in the 50 class, I think, didn't we, a little bit ago?
Yes, we did. So that's good to see him able to step up onto the 65 and still do good.
And I think he might be moving up into a close top 3, maybe even second place position. We'll know more when these riders come around for the next lap complete. Last time around, it was Colby Gatlin, followed by Jet Reynolds, Crockett Myers, 1, 2, and 3. Colby Gatlin goes down, gets messed up in some of the ruts out there. Reynolds has nowhere to go. He goes down, and Crockett Myers moves right into position there. And Matthew LeBlanc also takes advantage of the situation and should be riding in the number 2 position as we watch the 4-1-1 head for the now white flag.
Yes, and it looks like he's riding great out there, taking some good lines, going wide. I think earlier in the race he went inside and was able to get past on the outside. So he learned his lesson, taking white lines, staying out the ruts, and just trying to – he has a little bit of a lead right now.
Yeah,
to take it to the finish.
And I think if I was going to make mistakes, let me make them all in the first or second lap, and let me fix them the rest of the time, actually.
Right, but he can't let up because I just saw Jet Reynolds coming up behind him, making a last lap charge once again in this race after his fall earlier.
Yeah, Reynolds has definitely got the all systems go there. He has got the throttle push full all the way forward as he is trying to do just exactly that, move all the way forward. He was, less than a second at the white flag last time around. It looks like Reynolds has really closed up that gap. So with that being said, you got to wonder whether or not he's going to force Kobe Gatlin into that mistake. I don't think so. Gatlin looks unshakable, untouchable, but that was a lap rider. I was going to say, did he get to the inside?
Tried the little block pass right there.
Yeah, but that was a lap rider. I thought it was a block pass going on, but it doesn't matter. It was Kobe Gatlin, I believe. We'll make sure right here. Let me make sure. I know that you're thinking that maybe Jet Reynolds did that, but I think it was still the 411 that got it. Oh, he did. You're right. Not 411, but he got it. Wow, man. Big change there. So, Reynolds seconds. Gatlin in the number 3 spot. LeBlanc in 4th. Big changes there on that lap 5. So, Myers, Reynolds, Gatlin, LeBlanc, Leclerc, the 4th. In 5th, Daniel Scott in 6th. Nathan Merrick's in 7th. We got Ewan Krish in the number 8 spot. Magnus Smith, the number 9. And looks like 10th place going to the 85 of Jeffrey Sheely. One thing you can say about these kids, man, parents are getting creative on names. Ryder, Magnus, Augustus, or,
a lot of new names coming out. It's pretty cool. Like Ryder, that was cool.
I love that. I mean, you couldn't ask for a more appropriate name for that rider.
Yeah, as well as Jet, who just got second in that race after having a fall.
Yeah, Jet.
Very appropriately limited coming up. So we have 7 laps on these guys. I think one of these qualifiers, they had 71 riders to go through to get eliminations down in the qualifiers.
Yeah, they did, and that meant that, you had to finish, if you were racing in LCQ, you had to finish one of the top 2 in order to think about racing in this Supercross main, believe it or not.
That makes it tough, but Tristan Charbonneau out to a good start, drifted a little wide, and ended up giving the lead to...
Looks like that 128 machine, I believe is that Mitch Kester, I believe. Mitch Kester out of Red Wing, Minnesota on the Star Cycle back machine. So, thanks to our friends at motorsport.com for helping provide coverage of the racing action here. Some riders stalling out there through the first couple of chicanes and turns as we are now nearing the completion of that first lap of racing now here in the 450B limited class.
Oh, got a couple of riders going down right there. Not too happy about that, but I'm sure he didn't do it on purpose, buddy. I'm sure he doesn't want to be on the ground.
Yeah. No, he laid down right in front of you just so you would lay down. The guy next to him paid him to do it. Yeah, you often wonder sometimes. You often wonder sometimes about that, but, you get heated like that sometimes. You just don't think. You say things before you think. And speaking of thinking, I'll tell you somebody that's thinking they are in the heart of it all right now. Jen Kenyon is down on the podium with our race winner there for our Halo Concepts podium interviews.
That's right, Rodney. I'm down here with our race winner, Crockett Myers. Crockett, it got a little bit close there at the end, but you pulled it off. What were you thinking heading into the finish there?
I knew I had it, but Jet was right behind me catching me, so I had to push even harder after that.
Yeah, definitely. I couldn't help but notice your rear tire. Those of you on the camera, you can't see, but looks like he's got a sand tire on here. Did that really help you grab that whole shot out there?
Oh, yeah. Golden tire helps a lot. It's Tsunami. It's real good. I like it a lot.
All right, well, who would you like to thank for getting this championship today?
Jesus Christ, my mom, my dad, Nario Izzy, Golden Tire, ODI, One Industries, Too Fast to Max, everybody who helps me out. Thank you.
All right, congratulations again, buddy.
Well, Jen, was that Steffi Bow we saw on the podium there just a couple of moments ago?
Yes, it was.
Wow. So, I from what I understand, is she teaching some schools? Is she kind of like helping him out, I guess?
Yeah, it looks like she's got her Golden Tire attire on, and that must be one of Crockett's major sponsors. So,
wow.
That's her down here. She's hanging out.
That is great to see that happen, obviously, coming full circle. Thanks a lot, Jen Kenyon, down on the podium as we pick things back up here. The 27, Bradley Esper is out front of this one now, it looks like. And, Sean, I tell you, this is another one of those races. It's a B class, but it's as exciting to watch as any A class we're going to watch on the track this week.
Yes, this is the guys moving up to the A class now. We have Will Malkoff and Cody Williams. He's actually from Texas, so he's on the Horton Racing team.
It's
We have a good racing going on. It looks a little tight. Bradley Espers looks like he's off front right now, but Will Markoff's right there, so he can't make any mistakes.
Wow. Markoff right there. And, yeah, again, I told you it's going to be just like an A-class. Exciting to watch. Cody Williams back there. Bryson Taylor. We got Henry Miller in 5th. Cody Kuykendall. Tristan Charbonneau in 7th. Then we've got Addison Emery in 8th. Zachary Bishop Burnett in 9th. And Josh Cartwright, who actually had some wins in some division races in these some of these B classes. The 151 machine took 9th in this particular limited class, but man, don't be surprised to see him move up to the pack. Watch these guys go at it right now. That right there, he's trying to force the issue. Will Markoff wants in that number 1 spot.
Yes, definitely. It's not a whole lapse. They're about halfway right now, so he has to try to keep moving forward. The leaders needs to focus on what he's doing, and Mark looks like he's doing good, but trying a little bit too hard, spinning out a couple of places, just needs to relax and let the race come to him. So we'll just see how these guys keep going for a second. Oh, they're coming up a little bit close right now. So going inside, got to protect your lap sides, but you at the same time, you don't want to get too gathered up with each other where have Cody Williams in 3rd place gather up and catch this, make it a 3-way race. That'd be great for us, but not for the rider. So, making a little contact right there, and that was nothing intentional, just did the step up. And now they're definitely doing a little bit of block passing, riding aggressive, trying to get this win. Doesn't want to get past, but he needs to also worry about what he's doing, not to worry about too much about Will behind him. We're on lap 5 of a race with 7 laps. So we have 2 laps left in the bag. Bradley Espers just going to try to hold it together right now and get the win. Looks like Markoff switching up his line some, which seems to be working because you don't want to follow in case the rider in front of you makes a mistake. So we're coming into lap traffic right now. Once again, he's still doing the step up, which Bradley Espers is not. Coming up on the white flag, so let's see what this last lap brings to us.
Man, Esper rising to the occasion here today, as has Markoff. Will Markoff, man, I mean, I've seen this kid ride some good races, but I got to go out on a limb here and say this is one of the better rides I've seen him ride at these Nationals.
Well, it looks like he's trying to do it this last lap. It's the last lap, so he has to make it happen. Needs to try to get inside of him again. We have that step up where he keeps landing inside of him, so if he can just do it, might have to be a little aggressive, but if you're trying to get this win, that's what he's going to have to do.
Well, watch, he's riding the complete outside of this racetrack. I got to wonder if he's trying for a setup or if he's trying to use some momentum to his side and in his favor down that front stretch. Here's where he needs to start really cutting those corners and going to the inside. And he's got himself set up for it. What a beautifully executed move right there.
That's what he's been doing every lap. So now protect his inside, use his lappers to his advantage. And he's coming across the final turn right now to take this victory. That was a great move he just did.
All those outside turns leading up to that inside jump to position himself to take the moto win right there. What a ride by Will Markoff right there. Bradley Esper coming in second. You know he's shaking his head right now saying, what just happened right there, man? I had this dialed in.
Yeah, he led that from the get-go and just made a little mistake. I mean, he was protecting his insides as well, but at the same time, you got to try to take the fastest line, especially when you saw him doing that lap after lap. He needed to protect that line.
A true on-track moto hero that time, Will Markoff. They're taking the win. Bradley Esper in second. Cody Williams, the 167 in third. Tristan Charbonneau in the number 4 position. Cody Kuykendall, the 52, was 5th. Josh Cartwright, our gunslinger here with us this weekend, the 151 in 6th. Keith Tucker, good buddy of mine, he moves up to 7th. He was actually outside the top 10 there for a good while, so he had to work his way into position after a bad start. Ryan Surratt, same thing. Be looking for this kid to make some major moves here this week, maybe when we get on the motocross track, but Surratt's going to be a name to recognize this week. 88, Addison Emery in 9th, and Blake Nieheiser, the Yamaha 168, rounds out your top 10 on our Farron Racing leaderboard there. Back down to the start line, and we continue. This is race 20 getting set to roll into this one, and I believe race 20, is that going to be our mini senior class? This is an 85 class. Yeah, a mini senior 12 to 15 limited class. And, again, a relative who's who as far as the 85 riders in the nation, in the world are concerned. And that one right there is the 17 slash of Cam Cannon out of Anderson, South Carolina. He's a Moose Racing, Club MX, Smith Optics, Neely Racing, Pro Motion Suspension, EBS Pro Taper, Monster Army backed ride. He took a division race win and a qualifying race win, I guess is what we should call that. He took the win out of Anderson, South Carolina, and he opens up right where he left off, right up front.
Yeah, then we have Brock Poppy, who led a couple laps in his other class. I think he might even got the win or the championship in that one. So he knows how to lead this race. I'm pretty sure that he wants to get up front and do it again and get himself another championship.
Oh, yeah, Brock knows exactly what he needs to do, and that's put himself in position to be there in the end, and that's exactly what he's done right off the bat in this one. But he's also got company coming up behind him and is thinking probably pretty much the same thing, I think, right now. Like behind him, we got Facchetti back there, the 222 machine. Glenn back there. We got Christopher Fortier, the number 66 in fourth. We got Devin Stang in fifth aboard the 108. Chase Fosnot is sixth aboard the 30. Tommy Rios, Gabe Guitars in eighth. We got Jordan Bailey in ninth and Ezra Hastings in 10th. You're pointing down, you're looking. I think you're as surprised as I am. A lot of the key players or riders we expect to be key players in this one are a little further back. One thing we got to point out, remember, Sean, this race is the one that is kind of the preview for 2014. So some of those riders are actually making the transition up. So if we're not seeing them do so well right now, that might be the reason.
Right, yeah, they could move it up to an older age group or something like that. But one thing you always got to work on is getting your starts down. That's the most important part of the race, because if you start out last place with only a race that's 5 laps, it's going to be really hard to catch up.
Yeah, that doesn't matter how old you are at that point. You got to be fast in that first turn. Cameron Cannon, your leader out of Anderson, South Carolina, 58.4. Lap times are getting consistently under the 1 minute mark, and we're talking 85s. These aren't the super minis. These aren't the big wheels. These are the 85, basically the mini senior 12 to 15-year-old class riders. There might be a little punching out going on there, but not much, man. 58.4 second lap time. That's pretty fast, all things considered. So the track is obviously coming around. I don't think we have any concerns about track conditions at this point, unless you get off the track. That might be where you get into some trouble.
Yes, off the track, I'm sure you're going to find some mud piles of them scraping the mud off to the side, but track's doing good. It looks like it's getting a little bit rougher. The braking bump's coming in, which is almost making the track a little bit more outdoor style now, not so much supercross. You have to worry about ruts and braking bumps, and some of the faces are getting eaten out a little bit.
Well, our 450C class is what's coming up next. They're on the gate, and that's the 450C Limited, actually. Our leader, Cam Cannon, turning a fast lap time of 58. I think they're on lap 2, 5:04, and he is continuing to try to hold point here in this 5-lap moto. Brock Pappy's back in the number 2 spot at the end of lap number 3, and as we watch this one, looks like Pappy might be getting ready to get under some pressure there as Gianluca Facchetti back there in the number 3 spot has closed up gap on the 144, and we're starting to see it get a little exciting, I think, for a second. We've got Chris Fortner back in 4th and Chase Fosnot back in 5th, but again, Pappy and Facchetti, that's the ones we're kind of watching right now. I think Pappy might have just got a little bit of breathing room there, but there for a moment, man, he was starting to feel some pressure. I think he started sweating it. White flag out, 1 more to go, and Facchetti is on the throttle still, so we don't necessarily want to count him out. And we know that Pappy, we're not going to count him out any either.
No, not at all. Facchetti had a faster lap time going into that last one. I think he made a couple of bobbles in that last lap, but he has a little bit of Pappy has a little bit of lead, but it looks like Fachetti's closing it right back up for this last lap to try to make it go for a second.
Well, there we go. He is closing it back up. Fortner, and there's Bailey up to 5th now, so we're starting to see some of the cream rise to the top there. We got Rios in the number 7 spot. We've got Eugene Christian now in 8th, Ezra Hastings in 9th, and little Gabe Gizarez is in the number 10 spot aboard the number 49 machine. I'm looking down through some of these other riders. I think the cream is rising to the top without much problem there as our 17 slash machine of Cameron Cannon takes the checkers and the win. Our on-track moto hero right there, man. And rightfully so. He put things to work there early on. He and Pappy going at it in the early part of this race, Sean, and he showed him who boss was, at least this time out anyhow.
Yes, Cameron Cannon came away with the motorsport.com whole shot as well, I believe. So he had a great race right there. You know, did exactly what he came to do here this weekend. It's the first time I've seen him out here, so he's trying to get this going for the entire weekend.
Our Baron Racing top 10, Cam Cannon, Brock Pappy, Gina Luca Facchetti, Christopher Fortier. Also Jordan Bailey rounding out the top 5. Chase Fosnot in 6th, Tommy Rio 7th, Eugene Christian in 8th, Ezra Hastings in 9th, and Gabe Gutierrez rounding out your top 10. Mini Senior 12 to 15 limited there. That is, again, as we look at our race docket right here, the Mini Senior class is race 20. So we're rolling through our race docket today, and that's exactly what the folks at Unlimited Sports MX had hoped and were planning on. And we're still gearing up for motocross practice over on the motocross track here shortly as the gate drops for our next class, the 450C Limited. And at this point, I begin to wonder how many of these guys are actual novice riders. These guys are crazy, man. In order to be in this one, you have got to do your work coming into this one. As Michael Sweeney, I believe that is, out of Johnstown, Colorado, makes a name for himself. He finished 13th in his qualifier. He grabs the whole shot on that Sun Racing, LSE Racing, Fox, Spy, Liat, Novik, back to KTM. Can he hang on to point now?
That's what we're about to find out. Maybe he didn't like the track at first. It wasn't his style, but maybe with the conditions and everything, he likes a little bit of rougher and just wasn't comfortable with jumping. But, we have a rider going down right here in front of the camera.
Jen Kenyon joining us now in the studios, the CarMates Custom Studios. And, Jen, I know we've been talking about this Twitter contest from Lazy Days RV. Lazy Days, if you love RVing, welcome home. I love them, man. That they are our accommodations here this weekend. I'm loving it. Correctly predict the winner of this race to win a subscription to RacerX magazine. Send your tweets with hashtags MiniOs2013.
That's right, Rodney. We got a lot of big hitters coming up in the 250 Pro Sport class. We got RJ Hampshire, Dakota Alex, Daniel Sanye, Thomas Covington, Cody Renslin. All those guys are going to be in this race. We got a lot of really heavy hitters coming up, so we want you guys to tweet your winning predictions to hashtag MiniOs2013. You just hashtag that. You give us your prediction. We're going to put them all into a pot. If you get the right answer and we draw your name, you're going to win a free RacerX subscription, courtesy of both RacerX and Lazy Days RV.
Okay, and that's for our 250 Pro Sport. That's race 23. We're on race 21 right now. So guys have got time to think about this, right? Got a little bit of time to think about it, but there's some, like you said, big names out there, man. Who are you picking?
Oh, man, this is hard. I mean, we just saw a really great race between Hampshire and Dakota Alex. Those two are both on it. So if I had to choose, it would probably be between those two guys. But right now, I can't even make one.
Yeah, it's hard. And I agree with you. You're not wrong in assuming that at all. And right now, we've got things taking place out on the racetrack. Sean, looks like we got a new lead there now, man. What just took place?
Yeah, it looks like he went around the outside. That's Drew Abney coming from Shawnee, Oklahoma, the same town as Trey Kennard. So maybe he's been riding with Trey some, getting the flow going, and if he has been riding there, then he's not scared to jump by any means.
Oh, by no means. I think maybe a little miscue by our leader as we're got us in this position right now. The 114 machine of Drew Abney around Keenan Mockma, the 634. The 634 is trying to make up ground right now. He's dropped back a few positions, actually. There's the 41 machine of Michael Sweeney. He was running third at the end of lap number 2 after grabbing the motorsport.com hole shot there. But regardless, it is the 114 Drew Abney leading this one now, while Kyle McElrath, the 36 machine, and if I'm not mistaken, younger brother, the Shane McElrath, is holding on to second right now.
Yes, that's what it looks like. You know, the last name looks very familiar to me. So if he's riding with his older brother, great rider, just turned pro this year, riding for the Troy Lee team. So we have about 2 more laps to go. He's going to try to make a pass and get this championship under his belt.
Luke Warner third. Michael Sweeney drops to fourth. Robbie Ruffner is your fifth place ride. Trey Hicks in sixth. Watch for him to move up in this one, I believe. Jack Davis is seventh. We got Cody Albert. We got a pass yet?
It looks like we do. They're side by side going into this turn. I think McElrath could have moved over, but he was being a little bit too nice right there. So right now he's coming up on the white flag, so he needs to make a move if he's going to have, so he can have some time.
Well, don't pay championships to be nice, I don't think. You got to be not necessarily mean or rude, but you got to be aggressive anyway to win those championships, and that's what Abney is being right now. Just aggressive enough to hold on to that number 1 spot while Kyle McElrath is in position. This is where the show begins. It's a one-lap showdown between these two right here, and you've seen that big high banking turn that McElrath took there. You know what he's trying to go for. We saw it happening outside, outside. He's going to try to go outside here, if I'm not mistaken. He'll go outside again, and then at the end of this next one, and as we head into the chicanes, watch him go to the inside.
Yeah, he's trying to carry his speed right now to set up, maybe get a little bit closer, stay out of these ruts and not make any mistakes. But it looks like Abney's going to go inside, protect his line, which is very smart.
Most definitely, but I think a little miscue coming out of that turn for the second place ride of Kyle McElrath might have been another reason he wasn't able to position himself, and another miscue right there coming into the final two turns. And McElrath loses a little more time, and that means that Drew Abney will roll across on that Yamaha from Suwanee, Oklahoma, to take the win and be our on-track moto hero here today of this 450C limited class. Drew Abney, the number 114 machine, sponsored by Raynard Modifications, also Answer Racing, RTF, FMF, RTC, FMF, and Triple Effects. So the Fair and Racing leaderboard, Drew Abney, Kyle McElrath, Robbie Ruffner in third, Lou Corner in fifth, Michael Sweeney was fifth, Trey Hicks sixth, Dylan Cohen in seventh, Cody Artlett in the eighth spot, Carlos Simon in ninth, and Austin Flock rounds out your top 10. More 85cc's coming up next. This is our 85 9 to 11-year-old division, and again, one of my favorite divisions to watch as far as amateur motocross is concerned. Reason being, I just love the competition, man. I just love it. And it can come from anywhere, including Garrett Marchbanks, who took a division race win when he was out there. Lance Kobush took a division race win out there. So there's going to be two guys to watch. Kobush on the number 99 out of New Florence, Missouri. And Garrett Marchbanks out of Colville, Utah. He's riding aboard the number 82 Kawasaki. Both these riders actually Monster Energy Kawasaki riders. So we'll see which one's going to rise to the top, or will someone else take their spot at the helm here to kick things off today. And it looks like the number 34 is going to be the one to do it. That's Jarrett Fry out of Mechanicsville, Maryland. He's a Cernix Racing MTF backed ride. He's also backed by Fly, as well as Factory Connection, Smith, and more.
Yes, your two heat race runners, Marchbanks and Kobush, you know, they had a race earlier today where they were first and second, Marchbanks taking the win. And it looks like Kobush is out in front right now. So his best bet to try to get it around up. Jarrett Fry, you know, he's from Mechanicsville, Maryland. That's the same town as Budds Creek. So I'm sure he can handle these conditions.
Oh, yeah. Those boys have seen some sandy-type conditions and rain on more than one occasion. I know that. I've been down there myself. Looking at this one right now, 85 9 to 11, Jarrett Fry, Lance Kobush, and Garrett Marchbanks. Kobush and Marchbanks, remember, were division race winners in their race out there. The 34 of Fry actually took a second-place position finish in his division race win. So being out front, he's comfortable there. So he probably feels he should have won his division race for whatever reason. So it's going to be tough to shake him out of this one, I believe. That's a tree that you're not going to get him out of very easily. So we're looking at Fry. We're looking at Kobush. We're looking at Marchbanks 1, 2, and 3. Brandon Walther is fourth. Jalik Swoll in fifth. Jesse Flock in sixth. It's Jace Kessler in seventh. Devin Simonson is eighth. Jackson Turpin in ninth. And it looks like Justin Coquinos, the 444, rounds out your top 10.
Yeah, it looks like Fry's doing great out there right now. Marchbanks made the pass on Kobush, so he's going to try to go for the win, but Fry got a second in his qualifier, so he's no slouch, and he's going to go out there and keep going for it.
Well, we got one lap down, working on lap number 2, and actually 2 down now for Jarrett Fry. Marchbanks now into the number 2 spot, dropping back to third is Lance Kobush. Jalik Swoll up the fourth, and rounding out the top 5, Walther. How's it all going to be when the checkers come out? We'll find out that and what's going to get us there whenever we come back to more Racer TV right here from Gatorbank Cycle Park and our 42nd Annual Thor Winter Olympics presented by Pro Circuit. We'll be right back.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of.
I've said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
And we're back here at Gatorback Cycle Park for the 42nd annual running of this Thor Winter Olympics presented by Pro Circuit, and it's our 85 9 to 11-year-old class. Looks like Lance Kobush is that. I was one of our top 3 riders. He was actually at second at one position, I believe. He goes down. Marchbanks is out ahead of him now, so trying to get things sorted out there. Jarrett Fry, I believe, continuing to lead this one aboard the number 34 machine. Remember, okay, so we got a change for the lead. Thanks a lot, Sean Hackley, as he informs us that things have changed. And there he is, the 82 of Marchbanks muscles his way literally into the number 1 position with 1 lap to go. Folks, don't forget, start tweeting them out. Hashtag Minios 2013. Who do you think is going to win this 250 Pro Sport class coming up? Names like Jesse Walters, Carlos Bandali, Brock Gorley, Cody Chisholm, Dakota Alex. So tweet them out. Again, that hashtag, your Twitter, your Instagrams, hashtag Minios 2013, and make your podium predictions. Tom Covington's going to be in this one. Coming up, we've also got Zach Comans, Chris Morris, Keaton Ward, Benahela. We got Ostadillo, Jordan Smith. Actually, I don't think Smith is in this one. He's out again due to the broken leg. Marshall Welton, R.J. Hampshire, Luke Rensland, Darian Sanai, actually Nick Gaines, and Matthew Burkeen. So there's a number of those riders that could end up taking a win. Give you a little cheater here. I'll tell you right now, R.J. Hampshire won the 250 Pro Sport qualifier race. So tweet them out. Hashtag Minios 2013. And our winner at the checkers, Garrett Marchbanks, all the way from Colville, Utah, taking a half-second win over Jarrett Fry, who was not going to let up any whatsoever into that one. Lance Kobush will check in for a number 3 spot. Jalek Swoll in 4th. Brandon Walther in the number 5 spot. And that, I must have been misinformed. That might not have been Kobush that went down. It had not been. But Walther is 5th. Jesse Flock 6th. Jackson Turbin in 7th. Ethan Mann in 8th. Rush Chapman in 9th. And Jordan Jarvis rounding out the top 10 as we take a look at that Farron Racing Board. And again, our on-track schools Moto Hero is going to be Garrett Marchbanks. Literally a Moto Hero for sure, as he muscled his way to the front of the pack to take the win in that 85 9 to 11-year-old class. We got more racing coming, and this is it. This is the 23 race that we were talking about, the 250 Pro Sport. Twitter.
And the gate's down. Hope you guys gave your race predictions in to get this free Racer X issue.
That's right. You win a free Racer X subscription. Not just an issue, 12 issues, man.
Yes, 12 issues.
So you still got time to get them in there. We'll draw it, I think, probably right at the end of the race or right toward the end of the race. But regardless, it is 3:21. R.J. Hampshire, Amsoil Factory Connection Honda back ride, took the race win in the qualifier for a gate position for the Supercross mains, and he is picking up right where he left off. Dakota Alex finished 3rd. He is in 2nd right now aboard that number 37 machine. Nose-to-tail battling going on right now as we speak, and I can expect to see big changes taking place. Up break there for the 285 machine. That was Michael Welton out of Michigan. Got hung up on the inside of that turn there. Hampshire out front, Alex in 2nd. Rensland in the number 3 spot. By the way, Luke Rensland, who rides that, I believe it's the number 343 machine. He is from Hewitt, New Jersey on a Horton Racing Rock River Power Sports Yamaha. He finished 5th in the qualifiers for this Supercross main. We got Darian Sanai. He's back there, I believe, in a number 4 spot. Nick Gaines is 5th. Matthew Burkeen in 6th. Chris Morris in 7th. Zach Comans in 8th. We've got Tom Covington all the way back in 9th, and Carlos Bandali in the number 10 spot. And I got to say this for poor old, there's 2 riders here this week that cannot buy a start. Keith Tucker and Tom Covington. Both those boys, I tell you, cannot buy a start. They have to work so hard to get up to the front of the pack. I got to wonder if they got starts, could they win motos, could they win races? I have to believe that they would be definite contenders, but we'll see, and we'll watch throughout this one. Again, remember, you've got just a couple more moments to tweet them out. Tweet them out, and we'll take those race prediction winners. It's of this race right here we see on the track. Hashtag Minios 2013, a subscription to Racer X Illustrated is what you could be winning. Hampshire, Alex, Rensland, Sanai, Nick Gaines, your top 5 now.
looks like Alex is trying to make a move. These guys, Hampshire won the first one, Alex won the second one, so they're both going for it. But right behind them, they have Luke Rensland, who's trying to get up there and get a battle too.
Man, I just got to say that 321 machine, I guess probably a lot of that confidence not only comes in his riding ability, but the team that's backing him right now. When you come in here with a Geico Honda ride, with that factory connection, that Amsoil ride, you got to be thinking, man, I am it. I am the stuff right now. Everybody's going to be gunning for me right now. I mean, you got guys like Tomac, Barsha, and all those guys that led out ahead of you. We saw Bell doing it a couple of years ago. I mean, the guys that have these rides usually are it, and that's probably why he's feeling like it right now.
Yes, definitely. If you look at the history of the team bringing these amateur guys into the pros, they did, hits a hay bale right there, but it's just, it gives you the confidence, just having guys behind you that back you to help you win. You also have Dakota Alex getting help from Orange Brigade and the guys at KTM. He has great bikes as well. So these guys, they don't have too much separate them. Luke Rensland's over there with the Horton Racing team. So these guys all have great bikes and great abilities. They just see who can do it the best.
Right now it is Hampshire. Alex in second, Rensland in third. Sanai is still the number 4 ride. Nick Gaines rounds out the top
Dakota
5.
Alex goes down.
Wow, second place, Alex. What did he do right there, man? Just get too high or what?
That rut right there is getting pretty deep. He got cross-hard, came out and high-sided and threw him off the bike pretty hard. Wasn't a high speed, but it just tossed him off the bike.
I just happened to look away over at the board, and I saw a flash of orange on the monitor there for just a second. And next thing I know, Alex is down on the ground. He's kind of slow to get up, it looked like, too. Probably, I'm sure he's just laying there thinking, man, I just threw that one away.
Yeah, it was a tough one. It was probably a hard crash, and he realizes that the race is kind of over for him right now. As far away he is the bike, but he still needs to get up, make sure he's okay. Hopefully he's okay, and they still have another race coming up later in the day for Moto 27 with 450 Pro Sport.
Well, he comes out scrubbing over the finish line there, and Hampshire is feeling no pressure. 2.5 seconds. Alex is still getting up right now. He must have went down a little harder than what it looked like. But almost a minute later, the leaders are coming through, and Hampshire, Rensland, Sanai now into third, Gaines into fourth. Tom Covington, remember he was ninth, now he's up to fifth. That's what leads me to believe. Give this boy a start, and maybe he might be a battler, be able to battle for the wins out there. Zach Commons in the number 6 spot. Chris Morris is 7th. Matthew Burkeen in 8th. We got Carlos Badali in the number 9 spot, and Bodie Colangelo just made his way into the top 10, it looks like, as well. So we got some changes going on. I believe Brock Gorley having some problems, falling back to the number 15 position.
Yeah, we have Rensland and Darian Sanai. He's back in third right now. They're all running good laps, but like you said earlier, Thomas Covington just not helping himself with the starts to be able to contend at the end for the wins, because he's running good laps coming through the pack.
Well, look at the lap times. If you watch him consistently, I think Covington running consistently fast laps, 53.480.
He just had the fastest lap that lap, so.
That's crazy. That is crazy, man. Yeah, he had the fastest lap, and actually, let's see, what was the fastest lap? I think it was a 52.515.
Yes, RJ ran a 52 the last lap. I saw that.
So he's about a second off the fastest lap, but you got to remember he's buried back in the pack a little bit and trying to make up, trying to get around riders. So to be able to run those quicker laps, that's pretty impressive stuff. Not saying it isn't impressive to run the 52 that we saw this cat right here run either. 52. Did I say 52 seconds? Weren't we like a minute and 9 seconds the first race out? I think with some of these A riders.
Yes, I mean, let's see. I think the fastest lap at the first moto was a 59. So. Track's getting better as well as getting rougher. It's turned out into a great evening.
It sure is, man. This racetrack has really dialed in as the day progressed. And Hampshire, with his work cut out for him, did all the work right from the beginning. And now it's just a matter of kicking back with your feet on the desk. And
making little mistakes. And Luke Rensland's right there. I don't know how this is going to play out with him being off the track and stuff, but Rensland's going to try to take him wide, but RJ's coming back, and this is going to be a good race now.
I will say this. The rules always state, re-enter the racetrack at the next possible safest point without gaining an advantage. He didn't gain an advantage. He dropped back into that number 3 position, so he's still trying to play catch-up out there as two riders got around. At least two riders got around. Only one?
Yes. Only Rensland got around him. So the race is coming. I think they have 2 laps left, so Hampshire needs to come up because right now, if not, that'd be 3 different A-class winners that we have, with Hampshire winning the first one, Alex winning the second one, and Rensland's leading right now the third one.
That definitely make those awards, those overall awards, pretty exciting to watch for. But looks like you said, only one rider had gotten around. I thought it must have been another lapped rider got around him, but somebody else got around him. But only losing that one position, that was pretty big stuff for Hampshire to be able to maintain at least a second-place position. And those points that he's going to need to stay confident. So right now we are watching the 343 of Luke Rensland, who was riding back there in a quiet, confident second-place position. Positioned himself late in the moto, and I wonder how many folks had that had Luke Rensland picked for the win, and who is going to be able to win a free subscription to Racer X Illustrated. And we're going through the entries right now, and no one has picked Luke Rensland, believe it or not. Does that mean we're not going to give away a Racer X subscription?
Do I still have time to put my entry in?
Hey, I believe we'll take it to the white flag, as a matter of fact.
Well,
I don't
checker
know.
flag is coming out right now, so I have to post mine.
Too late, so nobody's going to win that one this time. We're going to have to do it again.
So we have 3 different A-class winners. Hampshire, Alex, and Luke Rensland now.
Now, you as an amateur, as a professional, and coming through the amateur ranks, you probably realize the actual significance of this, man. I mean, that right there is a pretty large, I mean, it's pretty big to have 3 different winners like that, because that means that the playing field is pretty even. And by the way, we did get, one person did, and they did win a subscription. We'll get that pulled up here in just a couple of moments. But our on-track School's Moto Hero this time, Luke Rensland. Tip of the hat to you, young man, and congratulations to our winner here. Racer TV winner. I thought that right there might be it. Nope. We're going to be announcing the name here in just a second, so our producers are working on that right now, getting the graphics ready to go, and we'll announce our Racer X subscription winner. Thanks to Racer X Illustrated Magazine for being a huge supporter of Racer TV. And we're back to more racing, it looks like, as we continue. What a great A race. Now we're into, what are we looking at here? We got 250 Pro Sport 65, 7 and 9 out right now, I believe. I could be wrong. $65, 7 and 9. No, I wasn't wrong. So the motorsport.com whole shot there. And I kind of missed that one because we were looking around trying to sort through all this. And look at the inside of that, the big hay bale right there. That's how many handlebars have been clipping. That's one of them big round bells that had that mesh tied around it. Those guys are getting close to the inside, laying them handlebars down into the inside of that turn, it looks like.
Yeah, they're trying to open up the track some, but it looks like Jet Reynolds finally got himself to a good start. He's been working his way through the pack all day long, so let's see what he can do out here at front.
Yeah.
Maybe he can just charge and just pull a big gap and have an easy win under his belt finally.
No doubt. This kid, he has had to work his way up through the ranks into position to try and win. And today, in this particular class, to be able, the 7 to 9-year-old class, to be able to pull the early lead, that makes his day a lot easier. Look at that big fist pump over that triple on the backside. That's a huge triple for a 65.
For a 65, these guys are really going fast.
Man.
And this is the 7 to 9 group, too, so that's the young guys coming out. That's good.
Exactly. Those are kids that are just coming off of a 50 in a lot of cases, man. Fist pumping over the triple on the backside. This kid is on fire right now.
A little happy that he finally got himself a good start. He knows he can do it. He showed it all day.
We got Crockett Myers back in the number 2 spot. He's the 411. Nathan Merrick's in the number 3 spot. Daniel Scott runs 4th aboard the number 9. It's Magnus Smith. There's another one of those cool names we were talking about. The number 56 is 5th. Alex Mann in 6th. James Gann in 7th. Then we got Tommy LeClaire, the 4th. He's in 8th and 9th place. We got some changes going on there, as it looks like Tommy LeClaire moved up to 8th. Alex Mann in 9th, and rounding out the top 10, then Austin Kupakrandis, I believe, is what we're going to see there with our 10th place position finisher. looking down through the ranks, we still got plenty of names to come up through it. And any one of these riders could be a part of the top 10 before this one's all said and done. There's Crockett Myers still back in second. Looks like he's starting to feel some pressure from Daniel Scott right now.
We sure are getting through the races great today. You know, Unlimited Sports put together a racetrack today after all the weather and everything, and they're getting through the program so that we can try to get to motocross practice.
Well, from what I understand, we were originally scheduled to end the broadcast day today, Sean, at 2 o'clock, and we've got such overwhelming support and excitement, and the Supercross racing is going so well. We're actually going to do till 3 o'clock today, and I'm thinking that's going to put us all the way through all of our Supercross mains, as a matter of fact. So from start to finish, man, every main of Supercross is going to make its way onto Racer TV, and I think that itself is a pretty cool enhancement to this, because we weren't sure coming into this broadcast schedule whether we were going to get them all. By golly, we are. We're very blessed here today for sure.
Yeah, great time, man. I wish we had this back when I was an amateur, so my family, you know, that we don't get to spend Thanksgiving with, could watch me race and see what we were doing.
Can you imagine how many big 60-inch screen TVs are getting rolled into the dining room in preparation for tomorrow's Thanksgiving feast to watch the mini-O's on TV?
A lot, especially after Black Friday is coming up, too. All these sales, everybody's buying their new TVs, so it's great to see one of your family members on TV winning.
No doubt. No doubt. I'm looking forward to seeing just exactly how many hits we end up having on this one. I know we've seen a lot of great response so far today, and we're seeing a lot of great racing as well. And I think that's one thing that's keeping the folks interested in watching. Crockett Myers still back in the number 2 spot. Let's check out that gap. Now, here's something that kind of does surprise me. As fast as Jet Reynolds is moving his way up through the pack and clicking away and position after position after position, lap after lap, he's only got a little over a 3-second lead over second place. One would think as fast as he runs up through the pack that he'd be running about 15 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. Maybe he only rides as fast as he needs to ride.
Well, you know, Crockett Meyer, he was leading one of the other motos, so, you know, he's obviously one of the fast kids. We have Daniel Scott in third, so I think he just had to push a little bit of extra coming in earlier, being from behind. So right now he's taming down a little bit, making a few mistakes I just saw, but this is the last lap. I'm sure he's happy and just overwhelmed right now to finally get his first win, to see it that where it's already in his hands. He's not trying to make a pass at the last turn.
Well, 4 laps in, Reynolds, Myers, that's Crockett Myers, Daniel Scott in third, Nathaniel Merricks is fourth, Colby Gatlin in fifth, Magnus Smith in sixth, Alex Mann, the man, in seventh. We got James Gann in eighth, Jaden Clough in ninth, and Austin Kopacrandis rounding out your top 10.
Jet Reynolds comes over the finish line pulling a tear off. Just feels good to have that clear vision, to have no one in front of you at the end of the finish line.
I think he just did it because he just wanted to do it. I don't think he had to.
Yeah, I didn't know how to pull tear offs when I was on the 60, so that's
really
pretty cool.
When did you really start getting advanced like that, do you think?
Wow. I feel as though 80s. On
Really?
80s, I feel like that started happening, you know. All the goggle companies right now are coming with laminated tear-offs and stuff like that. So
the maturity level seems to be happening at a little younger age now in motocross, so even over the course of the last 10 years or so, huh?
Yes, definitely. You see the little 50, 78 riders scrubbing and jumping all the triples and stuff like that, so it's great.
I guess that's a pretty good indication that things have definitely stepped forward as far as talent and abilities for these riders as we roll into race 25. The 250B class coming up right now. Another one of those stepping stone classes. A lot of these riders getting ready to...
Mitchell Harrison had a pretty good start, but he got pushed out. I think that's Keith Tucker.
I think it is. A 641 old Tucker out there.
And we were talking about him getting a good start earlier. That's one of your friends.
Yep.
Alexander Fry finally got a good start. He's in second. I saw Ryan Surratt up there. So looks like all the top guys are going to be up front this race.
So Keith Tucker out of Fuquay Varna, North Carolina, on a Yamaha Triangle Cycles backed Answer Scott Factory Connection MTF Dunlop GYTR Yamalube FMF back machine. By the way, congratulations in our Lazy Days Twitter contest. The RV Authority day one winner, Jeremy Hensley at Jeremy Hensley 11. He actually picked that rider to be the winner, believe it. Luke Rensland to be the winner there of that Pro Sport Moto a few minutes ago. So that's pretty cool stuff right there. But anyway, Tucker's out front. We're going to get to a chance to see if he rides as fast as what I think he does.
Well, there we go. You know, he looks like he's going good right now. Got a great start. He's out there. He's charging, moving forward. Not worried about Alexander Fry or Nathan Haas and Mitchell Harrison. Also, Ryan Surratt with another good start. So we'll see how this race turns out.
For sure. You know, last year, Tucker was actually ill coming into the Mini-O's and didn't get a chance to race. He spends a lot of his time, well, most of his time, living at the Millsaps training facility up there in Georgia. So he and Colleen are pretty tight and pretty close. I did have a chance to talk with his dad. I was giving his dad heck there day before yesterday, or actually I believe it was yesterday. I was giving him down the road, and come find out his dad was on his way in. He looked me up last night, and he found me, and he gave me a big noogie and told me, don't be raking me over the coals over the PA like that no more. But so, Dad, you got to be proud of son right there. The 641, Little Tuck is on the move right now.
We have a yellow flag. We had a lap rider coming down, but looks like Keith Tucker's doing a great job. Hitting his lines good, not making any mistakes, not worried about what's coming up behind him. So just keep his head forward and keep focused.
Alexander Fry back with the number 2 spot. Nathan Haas, the 5'11", running in 3rd. We've got Mitchell Harrison in 4th. Ryan Surratt is 5th. Josh Cartwrighter, Gunslinger, the 151 in 6th. It's Eric Grondel in 7th. Jerry Robin, the number 85 in 8th. Blake Nyheiser in 9th. And looks like Nick Farrell rounds out your top 10 in this one. And another relative who's who as far as the names in this 250B class, all being led by that Triangle Cycles Yamaha ride of Keith Tucker right now, grabbing that motosport.com hole shot and has not looked back from that point on. Seen a little goggle adjustment taking place for him right there. He still seems to be confident and comfortable, but he's also coming up on some lap traffic right now, so he's got to be pretty calculated with Alexander Fry trying to charge up from back in that second place position. Almost a 4-second gap between first and second place right now. Lap times 54.5 for Keith Tucker, a 55.1, about 0.6 of a second slower for Fry last time around.
Yes, it looks like Keith Tucker got in a little bit of lap traffic, had to pull a tear off. You know, you're out front. You want to have clean vision so you can hit your good lines. So Alexander Fry right now needs to pick up the pace some and keep pushing forward.
Wow, liking that new look we got to him on this cycle here today, man. So Keith Tucker looking good. Now here he comes across for 4 laps complete. There was a 55.164. Fry's picking it up, though, a 54.705, about 0.4 of a second faster there for Fry. The gap's still over 3 seconds right now, so still a little bit of breathing room, but not too much. 4 laps down. I believe we're working on the final laps right now, this 250B class.
Yeah, there's 7 laps in this race, so we have a little bit more time than some of the races we've seen, but not as much time as the A class. So Alexander might have had to get his push a little bit earlier, but the race isn't over yet coming into lap traffic.
Well, I got to wonder what's going on behind Fry right now. Surratt was the rider in the number 3 spot, the number 5 machine from Corona, California on a Yamaha, turning 54.891. About 3.3 seconds back. There's as much gap between Fry and first place as there is between Fry and third place, so he's kind of right there in the middle. And Eric Grondel in the number 4 spot. Jerry Robin. Wow, Robin's the one we got to be watching right now, I think. He and Grondel battling for that number 4 position, so if we can keep an eye on that possibly as they go by in a moment. I don't want to take my eyes off Tuck right now, though, man. That boy is on a rail, and he's trying to truck. Right here comes, speaking of Tuck, trying to truck. There's Alexander Fry trying to cut him down right now. 2.6 seconds, so the gap is cut in half, and it's double between he and Surratt. Back to the number 3 spot. 5 laps down, working on lap number 6. Now we are going to see this one, I believe, heat up. Did someone strike a match? Is the barn about to catch on fire, or what's going on here, Sean?
It looks like it. We have a few laps to go, so Alexander's closing in some time, which is great for him. You know, I don't know if Tucker's getting a little bit tired, getting a little bit tighter. Lap traffic's holding him down some, but he's looking back now, so he's getting nervous.
He's not used to leading the race this long like this.
That's true.
He's used to having to battle his way up and try to get into the position that he started out in this race. So white flag is out. 1 more to go. He's not looking back no more. He knows he's got that 2-second, almost 3-second gap. It's 2.7 seconds. He's got that gap, but looking in the rearview mirror, if he did look back, he would see Fry back there. I see that gap. It's closed up that much more. I think that Fry might be turning even a little bit more faster lap right now. This might be the fastest lap of the moto that Fry's turning on this final lap.
Yes, Alex is definitely a strong rider. He's in great shape. You know, his Orangeberry 8 KTM, those guys are behind him 100%. So he didn't have any great motos earlier on in today, but it looks like he's doing better in this moto with the second place.
Wow, just a few more turns there for Keith Tucker. And to the final turn over the old finish line region, the 641. Keith Tucker takes the Supercross 250 B-Class win there aboard the 641 out of Fuquay Varna, North Carolina. Congratulations to that young man and his whole team over there. I know been pushing for championships like this, backed by Factory Yamaha, Triangle Cycles, Answer, Scott, Factory Connection, MTF, Dunlop Tires, GYTR. Alexander Fry will finish up in second. Ryan Surratt is third. Jerry Robin actually moves up into the fourth place position as he and Grondel were battling back there for that spot. He gets it. Grondel takes fifth. Lorenzo Locurcio will take the number 6 spot. Nathan Haas in seventh. Isaac Teasdale, the number 8 spot aboard the 521. We got Dylan Merriam in the 559 in ninth, and Nick Farrell, the 14/ rounding out the top 10. That's your 250B Farron Racing top 10 board there as we roll next to the 250C, it looks like there. And Sean, motorsport.com whole shot.
Looks like we have a Yamaha front right now, number, is that 97 maybe?
That's what I was thinking. I think it's Zach Lee out of Fairbanks, Alaska, 100%. GoPro, Henson Clutches, and Anchorage Yamaha sponsored. He also wants to say thanks to Jason Nunn.
Okay, well, I mean, if he's from Alaska, he doesn't have a problem with this cold weather at all. He's familiar with this.
This is his forte. He's like, bring it on, man. Let me see 30-degree temperatures. I'll show you guys.
This might be summertime for him, so he's liking this.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this might feel like Loretta Lynn's to him. You know, It might be hot and humid, right? But the 97, good jump off the gate there. Zach Lee, 250C rider, race 26 that we got on the track right now. This is one of those races you really never know how it's going to pan out there for these riders. By the way, Lee did finish second in his qualifying race. Bryce Maudlin, the 25 from Webster, Florida, Mom and Dad and Timmy Ferry sponsored rider, actually took the win in the qualifying round, or at least one of the wins in the qualifying rounds, and I believe that we only had that one division possibly. So with that being the case, that was our only race winner, and that was our only race second place. So, you know, he's risen to the top right where he wants to be. So maybe he's picking up where he left off, making that pass early on and getting into the lead. There's the 36 of Kyle McElrath now. Looks like McElrath, has he gotten around Connor Rathel for that second place position?
Yes, he has, and he didn't have a great qualifier. I saw that he got 16th, so probably didn't have a great gate pick, but he had a great moto going on earlier, so let's see what he can do.
Well, we saw Zach Lee, Connor Rathel, and Kyle McElrath, 1, 2, and 3. Now it's Lee, McElrath, and I believe Connor Rathel is now your third place ride with Jose Maldonado in that number 4 spot, and Aaron Calverley in that number 5 position. We'll reassess it for you real quick. It looks like we did have some changes as it is Bruce Maudlin in the second, or excuse me, in the third. Kyle McElrath is third. Bruce Maudlin is, let's do it from the top. Zach Lee in front. Kyle McElrath second. Bryce Maudlin in third. Fourth place, Connor Rathel. Jose Maldonado is your 5th place ride. Tristan Moritz in 6th. We got Keenan Mothma in 7th. Carlos Simon is 8th. We got Ashton Dickinson in 9th. And Chase McCullers rounds out your top 10.
We have Zach Lee out here. He's holding strong. You know, Kyle McElrath was coming strong at first, but I think Zach Lee just got his second win, and he's keep pushing forward.
Do we have, I believe we got another Pro Sport moto coming up here in just a couple of minutes.
Yes, we do.
It is going to be the 450 Pro Sport coming up next. But it's Zach Lee leading Kyle McElrath right now over the finish line for lap 3 complete now. A 1.08 second lead. Lap times 59.490 for Zach Lee and 59.713. 0.3 of a second difference between the leaders. Those guys are riding, almost shadowing each other's ride out there, it appears. Bryce Maudlin back in the number 3 spot, and changes for Keenan Mothma up to 4th now as Tristan Moritz, now 5th place ride.
Zach Lee just made a little bobble coming out of that rhythm section, and Kyle McElrath just closed up a little bit, went inside. They're side by side. Oh, Zach Lee goes off the track.
Man, tough break there for Zach Lee. He had it dialed in, and like you said, McElrath was making up the ground out there. And now,
Zach Lee goes down. So that really flustered him. Just couldn't really just get it dialed now, so hopefully he can hang in there and still hang in for a third.
Man, I'm sure it has everything to do with nerves to conditioning.
Definitely.
You know, these C riders probably not as well conditioned as the B and A riders out there. Not saying he's not. He might be the most well conditioned guy out there, but nonetheless, under general circumstances, these guys might be starting to fade a little bit and tire toward the end of this moto, and that could explain some of the mistakes they're starting to make.
Right, yeah, you're not sure how long these guys have been riding or been on bikes, but just with more times and being in this situation more, you get better at it as time goes on.
Exactly, and, you know, especially if you're not used to leading at big national events like that, it could wear a little thin on you, make you tighten up a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely a little pressure. This could be his first time here, I'm not sure, but he was riding great at first, just made a small bobble, went off the track, and then he had a small tip over.
Nothing wrong with the way he's riding right now either. Just Shane McElrath was able to capitalize on a couple of little mistakes, minute mistakes, and he had himself right in position to do so. The amazing thing is that, well, maybe not. I think this might be it right here for him. I was going to say maybe Lee might have had a chance to make up for that lost ground, but that's not going to be the case. Kyle McElrath's going to take the win. Bryce Malden, who actually was running back about 5th place, gets around a few riders, even Zach Lee. So Lee drops to the number 3 spot. Keenan Mockma had moved up to the 7th place position a couple of laps ago, 4th place now as we take a look at our Farron Racing top 10 board now. Mockma in 4th, Tristan Moritz in 5th, Jose Maldonado in the number 6 spot, Ashton Dickinson in 7th, Chase McCullers, the number 50, was 8th. 9th spot, Reg Magyar, and rounding out the top 10, Carlos Simon. That's the way we see the 250C class racing, and the race 27, 450 Pro Sport getting set to roll next. And I got to tell you, Sean, pretty exciting stuff. We saw it just a few moments ago, and I'm glad that we're going to get all these motos on. You get a good taste of what the motocross is going to be like for these guys. But we just got to see the 250 Pro Sport, 450 Pro Sport coming up in this one. A lot of the same players, I think, may be out here in this one. But do you think we're going to have the same return as what we saw in the 250s?
Well, we've had 3 different winners of the 3 pro classes. So we've been talking about Thomas Coven. He's running great lap times and everything, but bad starts. Maybe if you can get a whole shot, we can have 4 different winners going into the outdoors, which really mixes things up.
Yes, it certainly will, and it'll make for interesting when it goes to figuring up those overall awards as well. Covington, a Traxxas Kawasaki Monster Energy Team Green Pro Circuit ride backed by the folks at Fox. Other riders to be watching out for was, of course, Luke Rensland, the 343, the Horton Racing Rock River Power Sports Yamaha Fly Scott backed ride. He took the division qualifier win. Dakota Alex, the 37 rider on the Red Bull Factory Connection MTF back KTM with the folks with that help from Cernix. He took 2nd in the qualifier. The 3rd place position, I believe, as we scan down through our results, was Darian Sinai, the 457 Monster Energy Pro Circuit Babbitt's Kawasaki ride there. And, you know, Sinai is one of those riders. I mean, you know, we mentioned that 1 or 2 of these other riders could end up taking a win here. Anyway, let's go back out there. Let's back up and bump into that one more time. Any one of these 450 Pro Sport riders just about is expected and could possibly take a win out there. That's how deep the talent pool is in this particular class right here. And like you said, with 3 different winners already, we got the stage set for a 4th different winner.
Yes, Darian Sinai, a great rider, but on this race it might be a little bit harder for him. Talk to him, or he's riding the 250 in the 450 class, so it's going to be hard for him to get a start.
Now, just curious, would it be at a disadvantage after the start? I know on the start he's going to be at a huge disadvantage, but what about once he gets into the cornering and the timing sections of this track? Would the 250, could it possibly lend its hand to possibly be a little better bike for him on that track?
I don't know about being a little bit better bike. We have the double come out of one of the turns at the 450s. We'll be able to triple that a lot easier than he'll be able to. There's no long straightaway, so he won't lose much time on that. And, I mean, the track's breaking down some, but I don't see that the 250 being more of an advantage than it is a disadvantage.
Right. So it's probably about even keel. He's probably about
he's not losing much in this position.
Right,
Outdoors,
exactly.
it's going to be a lot more for sure.
Exactly. That's what I guess I was trying to get at. Supercross, he won't lose as much as he will over on the big track.
Correct.
Now, you said he doesn't have a 450, so he doesn't have any other options.
Never ridden a 450.
Wow, he doesn't have any other options when you head into that. Right now we are looking for the 450 Pro Sport to roll into this one. And fifth place, we've talked about Cody Chisholm. Actually took fourth place at 32 Slash. He's a Florida rider backed by Jacksonville Power Sports, Pro Circuit, Fox, and Dunlop Tires. Our fifth place position finish in our qualifying. And I believe this is, it would be from Monday's qualifying action, taking the fifth place position. I'm scanning there. It looks like Tom Covington there. That we talked about him out of Marietta, the Traxxas Kawasaki Monster Energy Team Green Pro Circuit ride. Will he be able to do what Tom Covington did there a few minutes ago? Will he be able to do what Keith Tucker did? Tom Covington's who we're talking about. Turn things around, finally get a good start and take one home for the Checkers. That was pretty impressive. I got to say, I was kind of shocked, pleasantly surprised by what Tuck was able to do. And if we could go back-to-back like that and Tom Covington can pull something like that out, I would just probably fall in a chair right here, right now.
Yeah, that would be great. The stands are packed right now. They're doing a little bit of track maintenance, just fixing one of the ruts where Dakota Alex fell. So that's going to be good for Dakota. You know, he just kind of has that feeling that inside he got crossed up. But I'm not seeing him on the start right now. Hopefully he's all right and he'll be out here for this moto.
Yeah, he did take a little bit of a spill out there. Forgot about that. It did take him a minute or so to get up, and generally Alex is one of those guys. He's kind of like a 65 rider, man. He bounces right back up and like he's made of cartilage most of the time and gets right back on the bike, but a little slower to do so. I don't even know if he rejoined the race, to be honest with you.
I don't think he rejoined the last race.
Yeah, so, you might just say, okay, we'll sit this out. We'll go back over to the motocross side of things. Gate down on this one as we roll into the motorsport.com hole shot now, and it is
RJ Hampshire with the motorsport.com hole shot.
Wow, there's Nick Gaines back in second. Covington gets off to
Covington's in fourth or fifth place right now, so that's a better start, so we'll see what he can do with it.
There we go. He's in position now. We'll see if he can take it to work to the office there. Gaines still back in second. Got that Honda-mounted ride. 225, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Alex is not out there.
Might have been 285 of Marshall Welton in that number 4 spot, but we'll sort them out when they go by the finish line. Yeah, tough break for Dakota Alex. Wishing him the best for sure. Covington trying to go on the inside and make early work of the situation and position himself here on the first laps. And look, I believe he is doing quite a great job of that. It is Hampshire in first, Nick Gaines in second. There's Marshall Welton in third, and Covington is in that number 4 spot, and he's laying chase. He's got his head down. He's charging. Cody Chisholm's trying to latch on and come in right behind him. Luke Rensland, the 343, right behind him in 6th right now. Cameron McAdoo in 7th. Franklin Norgay's in 8th. We got Chris Morris in 9th, and Darian Sinai rounding out the top 10.
Yes, we haven't got to talk about Nick Gaines too much today. Hasn't had a couple good motos, but he got a great start right now here. As long as Thomas Covington. He's sitting in 4th place right now. So RJ Hampshire's been getting great starts all day, riding great as well. So we'll see what Nick can do right now, dealing with someone who's already got one title. This will be our first double winner if Hampshire can take the win.
I know you had a chance to talk with Nick Gaines yesterday. What was the mindset of Nick yesterday? I know yesterday was a little different because it was all rainy and everything, but, I mean, seemed to be confident going into this one?
Yeah, he seemed confident. He was looking forward more to the rough track outdoors. So with this being at the rain and everything, the track breaking down some, I think this would fit his style a little bit more.
And we could see still that 4th different winner right now, as it could be Gaines as he's putting himself in position right now, right behind the 321 of R.J. Hampshire. However, I got to say, once Hampshire gets out front, very seldom does he make a mistake that will allow someone to get around him.
But he did the last moto when Rensley got around him.
It was very, like I said, very seldom.
It can happen.
And that's what I was getting at, and it can happen. So the question is, though, will he let it happen 2 times in a row? That's the big question right there.
As he's been looking in this moto and earlier today and this past week, I don't think it's going to happen again. He's riding great. Looks good on the 450 as well as the 250. So let's see what he can put together.
Man, the way they ride these things, it just looks so effortless. The way they're touching down out there. I mean, the suspension seems to be working so flawlessly. I mean, it's soaking up everything, and it makes those riders look like they're riding basically on smooth ground. We know. You might be able to tell a little bit by looking at it, but honestly, that racetrack out there is getting really, really rough. It may not be as rough as what we expected, but it's rough right now.
Yes, the track's definitely getting run on Unlimited Sports. They did a great job putting the track together, but, you know, just these guys getting to ride so much and train so much, especially Hampshire working with Tim Ferry. I'm sure riding right now is just as easy as from walking. Just they've been training hard and getting ready for this race all year, you know, as well as Loretta Lynn's. Ever since then, it really doesn't stop.
I like how you put that. riding is as easy as walking, and it's second nature. Yeah, it is. It becomes that. They become one with that machine, don't they? What does it feel like, man, for you whenever you finally reach that moment, man?
It feels good. You get to the point where you're comfortable with going fast, but then you always still want to go faster, and that's what pushes our sport so much. These guys are just going so fast right now. Bikes are getting better, equipment, just everything, conditioning. So we always want to go to the next step, but right now, with his step he's at right now, he's doing just fine.
Most definitely. R.J. Hampshire out front. Nick Gaines in second. The gap now 2.6 seconds. The lap times 52.3 for Hampshire, 53.058 for Nick Gaines. So about a half, 7/10 of a second, I guess, the last time around. So we're starting to see that open up a little bit. Luke Rensland back in the number 3 spot aboard the 343. Marshall Welton, the 285 in 4th. Tom Covington drops back to 5th place now. So a halfway decent start isn't panning out for him right now. He's still struggling a little bit back there in the number 5 position, it looks like. The 457 6th place ride of Darian Sinai is there. 7th spot. Franklin Norgate's 8th spot is McAdoo. Cody Chisholm in 9th, and Marcus Nielsen rounds out your top 10. That's after 5 laps of racing now, and we're about the halfway point of this 450 Pro Sport Moto.
Yeah, it's great to see riders out here like Cody Chisholm, younger brother Kyle Chisholm, who had a few injuries here in the pro. Hopefully he's doing good, but it's great to see the family still coming out and racing this event.
Best lap time of 51.4, if I read that right. That was turned by Hampshire, 51.476. Last time around, a 52.13. So we're getting down into the 50s and closer to maybe possibly. I doubt they're going to break the 50 mark today, but if we were going to do it, this would probably have been the moto to happen. Last one of those schoolboy classes. Well, they're already done too, though, aren't they?
I think we have one more schoolboy class to go.
I'm pretty impressed with, you think, okay, well, these 450s, they should be able to turn faster lap times. Yesterday, I was just blown away at the lap times that some of the smaller bikes were turning by comparison to some of the 450 classes out there. So it wouldn't surprise me to see quite possibly that happen. Look at that, 51.840, consistently now under the 52-second mark for R.J. Hampshire, who now opens up that lead to 4.6 seconds over Nick Gaines.
Which that's cool to see as the track's breaking down and everything. RJ, his lap times haven't differed much from the early today. The first moto being a little bit of muddy, and now the track's a little beat and broken down. He's still going faster.
Covington is moving up through the ranks right now. We just saw a shot of him, the 64 machine. And look at this. Rensland is pulled up behind Nick Gaines, and we've got a battle here in the latter part of this race. A third of a second, said 0.3 of a second, but I think that Rensland may be a little closer than that now. All the while, R.J. Hampshire not under the pressure. Gaines and Rensland batting for the number 2 spot, and they have, well, there's about 5, almost 6 seconds back to the number 2 position that they're battling for right now. So Gaines and Rensland heated as we last saw them, nose to tail, coming past the finish line with about 2 to 3 laps of racing left to go. We'll pick them up on the camera here and follow them as well. That's how fast they are. We can't even keep up with them.
Yeah, the flagger had the 2 flags out, so that's the symbol for 2 laps to go.
So we're down to 2 laps to go. 8 laps down for Hampshire, Nick Gaines, Luke Rensland, Tom Covington, your 4th place ride. Marshall Welton now is your 5th place position. Looks like your leader getting into some lap traffic. It's not affecting him any. Those guys are getting out of the way. So this time around, I think we'll see a white flag.
Hampshire is just on cruise control right now. This is the race that he's been wanting to have all day. Took
For
away
sure.
the whole shot. This first moto, he came away with the win, but he still had to make some passes. But
there's Gaines, and there's Rensland. There's the battle for second spot coming in the shot right now. And as we go into this one, this will be the time to watch it. Final lap of racing there, Sean Hackley, and it's go time for both these boys.
Yes, either way, this is going to be a great confidence booster for Gaines. For Rensland winning one of the mains earlier today. So, we haven't seen Nick Gaines too much up front, but right now, no, Rensland can't really do anything with him.
Wow, Nick Gaines really getting a little bit of breathing room on that back section over there, and coming into this section is where a lot of the passes, it seems like a lot of pass setups are made through here, but I don't think that Rensland's in position to start the setup just yet. He may prove me wrong as they head down this front stretch right there. There goes Gaines, there goes Rensland. And the gap actually seemed to have opened up on that last lap. I don't know whether Rensland maybe just kind of let off the pace a little bit, but look at the lap times they were turning. 52.7s, 52.5 for Nick Gaines and Rensland as they rolled into that final lap of racing. And as the checkers come out for R.J. Hampshire, he pops off a 55.3, easily takes the win. Only 2 seconds, but he had plenty of gain.
Yeah, he backed off there and just took a cruise in.
Big time. Gaines does hold on for second. Rensland moves in for third. 1.110 behind in the number 3 spot. Tom Covington holds steadily for a 4th place position finish. Marshall Welton in 5th. Darian Sinai in 6th. Frank Norges in 7th. Marcus Nilsson in 8th. Andrew Bristol, the 541, in 9th. And Chris Morris rounding out your Farron Racing top 10 at the end of this 450 Pro Sport race number 27. Again, we originally scheduled to go till 2 o'clock today with our live broadcast from right here at the Thor International Olympics presented by Pro Circuit. But today, we have elected, since we didn't get to see any racing yesterday, we're going to go till 3 o'clock, which that should put us pretty close to the end of today's Supercross mains. And I imagine if we're that close, we'll end up getting them all in one way or another. 140, yeah, heck yeah, we should be there as long as everything goes well. Coming up next, Super Mini 2. This is a 13 to 16 class. A couple of divisions in that one. There's going to be several folks to be watching for. Cam Cannon, the 17 slash, is going to be one. He took a division race win, and I'm believing that as we look down through there, another one, Tanner Stack, took a second place position, and maybe there was just one division in this class, but Stack, if memory serves me correct, this is the one that Stack was really starting to make up a lot of ground. And this is where I was thinking, wow, Stack's really coming on, man. The switch is flipped for this kid. We're going to see something out of this kid. We'll see whether or not I'm right. They're doing some track maintenance right now, getting ready for the remainder of our motos. Race 28 is on the gate right now. Super Mini 2, 13 to 16, and we'll be back with more from Gatorback right after this.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of.
I've said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
Hello, Phil from Farron Racing here. My partner and I, Mike Maroney, in 2010 had a dream to start an amateur race team. We're proud to announce that we've had 2 riders come through our program and now have pro contracts in place. In the near future, it is our dream to have a pro team in place where our amateur riders can then move forward to our pro team. With our new partnerships with MAV TV and Lucas Oil and other sponsors, all of our riders' dreams can come true. If you haven't watched MAV TV, check with your cable provider, give them a call, and insist on MAV TV. Let's go racing!
All right, welcome back to RacerTV.com. We're here with our Pro Sport champion, Mr. R.J. Hampshire. R.J., we've got 3 winners out of the 4 A-class divisions. You're 2 of them. How does it feel?
Oh, it feels great to get my second one. I kind of blew the last 2, but, I'm pumped to come out here, get another one for the sponsors.
Yeah, definitely. Now, you guys have had some great battles. Talk about what's really given you the edge over those guys out there today.
My whole shots have been on point. Dunlop tires hooking up great. My whole AMSOIL Fighter Connection Honda team. It's got my bike dialed in. So, those whole shots are huge. And then, trying to smart and smooth. And, came away with 2 championships. I came in more pumped.
Yeah, for sure. That's got to be a good start to the week heading over to the motocross portion, huh?
Yeah, for sure. I couldn't do it. That's helped me out, too. Lord Jesus Christ, keep me safe. Mom, my dad, my whole family. Everyone that comes out here and supports me. 6D, Alias, AMSOIL, Fighter Connection, Honda, Dunlop, Yoshimura, Alias, my mechanic, Ryan back at the pit, too. It's everyone. Pro Taper, thank you so much.
All right, R.J. Hampshire, congratulations on another win. We'll see you over on the other side.
All righty, thanks a lot, Jen Kenyon. Another great job down there on the podium as we welcome you back once more to the world-famous Gatorback Cycle Park as we run the 42nd Annual Winter Olympics, the Thor Winter Olympics, presented to you by Pro Circuit. a.k.a. the Mini O's, off and rolling with the Super Mini 2 now, the 13 to 16-year-old division. Again, Cam Cannon, one to watch out for, I believe, in this one, as he took a win. And we had a few other riders taking wins, I believe, in the actually, I thought we had one more rider taking a win, but I could be wrong. Might have been only one division. And with that said, we'll watch this one unfold. Look at that up front already. These guys have started to establish themselves as early leaders out there. And we're working on this first lap complete. And here we come, KTM, Kawasaki KTMs. I mean, they're jockeying back and forth for position. And as we head toward the finish line, it is going to be out front. I believe it's the KTM ride. Yeah, it is. It is that number 16 machine of Ty Keaston out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Now, get this. Keaston finished 14th in that first moto. And, well, Keston is now opening up with the early lead. Talk about turning things around for yourself. I think that might be the case right now. And wait a minute. That is a 16, but they're telling me now that that might be a 16 plus of Enzo Lopes. So I apologize for that. It's Lopes out there on the KTM. And with a look at that real quick, the 16 plus out of Brazil, he took a third place position finish in his qualifier out there. So still another, I think, exciting benchmark for another rider out there.
Yes, definitely coming from third to be able to get the whole shot and lead for a little bit. He just got passed by Austin Faulkner, who's just been a strong guy all day.
Faulkner, a Monster Energy Team Green Kawasaki backed ride, finished 5th out there out of Richards, Missouri, on board the 214 machine. But again, qualifying sessions and Supercross mains are two totally different things. And this is where you want to be up front, and this is right where he is up front. But I'm with you, man. How long? There's a lot of competition out there, and it's coming full steam ahead right now, and it's a matter of being able to rise to the occasion that each one of these riders are going to be putting at you.
Yes, Lopez is under pressure. Malkoff right now coming. He didn't have the best start, but he's trying to get up there, not trying to let Austin Faulkner get away.
Well, we got Faulkner out front, Lopez in number 2 spot. Markoff is the 3rd, Joey Crown in 4th. Cam Cannon, your winner of this in the division races, or qualifying race, is in 5th. Jordan Eccles is running 6th. Tyler Pantley is 7th. Chris Fortier is in 8th. Tanner Stack in 9th. And Jace Pennington, the number 131, rounds out your top 10. Riders outside the top 10 that you might want to keep an eye on. One in particular, Colton Eigenman. He's back in 12th place aboard the 815. He could be a rider that we could see quickly move up through the pits there, or through the ranks there. I've seen those pits, that nice pit shot. I was looking at Rock River and all those pits along the Supercross track there, and it kind of
yeah, it's great seeing all the semis coming out to support this event.
It is. It is. That right there is that's just a small, that's row 1 of about 3 or 4 rows of factory support that we've got here for these youth and mini riders and amateur riders that are racing here this year. Austin Faulkner continues to hold on to this one. And Sean, as we watch this one, how much of a surprise is this one for you? I know the Super Mini 2, 13 to 16, it's another one of those classes where you really don't know who's going to do what, especially this time of year, because you've had a lot of riders that have moved out, a lot of riders that are moving in, a lot of riders that are finally starting to grasp the concept here.
Yes, I knew Enzo and I'm sorry, not Enzo, but I wasn't familiar with Enzo. It's great to see him up there. But I knew Markoff and Faulkner were going to be one of your 2 front runners. Wasn't sure he was going to take it. You know, Markoff being on the 150 versus Faulkner being on just the 85 or regular, just 100. So it's great to see. But Enzo's up there on his KTM just doing what he's doing, and he's doing great.
All right, 2 riders on the move right now. 3 of them, actually.
Getting a little aggressive. I don't know if that was a lap rider or what that was just now, but I'm pretty sure that was a lap rider that just took out Markoff.
Oh, man, what a tough break there. There goes this 16.
It was.
Wow, took him right out of that 3rd place, huh?
Yeah, that was pretty aggressive. I thought he was going for the win right there in the last turn or something.
Riders moving up. Tanner Stack up to 8th place. Cam Cannon has moved up to 4th place now aboard the 17/. Remember, Cannon is the one that won the qualifier for this, so we're expecting to see him push through a little farther. He's only about 3.5, maybe 4 seconds behind your leader.
Looks like Austin Faulkner excited to take that win right there. I think this is his 2nd, maybe 3rd one of the day.
Wow, man. Talk about big breaks and good things happening in the Supercross mains. Faulkner takes a win. Man, that 5 laps went quick. Went real quick.
These guys are going fast out there.
Yeah,
so.
Lopes took a second. Cannon took third. Tyler Pantley took fourth. Joey Crown was fifth. Tanner Stack in sixth. Jordan Eccles in the number 7 spot. Chris Fortier in eighth. Jace Pennington in ninth. Max Markov, after running third and challenging for quite some time for an even better spot, ends up in 10th after that little miscue with the lapped rider there a few moments ago. 57.49. Actually, 4.22 was the fastest lap turned by Cannon. He actually checked in third at the checkers. So, man, that guy really made up some major grounds there. And that's saying a lot. And third place, you know, it may not be the first one, but may not be first place, but nonetheless. We're ready to go with our next, the Farron Racing Top 10 board. The on-track schools moto winner once again, Austin Faulkner, as we go into now. This is 50cc, 51 4-8 limited class racing. Race 29 out there on the racetrack right now. And let me ask you something there, Sean. Did you race at the Nationals at this level by any chance?
Yes, I did. This was one of the first big races that we did, and I had a lot of fun with it. I didn't do too great my first year. Obviously, my dad came and he raced. I think he got third or fourth or something, but it was something that we stuck to my entire amateur career. I was always healthy for this event and had fun.
That's good, man. And just thinking back, I mean, what was one of your best memories from that 50 class?
Wow, the 50 class. And 1998, I won the Olympiad here.
Wow, no kidding.
So there we go.
There you go. That is a good one now. And how would you have been then?
Wow.
Don't even want to think about it,
no,
huh?
that's too long ago.
Then you're going to start telling on yourself right now. Now, let me ask you this question. What year was it that you were on the Disney Channel, man, and we saw you on the Disney?
That was 2001. We did that right after I just moved to Texas. We got finished with Loretta Lynn's. You know, I won the championship, and I got approached by them to do the commercial, and it was really fun. I thought it was a joke at first because I was on the phone with Will Hahn, and I was like, hey, I got a call coming in. He's like, all right, I'll hold on. And they're like, hey, can we speak to Sean Hackley's parents? And I'm like, Will? Okay, but it ended up working out. It was a great opportunity, and I had fun, and it's cool to see that they still play it every now and then.
Yeah, I watch it every once in a while, and my son and I will be sitting there. My daughter watched it growing up, and then now my son's getting to watch it. I'm like, hey, man, I know that kid right there, you know. And I've watched that kid grow up racing, and it's a real honor and a pleasure to be able to work with you. I just want to say kudos, man, on the commentary that you've been giving us today, man. And I cannot wait to get to work with you the rest of the week either. This is I think, the start of a good relationship and friendship as far as the broadcast booth is concerned, my friend.
Yes, definitely. This is something new for me, but it's fun. I'm having fun with it. It's great to come out here and watch the little kids race, all the amateurs, and as well as the pros coming up to see who have to race against these upcoming years.
Yeah, this is kind of your preview, I guess,
yeah.
for what's to come. As we take a look at this one right now, we got the 4-8 limited. This is an LCQ, as a matter of fact. These kids ran their race. Their qualifier race earlier this morning. I didn't get to race them yesterday because of the inclement weather, so we pushed them to the final races of today. We saw them as the show opened today, and only the top 3 are going to go to the Supercross main. Now, what's going to happen is, I believe we're racing them now, and then we'll see them back at race number 37. So they'll be back pretty quick, but it is Leyland Galazewski, who is leading this one aboard the number 25. Chase Patton, the 413 KTM ride, running in second. And James Clough, the number 15 slash, is your third place ride, and he's 1.174 seconds back from second. Now, we got to watch what's going on back and forth, though. That's the rider that we're keeping an eye on. A 1:23.6 lap time for Aiden Dickens. He was less than a second behind Clough, but I think Clough had just passed him as they went to the finish line that last time. So this looks like this could be your top 3 unless something happens. We got Leyland Galazowski, Chase Patton, James Clough running 1, 2, and 3, and they're rolling toward the finish line for the completion of lap number 3 here pretty soon. There's Aiden Dickens. That's your 4th place ride. He's trying to make up some ground right there. He did turn about a second and a half slower lap time than Clough the last time around, but that's not to say that he won't find a little bit more speed and catch back up and possibly pass. It's hard to believe some of these riders. I mean, you look at this, 4 to 8 years old, and I've seen riders as young as 4, and sometimes you wonder, how do these kids even know what to do? And it's amazing
I don't know. I guess it's just instinct. You get out there, man. Everybody has the same instinct of wanting to win, regardless of whether you're 4 years old or you're 8 years old. These kids go out and put their heads down, huh?
Yeah, it's definitely great something to see. If their older brother or father races something like that, and they love watching them and they enjoy it. It looks like a lot of fun. So it looks like something they want to do in the future. And when they get on the dirt bike, they're just like, oh, wow. The better you get, the faster you go, and they start having more fun.
And then the wild thing about it is if they start out winning, they think they always got to win,
Yeah, that's another tough thing, too. Just moving up to different bikes is always tough. So they just got to learn and just try to work in the transition with gears and the transmission.
And here's something to think about for you 50 parents that may be watching at home. You're talking about, and you're sitting there and you're watching this, and you're thinking, I wonder how my kid would stack up against it. He kicks everybody's butt around the local tracks. We're number 1 in our state. We're number 1 in our county, our region, or whatever. Well, yeah, you might be, but, you may not be number 1 out here. You ought to bring them out and test the waters a little bit because, no matter how young these kids are, it's a good learning experience for them to come out. And if they're always winning, it's a good learning experience for them to learn how to dig deeper to win or maybe even learn how to lose. Your on-track Moto Hero race winner on that one, Leyland Galazewski. Chase Patton taking second. Chloe in third. Again, only the top 3 will go into this one because this is one of our LCQs. So what do you think about that, man? I mean,
it's great to see a good turnout like that for the 54-8 class. That means that we have a lot of good turnouts. And like you were saying earlier, this is a great stepping stone to get ready for if locally you are winning, winning everything, dominating. This would be a great race to come to get your feet wet and see how it goes. And if you come here and win, then I guess your next step's Loretta Lynn's and try to go after a national championship.
Yeah, that is for sure. That is for certain. Not only that, I mean, the Winter Olympics is, of course, a part of a great championship called the American Motocross Championships, which includes races like the RC Supercross, which takes place at Daytona, Freestone down in Texas, Mammoth Mountain, and Monster Mountain, I guess it's Mini O's, and Loretta Lynn's motocross, as well as Pro Motocross and ATV Motocross. That's all a part of the American Motocross Championships, and we here at the Mini O's a part of that. And any one of those top amateur events that I mentioned there would be a great event to take your rider to test the waters against these national riders and see just exactly how strong your rider is. We got another one of these 50cc classes on the track. This one is Concy 2, I guess. We got a second Concy, so we're only going to be taking the top 3 once more. See, I love it whenever you health nuts over there. We got our nice little snack bag here, and Sean Hackley eats a sandwich, doesn't drink the soda, doesn't eat the chocolate.
Well, I'm allergic to chocolate.
Oh, are you really?
I am. It's kind of weird, but it's something that when I was a baby, I loved chocolate so much, and then after a while, my body just started rejecting it.
Oh, God, I would die if that would happen, man. I wouldn't be. I got to eat chocolate every night.
See, it doesn't even look or smell good to me anymore somehow, so it's like, yeah.
Well, I hope I never reach that point, man. But here's a point that I hope to get to reach, and that is to see these riders excel out here on the racetrack like we're seeing Mitchell Zaremba do right now. He's got the lead in this one. He's riding the number 45 machine. Having about a second lead is what they're saying on the clock, but I'm saying it's a lot less than that over Gavin Towers, the number 15, as they are pulling up side by side down the backstretch. Colton truly is back there in the number 3 position. So watch this one right here. The 15 machine on the inside. Gavin Towers is positioning himself to take over the lead and the win. Can he do it? Man, at 45, Zorimba is keeping him as honest as anyone can keep someone honest, I think, at this particular point, staying out front and making that Towers work hard from that second-place position. Truly is back in third. What about the fourth-place ride? We've got Ivan Aldama. He's riding the number 7 machine. He was about a second behind out of Marathon, Florida. He's riding the number 7 machine. We'll be keeping an eye on him to see, well, that gap just opened up to 4.7 seconds, so it looks like Zaremba, Towers, and Truly have really, truly picked up the pace and stretched this one out. We've got Lake Park, Georgia is where Colton's from. Venetia, Pennsylvania is where Gavin Towers is from, and Avon, Ohio is where Mitchell Zaremba. We've got a good slice of the East Coast, I think, represented out here in this 51 4-8 limited class, LCQ number 2. Enough that we had to have 2 last chance qualifiers, only the top 3 transferring from each one of them. That's quite a few 50cc guys. That's quite a few families that are down here celebrating their Thanksgiving here with us this coming Thursday. And Parts Unlimited, those great folks down there are going to be, and Thor are going to be bringing a spectacular Thanksgiving dinner for all the riders and their families here this week. You'll see some video of it, I'm sure, on Friday and Saturday. Got nighttime activities coming up tonight. We'll be seeing some exciting video from that coming up tomorrow as well. And
we also have some pit bike races coming, too.
Yeah, that'll be Friday night. It was originally scheduled for last night, and the folks over at Red Bull said, hey, let's just go ahead and postpone that to Friday. We want to make sure everybody has a good time. And so it's going to be on Friday night, and it's mini moto, and that's going to be fun. All the bikes are prepared evenly. They're all owned by Red Bull, and they're all brought in at the same time. So nobody's got any advantages over anybody. So I think that's what makes it pretty neat.
Well, they've definitely been getting their practice out right now in the parking lot. All kinds of tracks and like corner tracks and stuff, riding the trails, and really good views. Just on the right side of the track right now, there's a big water hole. So it's something that, if it's your first time here, you probably won't even hear about, but it's hard to find.
Yeah, for sure. And Zaremba, didn't we see the white flag for that rider last time around? I think we did.
Yes.
Towers back in the number 2 spot, and Colton Truly still back in the number 3 spot. That gap has opened up to 8 seconds. So, in theory, those top 3, I don't know how they'll come across the finish line because Towers and Truly were actually battling a little bit there. But those 3 should be your top 3 and your final transfers into the 4-8 limited Supercross main. Again, this is just an LCQ for these guys right now. This is the semi number 2, LCQ number 2. All right. I believe we're looking at 450Bs next, if I'm not mistaken. Zaremba, Towers, Colton Truly, and that is your 3 transferring. We see Aldama finishing 4th. Joey Orico in the number 5 spot. Ryder Maddox, there's another rider. We got Braden Calderon, Elijah Odom, Antonio Sandalo, and Mason Tucker. Antonio Sandalo. I don't even know if I got that right, but it sort of flowed very easy.
Yeah, it sounds good.
It flowed right anyway. Again, only the top 3 going in that one. Thanks to Baron Racing for keeping us up to date on our top 10 here at RacerTV.com and our continuing coverage of the 42nd Annual Thor Winter Olympics presented by Pro Circuit. Look at that nice big, that's a huge Dunlop tire right there. Did you see that?
That would be a very big bike. I'd like to have that coming into the driveway of my house. I feel like that'd be pretty cool.
That would be, wouldn't it? Everybody would know where you live. They said, did you see that big tire?
Yeah, like, oh, that must be Sean's house. Okay.
Talk to Dunlop, man. They might be able to hook you up with that.
See if I can take it home.
Just there's another half to that tire someplace. I just don't know where it is. I don't know if they got it buried or what.
Yeah. I'm going to look for it.
Maybe we can unbury it and you take the other half. All right. That is it with the LCQs. We'll see those guys back out at the end of the motos. Those little guys will also wrap up our day of racing here on the Supercross portion. We are looking now at 450B class action, getting ready to roll in this one. And as we look at the roster of riders in this one, going down the roster, it looks like our moto winners, Keith Tucker. Wow, so he took a win in this one. That must have been one I missed, so maybe he got a great start in that one. Let's see how good a start he gets in this one. Look at it, Tucker up front there. I think Tucker just grabbed another hole shot in this 450B class.
Bryson Taylor was up there at front, and he really went for it coming off that road of launch.
Wow. He's out of Christmas, Florida. He's on a Capital Cycle Spectrum Coatings back machine in that number 2 spot. Backed by Moto X Compound, Fly, and TZR. Moto 1 winner again, Keith Tucker, opening up right where he left off. I guess I must have missed that. I must be going by tradition. Well, I did see a couple bad starts by Tucker, and he had to work his way up. That might have been what happened yesterday in this class, too.
Well, he got the win earlier today, so he knows what he needs to do now.
I'd just like to see him be able to walk away. Last year, he didn't make it here last year. Again, a little ill, but this year is it looks like he's feeling healthy. I know, like I said, I was talking to his dad last night. His dad Said he sounded pretty feisty there last evening, so I don't think there's anything to worry about on the health issues as far as the 641 of little Keith Tucker are concerned. Not so little anymore. That boy's growing big. 21, Bryson Taylor, as you said, still back in the number 2 spot. This kid is holding steadily back there, man. I think he's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, he didn't have the greatest qualifier, so, just having a good start really shows what it can do for you.
Yeah, he finished 14th in that first moto. Tanner McCullers in the number 3 spot. He's riding the 114. Zachary Bishop Burnett is running 4th. We got Jared Williams in 5th. Bradley Esper, the 27 and 6th. Josh Bartosh, the 43 and 7th. Addison Emery in 8th. Looks like Cider LaRoche in the 9th place position. He's from Venezuela. And then we got Will McCracken, the 137, rounding out the top 10. A lot of international flavor here. We talked about the French. We've seen the Argentinians. We got some Guatemalans. We got
also one from Brazil.
Brazilians. And Belgians. I think we got some Belgians here as well. So a number of different folks on hand with us from all across the nation. Hey, there's watching Facebook and all that. Got who made that all the way from the UK? Good luck to my son Dylan Woodcock, all the way from England in the UK. So wow, I think Woodcock did have a pretty good race earlier today.
I remember seeing his name.
Got to be pretty stoked about that, I imagine. Speaking of being stoked, what about this one right here? The 114, Tanner McCullers, stoked up right now as he's getting poked up and trying to hold position as that 47 machine of Zachary Bishop Burnett is challenging McCullers for that number 3 position right now as we speak on the backside of this racetrack.
Yeah, we have a pretty big battle going on. A couple riders are tight right now, looking from 3rd to about 6th or 7th place.
For sure, and back to the first turn region of this as they make their way by that 47 machine. Zachary Bishop Burnett checked in 4th place when they crossed the finish line there a moment ago. But right now, as we win, I'm sorry, we just had a new monitor pop on right here with all of our scoring and everything on it. So this is going to make it a lot easier to read, that's for sure. So Jen Kenyon going to get on to Twitter. We're going to sit here and we're going to watch the 450B class unfold. Tucker in with a 2.5 second lead over Bryson Taylor. Zachary Bishop Burnett did make that pass in the 3rd. Tanner McCullers drops off the 4th. Jared Williams now in the number 5 spot. Josh Bartosh is 6th. Bradley Esper 7th. Nick Farrell in 8th. The Gunslinger making his way into a top 10 position now. Outside the top 10 the first couple of laps. Now Josh Cartwright runs 9th. And Ryan Surratt, we keep hearing that name. Surratt in the number 10 spot now.
He had a better start last one. I think he ended up 4th or 5th, but looks like he needs to get down his starts too. But Keith Tucker still out front. He won this 250B moto, and now he's on a 450, so it looks like he can ride both bikes just the same.
Another name that's kind of surprising to see outside the top 10 right now, Tristan Charbonneau, the number 16 machine, all the way back in 15th place spot.
These guys definitely need to work on their starts. Outdoors might be a little bit easier to pass. The Supercross been a little tight and everything, especially with the ruts developing. You can't really switch lines or go inside of another person. So outdoors, they have to do their homework.
Wow. I'm looking at this race right now, and I'm watching. Tucker is the only consistent rider in this moto right now. He goes, he took, or in this main, he took the win in the qualifier. Nick Farrell, the 14/, he took 4th in Moto 1, or in his qualifier. Josh Cartwright, who took 3rd, is running back in the 8th place position. 2nd place finisher in that qualifier, Addison Emery, he took 2nd. He's running back in 13th right now. So that gives you an indication that things are a little shaken up right now. Cartwright, or actually Bishop Burnett, he ran 10th. He's running 3rd right now, so he's a rider that has bettered himself there. I'm looking around at these different finishes. Charbonneau took 5th. He's running 14th right now. Man, Keith Tucker, he's really shining brightly in this 450B class today.
Yes, he's looking smooth right at home on the 450. It looks like he's riding this better than he does the 250.
Here's the funny thing. It was noted only a few weeks ago, a couple of months ago, Keith would not be riding the 450. I even talked to Greg Brotman and said, nope, they're not getting him a 450. Well, I guess Jordan Smith had moved up to the 450 at Colleen, or at Millsap's training facility, and he moved up to the 450, and well, they thought, well, maybe it'd be a good idea to move him up because he's a rather bigger kid, and he was losing a little bit of horsepower on that 250. So they went ahead, they got him the Donnie Luce sent him the 450. They got it down there. He got on it, practiced it a couple of weeks, and voila, here you go, man. He is all over it.
Looks like they made a right decision for him taking this 450 moto win.
No doubt about it. So he goes, takes the qualifying win, which doesn't really count for much other than bragging rights, but whenever you can take that triangle cycle across the finish line for the win in the Supercross Main, you know things are going well. Keith Tucker, your on-track school's moto hero for our 450B class. Bryson Taylor, outstanding ride for that rider as he holds on for second place. Zachary Bishop Burnett going to third place position. Ryan Surratt up from 9th to 4th there late in the moto. Jared Williams in 5th, the 949. Nick Farrell is 6th. Tanner McCullers in 7th. Josh Cartwright ends up in the 8th place position aboard the 151. Bradley Esper, the 27, was 9th. And Henry Miller rounded out the top 10 as we take a look at that Farron Racing top 10 report of the 450B class. Race number 30 here on our docket as we roll into race 31. Here come the 65, 10, and 11-year-olds. Sean Hackley, gates down on this one. Riders going into that first turn.
Yes, it looks like a whole lot of KTMs and a few Cobras out there. I'm not seeing too many Kawasaki's. Looks like KTM's taking over this class.
James McElvain taking the motorsport.com whole shot there. He's out of Havelock, North Carolina. He's backed by Thor, our title sponsor down here at the Winter Olympics. And then, of course, we got FMF, Henson Clutches, Jimmy Weinert's training facility, and Triangle Cycles, as well as Motorcycle Superstore, all sponsors of James McElvain, who is the early leader in this one on that number 14. It says Yamaha, but I think that KTM is what he may have made a switch to there. We'll look a little closer. That was KTM he was riding, right?
Yes, Yamaha hasn't made it a 60 in years.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Okay, yeah, that does make sense. Did they ever make a 60?
I think they did.
Did
it
they?
was before I was born.
Oh, okay, yeah, it might have been before I was born, too, because I don't remember. But regardless, yeah, so I guess probably what's happened is in sign-up they didn't get this switch because he does ride. He has ridden Yamahas in other classes.
Yeah, he could be on an 80 and 711 or something like that, and they just got mixed up.
So McElvain on the KTM took a win in his qualifier. Backed by Thor and FMF as we look back to the second-place finisher in that particular qualifier. It was Pit Posse TF Racing Suspension's own Gage Gongas, number 46. Third place went to KTM's Mikko Vedik out of Estonia. And, wow, see, there's another country we didn't even mention there a few moments ago. Fourth place to Nathaniel Thrasher. Fifth place to Braden Bruce, the 37 machine. And right now it is still the 14, your early leader out front of this one. James McElvain, Thor FMF-sponsored rider. Over the finish line he goes, and look at the gap that he's already established between himself and that second-place ride. Phenomenal, man.
Yes, for coming into the second lap, 3 seconds. He's riding really good. You know, these ruts and these conditions aren't phasing him whatsoever.
Right now we got James McElvain out front. We're going to watch the 444 as well. Justin Kakinos has moved up to second after 2 laps of racing. Nathaniel Thrasher is third. Gage Gongas, who finished second in qualifying, is back in fourth. Ty Glass in fifth. Gage Steinberg in sixth. Mikko Vedik in seventh. Jeremy Ryan, eighth. Ninth, Braden Bruce. 10th, Jack Rogers. And we'll be back with more from Gatorback and the Winter Olympics right after this.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around, and now I'm living what I dreamed of.
I've said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
And welcome back to the world-famous Gatorbag Cycle Park, our continuing live coverage of Supercross racing coming to you from the 42nd Annual Thor Winter Olympics presented by Pro Circuit. I'm Rodney Tomlin along with motocross and Supercross sensation, of course, none other than Sean Hackley and our own Jen Kenyon from RacerTV.com joining us here today. Sean back here with the 65, 10, and 11-year-old class. That 14 machine of McIlvain got off to the early lead in this one, and he hasn't looked back since.
No, definitely. He's checking out. He's riding this track exactly like he wants to, missing all the big holes and the big ruts, jumping everything, and we're coming up right now on the white flag, so he has another lap to go to just hold this lead.
So with that being said, Thrasher back in the number 2 spot, 4.7 seconds back. Ty Glass in 3rd. Jeremy Ryan is 4th. Miko Vetic now 5th. Gage Gongas in 6th. Gage Staberg in 7th. Jack Rogers up from 10th to 8th now. Braden Bruce is 9th. And Chase Yenser rounds out your top 10. Amazing the changes we've seen only over the last couple of laps. McIlvain, though, still holding steady. 107.489 is the lap time. The fast lap, get this, Jack Rogers at 106.277. Rogers all the way back in a 6th place position. Did that last time around. He's on the gas.
It's a shame. You know, if he would have got a good start, maybe he fell earlier in the race or something like that. We could have had a battle going on for the lead.
For sure. And Rogers trying to figure exactly where the 351 finished in the qualifier. See, he took 7th. And I think he had some problems in that qualifier too. So he might be coming into this Supercross main behind the 8 ball mentally because of the problems and some issues he may have had in qualifying. But regardless, James McIlvain takes the win in this one. And the 65, 10, and 11-year-old class comes to a close as Nathaniel Thrasher, the 428, should hold on to 2nd place. He is 7 seconds back, and that's exactly what he does. Also, Jeremy Ryan, 3rd. Jack Rogers in 4th. Miko Vetic in 5th as we look at our Farron Racing top 10. Ty Glass is your 6th place position finisher. Braden Bruce was 7th. Brandon Walther in the number 8 spot. He's riding that number 68 machine. And 9th, Chase Yenser. And what happens to our 10th place position? Gene Massini. We've seen a couple of changes out right there at the end of the last part of our top 10, it looks like. But Yenser and Massini both moving into position there. And we have got more great racing action ready to go with many senior racing action. Cam Cannon coming into this one with another win, it looks like. Sean Hackley and this Moose Racing Club MX Smith Optics rider once more is going to be the one to beat. But this time, Enzo Lopes gets the early lead. But how long is he going to be able to hang on to it?
Oh, it's only time to tell. He got the motorsport.com whole shot. So we saw him ride earlier today. He was great. You know, he was winning for a little bit until he got passed by Austin Faulkner and got 2nd. So without Austin in here, he seems like he's going to be the favorite.
Chris Faulkner running in the number 2 spot back there out of Jacksonville, Florida. 14-year-old Kawasaki rider who finished 4th in a qualifying event leading into this Supercross main, but he opens up in a 2nd place position, so he's got a lot of bragging rights, it looks like, for the mini senior 12 to 15-year-old class. As we near the completion of lap 1 complete, we'll wrap them all up for you. There is your leader coming through at the end of lap number 1. It's going to be, I believe it's still Lopes. Yep, it's the 16, Christopher Fortier in the number 2 spot. Chase Sexton, 486. Another factory Yamaha rider in 3rd. Cam Cannon, who we expect to possibly be the one to beat in this. We saw him take a Supercross main win a few moments ago, and we also know that he won the qualifier for this one. He's running in 4th right now. Josh Strickland at 23 and 5th. Corey Karsten, 31X Suzuki rider. Talk about full circles. We were talking about different guys doing that. Barry Karsten, this is his son out here racing on the 31X. Corey Karsten runs 6th. Eugene Christian, the number 98, is running 7th. 51 Ezra Hastings in 8th. Cole Williams, the 17 and 9th. And Kalen Cook, the 623, rounds out your top 10. Hey, how about a shout-out? I want to give a shout-out to our good buddy Mario over there at the Red Bull Jams and the Red Bull Jams crew over there at the Red Bull display right here at the Winter Rose. I want to thank you guys for tuning us in and turning us on here trackside at the Red Bull Pits. And thanks again to the Red Bull Jams and MTF Camp, the Millsaps training facility. They're rocking it down there, man.
Yes, they've had some good finishes from almost all their rides. We've seen a lot of the winners going to MTF, so
they're all probably
doing something right.
They're probably all sitting over there cheering on. It looks like maybe a Sunday game day over there or something. Everybody gathered around the TV monitors. Lopes still out front, Sexton in second. We're going to want to keep an eye on Lopes right now. He's turning a full 1 second faster lap time than what Lopes is. Cameron Cannon has moved up into third after 2 laps also. 48 dropping to the number 4 spot. So Sexton and Cannon, these riders might push each other into position to battle. And at the same time, Cannon and Sexton in second and third in that order might be one of the big saving graces for your leader, the number 16 of Enzo Lopes. And why I say that is if it's Sexton and Cannon get together and they're battling, that might give Lopes the opportunity to stretch things out. But, man, I don't think he's going to stretch anything out. He's getting more and more company coming in tighter and faster. It's the Yamaha ride. Chase Sexton knocking on the door right now.
Yes, Chase is riding good. He's closing the gap up. Made up some time. He was a lap faster that last lap, like you said. So coming up here, needs to take some insides, maybe scare Lopez a little bit so he messes up, makes the bobble, and then pass him.
Well, as we look at this one, it looks like 1.4 seconds separate the two. Lap time of 58.492 for Lopes and 58.705 for Chase Sexton, the 486.
And there goes Sexton.
Yeah, it was just a matter of the door being left open. It's all he had to do, man. All he had to do was crack it open once, a little too much, and Sexton was going to capitalize on that, and that's exactly what he does. So Sexton takes the 486 into the number 1 spot after 4. White flag out. Lopes in the number 2 spot. Cannon is third. Will Cannon now make a pass on him? 57.6. He turned almost a second faster lap time than Lopes did that last time around, too. So we'll watch this battle for second and see whether or not what's going to happen. There it is, coming into our screen right now. Cam Cannon, 17 slash in third. Enzo Lopes in the number 2 spot under the Red Bull Arch. A couple of KTM riders going head-to-head, nose-to-tail right now anyway. And the 16 machine, look at that, got a fistful of throttle. But look at this also. It looks like Cannon trying to make the setup, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Sexton made the pass right here last lap, but he pressured Enzo into a braking bump. And he tried.
He did. He got underneath, couldn't quite thread the needle, but we ain't to the checkers yet.
Oh, it's coming, and he gets him.
He got him by almost a full bike length across the finish line. Chase Sexton takes a win, 5 laps down for him, and actually, no, Lopes does get the credit there. According to electronic scoring, it looked a little funny coming across that, but he got it. It says 0.2 of a second separated him. I think it was tighter than that, if the truth be known, to be honest with you. So Lopes gets the go ahead as we take a look at the Farron Racing top 10 report there. Fortier holds on for 4th. Ezra Hastings in 5th. Josh Strickland in 6th. Cole Williams in 7th. Eugene Christian in 8th. Gabe Gutierrez in 9th. And Corey Karsten, the 31X, rounded out your top 10. That's Mini Senior 12 to 15 wrapped up now. Race 33, 450C coming up next. Sean Hackley, and this is another exciting one.
Yes, you never know who's going to win this one. You know, these guys got shuffled around a lot in the 250 class, so we're going to see how it goes. Who gets the Motorsport.com Whole Shot Award or Whole Shot? And that's the number 79.
That 79 machine coming out of Greensboro, North Carolina. FTI Racing Cycle Center. EKS brand-backed ride of Dylan Cohen right now.
But he has Kyle McElrath right behind him. We saw him put out some good performances earlier. So Kyle's probably going to try to get the lead as fast as he can and then try to check out and make it easier on him.
Wow, McElrath shows any speed like what we saw him just a few motos ago in that 250C class. He's going to be tough to beat, maybe next to impossible to beat in this particular division race of the 450C today. He's on a rail.
And it looks like Kyle McElrath made the lead already. He snuck around the inside. So right now he's just going to try to gather himself, put down some good laps, and take the win.
Look back there in the number 2 spot. That's really starting to heat up, I believe, for early race leader. Starting to see that pressure coming from all directions and all colors at the same time. We got a yellow one, I think, an orange one, and maybe even a red one back there that are knocking on the door for position. So keeping it exciting, to say the least. Out of the first turn regions we go now.
Yeah, we have a 3-way battle right now going for a second. It's great. It's a Honda, Suzuki, and a KTM. It just shows that all the bikes can be competitive. So great racing going on here in the 450 novice class.
Yeah, Dylan Cohen, who got the early lead in this class, has got all kinds of pressure being applied now by that Suzuki pilot. That is the number, is that the 634 I believe we're looking at there?
Yes.
That 634, by the way, is Keenan Mockma out of Alto, Michigan on a Team Babbitt's MTF Amsoil Factory Connection Henson Racing backed Suzuki. And Mockma actually took a division race win in this, or took the qualifying win in this class, I guess. So it's not a surprise to see him up in the top like that and trying to battle around Cohen for the number 2 position. We got Bryce Maudlin in the number 4 spot. Michael Sweeney is 5th aboard the 41. Colton Burke, 6th. Chad Thomas, 760. All right, we'll do that again. McElrath, Dylan Cohen, Keenan Mockma, Bryce Maudlin, Michael Sweeney, your top 5. Colton Burke in 6th. There's a change, I guess. Chandler Hyatt in 7th. Robert Sly in 8th. Cody Wilkins in 9th. And Drew Abney rounding out the top 10. Seeing a lot of names that we saw in top 10s earlier today from other classes back there in the 11 through 20 spots. So don't be surprised to see this change quite a bit before the checkers fly. Three-way battle going on right now. You're watching this one, Sean Hackley. What's taking place?
Looks like Kyle McElrath's just setting his own race out right now. He opened up over a 3.5 second lead on the second lap. So coming to this third one, but we have a battle going on right now for a second between these 3 guys, and they're not giving up, and the race is still pretty early.
Mockma, the 634. Malden, I guess I should say, the 25 KTM is 4th. Michael Sweeney, the 41 KTM, in the number 5 position. And actually, Sweeney has dropped off the pace a little bit, so it's really become just Maudlin and Mockma challenging Cohen for the number 2 spot. There's your leader, or leaders coming this way. 79, Dylan Cohen, that's your 2nd place position. McElrath still out front. As we said, he's now nearly 5 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. Thought we had that one on target there for a moment. Cohen and Maudlin, 79 and the 25 battling. There is McElrath. Still curious what's going on. Less than half a second separating 2nd and 3rd place position.
For this battle for a second, we're on the white flag lap, so now's the time to try to pressure your guy to making a mistake so you can get around him like we've been seeing in these previous
79,
races.
Yep, the 79 machine in 2nd place. Now it changes. Look at that, a big change taking place. Bryce Maudlin gets around, so does Keenan Mockma. Dylan Cohen drops to 4th place. So, wow. That was the battle we were watching. Bryce Maudlin now is feeling pressure from Keenan Mockma, the 634, for the number 1 or for the number 2 spot. What happened there, Sean?
Looks like the Honda rider right there, number 79, hit neutral or something coming into that turn.
Wow, Dylan Cohen, another miscue on his part. And those are the kind of little things, those are even mental errors. Once you get in a position like that, sometimes that could be a mental thing, right?
Yes, definitely just getting nervous, not knowing where your gears are, or not clicking down hard enough. It's just
right.
something that you can't do.
Yeah, losing the feel for it. A lot of times you can feel that in there, but yeah, sometimes it's easy to make the mistake, there's no doubt. So we are working on this final lap right now, if I'm not mistaken. Checkers are out. McElrath takes the win. Malden takes 2nd, I believe. The on-track school moto hero is going to be Kyle McElrath. Good job, Kyle. Malden finishing up in the number 2 spot. Keenan Mockma will take 3rd. 4th will go to Dylan Cohen. Michael Sweeney will hold on for 5th. Chandler Hyatt in 6th. Drew Abney will take 7th. 8th spot, Robert Slives would look at the Farron Racing top 10. Robbie Ruffner in 9th aboard the number 15. And Cody Arlett rounds out your top 10 in the Farron Racing top 10. Folks wondering about the broadcast schedule for the rest of the week. I know it's going to be TBA, to be announced right now. We will be broadcasting. We'll have practice tomorrow morning, and it'll take us a while to get into the motos and so forth. But once we get into the motos and know what we're going to be doing, we'll announce it on racertv.com. We'll tweet it out. We'll text it out. We'll put it on the social media homepages and everything. So make sure you're following along. But we will be back live with more RacerTV.com from the Mini-O's 2013, or what we also know and love as the 2013 42nd Annual Thor Winter Olympics presented by Pro Circuit. Keep following Racer TV on Twitter and Instagram at Racer TV, simply for both Twitter and Instagram. Gate is down on this one, and the Schoolboy won another stacked class. Shallon Tennant and Lorenzo Locurcio are going to be the ones to watch out for in this one. They both took division race wins in their qualifying for this. Now it's a matter of sorting it out and letting the cream rise to the top. Who's going to be the man to beat? 244 grabbing the early lead. That's Ty Kirshner looks like there, Sean.
Yes, it is. He's a kid out of Maryland. I've grown up knowing him and his father as well. So that's cool to see him get the motorsport.com whole shot and see what he can do. Looks like he just got passed, but just try to hold in there. You know, Lorenzo, number 83 on the Yamaha, he had a great race earlier. So Tyler needs to try to hang in there and just see the pace of the fast guys.
Well, that Lorenzo Locurcio, yeah, had a great race earlier. Had an even better race in the Schoolboy 1 class on Monday as he did take the division race win we mentioned there just a moment ago. But Tennant, where is Shallon Tennant? Tennant's all the way back in 5th place right now. And where is that? Let's see, we got Tennant there and Locurcio out front. So with, wow, Tennant's going to have his work cut out for him. Come to think of it. Timmy Crosby back in 6th. Andy Dennicole is 7th. Logan Stokes, the number 70 and 8th. Hunter Tyson, the 62 and 9th. Tyler Pantley rounds out your top 10 in the Schoolboy 1 class, Sean Hackley.
We're also looking for Alexander Fry. You know, he got 2nd in this last race that Lorenzo won. So we're not sure where he is. Maybe he had a bad start or something like that.
Back in 22nd place at the end of that first lap, the 281 KTM, 22nd position. Now, I think it's going to be neat just to follow his progression through this moto.
Yeah, hopefully he can come up, you know, at least get in the top 10, hopefully close up to the top 5. Don't have too many laps, but he needs to get aggressive and start making passes.
Wow, Scott Meshy all over the rear wheels of the 222 of Miller Alves now. As we caught a glimpse of that battle. They were about a half a second apart when they went by the finish line at the end of lap 1. I think they might have been even a little tighter than that. Locurcio making his way around the backside there. There is your first place ride. About 4 seconds back to Ty Kirshner, your second place ride. But the battle right now is the 222 and the 41 of Alves and Meshy. And here it comes now from under the Red Bull arches. And side by side nearly as they get set the drag race down the front section of this racetrack. And it looks like the 222 of Alves might have got a little bit of jump coming out of that section. And it looked like Meshy has been watching how that turn is to be set up there. He tried to go to the inside and make that textbook pass, but it just didn't work out for him.
Yeah, he's been steadying the riders in front of him. So now that we have he made around that pass, he's going to try to get in the second and get around Kirshner. So Kirshner needs to ride strong, protect his inside lines, but also ride his own race.
So Timmy Crosby not far off the pace of that one. Alves, Meshy, and Crosby now battling for that number 3 position. Actually, 2 position, I believe that is. The 244. That's Tyler Kirshner, Miller Alves, and Scott Meshy back there. And it looks like Crosby now has dropped off the pace. I thought that was Crosby back there, but I misread that. It's Meshy that is handling the action right now. Look at this, 222, 41 side by side coming at you.
Yes, Alves is doing a great job right now, still staying forward and still blocking his from getting past. So he just gets around Tyler in the second, so he's going to try to move and just, make a little mistake right there. But he opened up a little small enough gap there where no one can get by him.
Wow. Wow, executed the textbook moves down that front stretch there. The Miller Alves to take over the number 3, or now new number 2 spot as Ty Kirshner drops off the 3rd, and he is still under pressure. White flag is out. 1 more to go as your new order, Lorenzo Locurcio in the number 1 spot aboard the 83. The 222 to Miller Alves in 2nd. Scott Meshy is running 3rd. Ty Kirshner in 4th. Timmy Crosby in 5th. Shallon Tennant now up to 6th place. Tyler Pantley, the 443 in 7th. Logan Stokes in 8th. Andy Dennicole in 9th. And Felix Lopez rounds out your top 10. I'm beginning to wonder about poor Shallon Tennant, man. Is he going to be able to buy a start this week? So far, he's had some tough ones as well.
Yeah, hopefully outdoors will be better to him. I think this is their last race that they have for today, but I think we're going to do outdoor practice today and as well as tomorrow and getting the qualifying done. So hopefully these guys can get the track dialed.
1 more lap to go, if I'm not mistaken, for these schoolboy riders, and that means the checkers will be coming out. Yep, they do. Yep, they did. Lorenzo Locurcio takes the win, and Alves, Meshy, Kirshner rolling at us about 10 seconds back in the number 2, 3, and 4 spots. And I believe Alves will hold on to it as we take a look at that Farron Racing top 10 report now. Locurcio, Alves, Meshy, Kirshner, Crosby, your top 5. Shallon Tennant in 6th. Tyler Pantley 7th. Andy Denacall in 8th. Felix Lopez is 9th. And Logan Stokes rounds out your top 10 of the Schoolboy 1 12 to 16 BC class. And once again, that on-track moto hero is going to be Lorenzo Locurcio. 85, 12, 13 class. Gate dropping on this one now. Sean Hackley, another exciting battle starting to shape up. Who are we watching out for in this one?
Yeah, it looks like Chase Sexton's back out to the lead again. He just came off from another moto, so it doesn't look like he's tired of winning or anything like that. He knows the track. He just rode it, so he's going to go out, put some good lines in, get some laps in, and hope to take away another win.
Well, there you go. As we check in, it does appear that Chase Sexton actually took the win in the qualifier of this 85, 12, 13 class. Looking to second place, that was Justin Rodbell. Third place was Gabe Gutierrez, I believe, aboard the number 49 out of Stowe, Massachusetts. Your fourth place was Jordan Bailey, and running out the top 5 was Devin Stang out of Minnesota. As we check in now, nearing the completion of lap 1, 85-12, the 13-year-old class, race 35. At the finish line, it is Chase Sexton and Brock Pappy, 1 and 2. Where did Pappy finish up in that one in the first moto? He took a 6th. Wow, that's pretty impressive riding for that rider. He riding that KTM Orange Brigade backed by WMR, FMF, Dunlop tires, and Armor Energy. So Pappy gets off to a better start here in the mains and positions himself, it looks like, for a possible championship with the 85-12-13 class. Rodbell in as third, Bailey fourth, Gutierrez in fifth, Ezra Hastings sixth, Hank Hayes in seventh, Trey Fager in eighth, Slade Smith in ninth, and Josh Strickland rounds out your top 10. There's that Dylan Woodcock all the way back in 12th place. So, Mom, you're still watching at home on Racer TV over in the UK. We'll keep an eye on him for you, all right?
Looks like Chase Sexton is just on another level compared to the rest of the competition out here. He just looked like he's dialed. Like I said, he just came off the track for another race, so he knows the lines, knows where he can and cannot go. You see a couple places where he's jumping over some of the brake bumps instead of hitting them. It's great riding.
For sure, 59.421. Chase Sexton on a rail. Found that fast rail out there. Jen Kenyon standing by down with our winner. Jen, what's going on?
That's right, Rodney. We're down here with our schoolboy champion today, Lorenzo Locurcio. I may have butchered your last name, but you did awesome out there. Tell us about your race.
Thank you. Yeah, first of all, I got a great start. I want to thank PR2 for all awesome motor. And then from there, I just rode my own race, you know. I just knew I had it, so I just rode smart and did my job.
Yeah, I think that's the name of the game. You really got out front right away, and you just made smart decisions. It looks like you didn't really have any almost moments out there. You really just were calm and collected all the way through.
Yeah, you know, since I got the lead, I knew I had to be smart, so that's what I did, you know. I didn't want to throw it away, and then I just saw that I had a big lead, so the last lap I just cruised around and got the win.
And the rest was history, right? Looks like you have a whole lot of people out here helping you out. Who would you like to thank for getting you this championship?
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank Jesus for keeping me safe, my mom and dad, my little sister, all my family back home for supporting me, MTF for putting me where I am today, PR2 for the awesome motor, Factory Connection for the awesome suspension. I also want to thank Henson Racing, One Industry, Smith Optics, Garnier Boots, and everyone I forgot. Thank you very much.
All right, congratulations again. Rodney, we're going to send it back up to you guys and get back to the racing.
All right, thanks a lot, Jen Ken. Another great job, and congratulations to another great champion there, as Chase Sexton is on his way to possibly being a champion as well in the 85-12 to 13-year-old class next. 58.6 was his last lap time around. Best lap, as a matter of fact. That was it, 58.6. Brock Pappy is in the 1 minute range. Amazingly, I kind of expected him to be under the 1 minute, but Jordan Bailey at 59.8, he's closing up the gap, 2.3 seconds between he and Pappy. So Pappy's under pressure for second right now. They are about 8 seconds behind your leader, the 486. Justin Rodbell, the 58, is fourth. Ezra Hastings in fifth. Tari sixth. Strickland in seventh. Devin Sale in eighth. There's Dylan Woodcock up the ninth aboard the number 60 now, and Slade Smith rounds out your top 10. There you go, Mama. Up from, I believe it was 14th, ninth place now. Dylan Woodcock doing a great job. Hello, England, by the way. Giving a big shout-out to all the boys over there in the UK today, as Chase Sexton shouting it out to the boys back home as well. from the Blue Crew of Lamoille, Illinois. Yamaha GYTR, Yamalube, MSR, Spy, Dunlop, and Connection sponsored ride Chase Sexton taking the win here consistently underneath that 1 minute time frame, 59.112 that last time around. Brock Pappy will hold on for the number 2 position. Your on-track school's moto hero, Chase Sexton. Brock Pappy finishing up in second. Jordan Bailey pressuring Pappy there toward the end. Will finish up in the number 3 spot. And then it's Ezra Hastings in 4th. Justin Rodbell in 5th. Josh Strickland in 6th. Then it's Gabe Gutierrez in 7th. Devin Sale is, well, we're looking for Sale in 8th. Woodcock at 9th and Slade Smith in 10th. Let's see if there's any changes there. Yep, just a little bit of a change. Looks like Christopher Torres moved into the number 2 spot there. Gabe Gutierrez actually dropped out of the top 10. So a couple little changes, but all in all, doing pretty good. Next race up, wow, it's the college 16 to 24 BC class. And Sean Hackley looking at this one. Nick Farrell, the 14 slash, going to be one to watch in it as he took a division race win. Also, the 35 of Eric Grondel. How are we looking on that motorsport.com whole shot? It's the 33 machine, it looks like.
Looks like Benny Bloss out there with the whole shot in this one. He got a 6 in his qualifier, but right behind him he has the pressure of Keith Tucker, who's coming off 2 wins in the Supercross. So, you know, Keith's feeling confident, knows the track, and he's ready to get into the lead.
And he's pretty confident in this one because this is one of those ones in qualifying that he didn't get off to the greatest of starts and had to work his way up to the pack. He ends up finishing second in this college BC class there. Well, it would have been yesterday morning, I guess, is when they ran that LCQ in the mud. But today gets off to another strong start for a 3rd consecutive moto. And Keith Tucker less than a second as they cross the finish line there behind Benny Bloss. Cody Kuykendall running back on the number 3 spot. Nick Farrell is 4th. Dustin Winter in 5th. Zachary Bishop Burnett in 6th. Jake Strykert is 7th. Bryson Taylor in 8th. Andy Coast is 9th. And looks like Curran Thurman rounds out your top 10. Riders outside that top 10 right now to keep an eye out for Josh Cartwright, Augustin Poley, Eric Grondel, and just a real quick look, Cameron Fosnot. So out on the track right now, Benny Bloss, Keith Tucker, and here they come. Where did Tucker go? He dropped back to 3rd, it looks like. So I'm asking myself the question, what kind of a mistake did Tucker make right there? He was 2nd. Cody Kuykendall moving up as well. Let's see, so, no, wow, look at it. There we go. There he's back into position again. That's how quick that can turn around for you. It looked like Tucker was being pressured. Actually, that might have been a lapped rider. I'm sorry if that was. That Tucker was trying to get around. But look at this now. Oh, man. Keith Tucker is crossing ruts and coming up short out of ruts and everything, trying to make that racetrack short as he possibly can and sneak by that 33 machine. Benny Bloss, the number 33 machine, your leader. I know that Jen Kenyon had a chance to talk with him yesterday, Sean Hackley, and I know he's out here doing exactly what he'd hoped to be able to do.
Yeah, that's great. We were walking around the pits, me and Jen, yesterday, and we saw that. You know, we started talking to him. He had a little bit of motorhome troubles while he was on the way here when he stopped to practice, so this is a great way to turn around for him.
No doubt. Got to have a bad week with a motorhome and make mom and dad feel real good by giving him a championship, quite possibly. He's in the market to do it. He's still a couple of laps away from being able to hand that championship over as far as Supercross racing is concerned. But right now, Benny Bloss fending off Keith Tucker for the number 1 ride here in this college 16 to 24 BC class.
Yes, both riders are riding great. You know, there's a couple of yellow flags out right now for lap riders going down or just other riders. But Benny's riding great out there, holding off Keith Tucker, who's already have 2 Supercross championships under his belt.
Yeah, he needs to share a little bit, don't you think? I imagine that's what Benny's thinking anyway, huh?
Yeah, I think so. But Keith, if I was him, I want to be a little selfish right now with the championships.
He's the baby of the family, from what I understand. The babies of the family usually are kind of selfish. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Benny Bloss making a little mistake last lap. That's the white flag. So this is where the pressure's on. You know, Keith Tucker, he knows that he's won. He knows that he's in this race. So and then Keith messes up now. So this gives Benny a little bit of room. Hopefully he needs to breathe, watch out for lappers, and just hit his lines right.
Benny just got the saving grace right there, man. That track that had all that sand and all that traction earlier, we heard him talking about the track going to get hard-packed and slicker as the day went on. I think Keith Tucker was just victim of that as he nearly spun out, but still holding on to second right now. 33 machine of Benny Bloss could be looking at taking the big win here today. After the motorhome troubles and a big fist pump there, he takes the win. Benny Bloss, Honda-mounted pilot. He hails from Oak Grove, Missouri, riding for Denali's Answer, Truck Central, Pro Taper, Factory Connection, Bell, Smith, Atlas, EVS, 2A Management, and FMF. So Benny Bloss takes the win. Keith Tucker, commendable ride there by that man. Tip of the hat to that Yamaha ride. Cody Kuykendall in the number 3 spot. Nick Farrell in the number 4 spot. Bryson Taylor in 5th. Zachary Bishop Burnett in 6th. Jake Stryker at 7th. Anthony Coast is 8th. The gunslinger, Josh Cartwright. He finishes up in the number 9 spot with James Anderson, the 102 and 10th. I can't help it. I see Cartwright. I just think Little Joe all the time. Maybe I'll start calling him Little Josh instead of...
There you go. That'll work.
Or we'll just take the SH off and just call him Joe.
That could work, too.
Maybe his mom and dad might not like that. But either way, Kid is a gunslinger. He's a fighter. There's no doubt about it. He was outside the top 10. I think he was like 16th at one point in that college 16-24 moto. But he ends up top 10. That's pretty impressive to me as we roll next to our final races of the day. And I believe these are going to be the 50cc's, if I'm not mistaken. They're Sean Hackley. So we'll check in with those guys in just a moment. I know that Jen Kenyon, I believe, is out and about, and she's going to be talking with our winner, Benny Bloss, here in a few moments. And like you said, you guys got a chance to talk yesterday. So this is an opportunity actually for her to kind of get reacquainted with Benny, you know. And I'm sure she'll be excited, like you were, to see him be able to pull that off.
Yeah, that's cool because when we first talked to him, he said he didn't have the great first race. He got a 6th or something. So it's great to see him just turn that around for him. You know, we had yesterday off. So that break did him some justice. You know, the late moto today, he had the truck when it was the roughest possible. You know, we have the 50s coming up next, so these little guys got to watch out for all these big bumps.
Now, these guys right here, we were talking about track conditions, ruts, and things like that could be an obstacle for these guys. Now, this late in the day, that's a possibility because we got those limited class riders out here in the 4 to 8 division. I'm not saying that it's going to be like impassable or anything crazy like that. What I'm saying is a little more of a challenge presented because those ruts are a little bit deeper, but not too deep to get by. And it's going to be an exciting one to watch, I think.
Yes, definitely. You have the little kids where they're not too familiar with taking different lines and things like that and switching it up. But I think the first lap they're going to realize they need to stay away from the insides, all the big ruts going over the jumps and stuff like that, and go for it.
All righty. Sounds like Jen Kenyon is about ready down on the podium as she's standing by with Benny Bloss, our moto hero, our on-track schools moto hero for this 16-24 BC college class.
That's right, Rodney. We got Benny Bloss here. He is the moto hero for today, and what I just found out, this is his first title here. Benny, we talked to you yesterday on RacerTV.com during the rain delay. You had a so-so day up until now, but what do you think?
I'm just so happy. It's my first championship ever. I ended up getting the whole shot, and from there I was just like, okay, breathe, ride smooth. And Keith Tucker was all over me. I saw his front fender a couple times, made some bobbles, but I ended up taking the win.
You know, yesterday when it was still raining, we were talking about how it'd be an advantage for you having those long legs. If it was muddy, you could really walk yourself through. You didn't have to do that because the track conditions are much better than we thought they were going to be, but did you still feel like you had a little bit of an advantage out there?
Yeah, there's some pretty deep ruts, so my legs were kind of dragging there, but, it's pretty slick, so I have an advantage there. Tall, ends up working out.
Yeah, for sure, man. This has got to be an amazing feeling for you. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here?
The man above first, my mom, my dad, my brother, my grandma, Robbie Raynard, and everybody from RTC. Answer, Bell, FMF, Pro Taper, Smith, Works Connection, Factory Connection, Last Moto Clothing, Roostimex. Anybody else I forgot, thank you so much.
All right, congratulations to you. Man, Rodney and Sean, I feel like we're old friends here. I feel so proud of our friend Benny. I feel like we've known him for years.
Yeah, it's definitely great to see him out there. We were just walking in the pits the other day, and we saw him start talking to him, and it's great to see him turn things around from his qualifiers to take the championship.
I think it was pretty neat, Sean, to see your expression on your face. He's like, I know that guy.
I know. I met him yesterday, so it was cool.
And like you said, whenever Jen was interviewing him, I mean, how wild of a random interview you guys could have picked out just walking through the pits and interview this guy, and he actually walks away with a win the next day. I mean, that's pretty exciting, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, they say, like, it's just the curse of the cover you get, but maybe we have a new thing with Racer TV, the interview. It's like, you're going to win.
There you go. I like that. So maybe everybody's going to want a pre-race interview from now on for RacerTV.com.
So I guess you have to walk around the pits tonight and do a whole bunch of interviews. So.
You're going to be mobbed tonight. That's what's going to happen, Sean Hackley.
Jet Reynolds taking the lead in this class, and he's taking charge.
Yes, he is. Reed Cooper back in the number 2 spot. There's that Ryder DeFrancisco, the 199 back in 3rd. Matt LeBlanc back in 4th. Hayden Deegan, that is, that's that Deegan's boy. Yeah.
Little
Brian,
Deegan.
Little Brian, well, not Little Brian, but Brian Deegan's boy. That's Hayden Deegan. That's his son. Tommy Welch in 6. Aspen Boothby is running in the number 7 spot. Evan Ferry, Timmy Ferry's little boy,
so we
running
have
out
2
there.
legend sons in here. That's kind of cool.
It is, isn't it? Ryan Conaguer in 9th and Trey Atkinson in the number 10 spot. Yeah, just think of
Jet had a little fall over, but it looks like he's still going to be able to keep the lead.
Reed Cooper, who finished 3rd at Loretta Lynn's this year on that 3N machine we've seen him ride in right now, is trying to strike on Jet Reynolds for that number 1 position. Reynolds, remember how I said this race we're going to see those ruts a little deeper after we'd mentioned it earlier in the day? See how deep that rut was whenever Jet come barreling out of it there a moment ago?
Yeah, it looked like he caught his foot peg and just stopped all his momentum. But Reed Cooper here in 2nd, it's pretty cool to see that he's running 3N. That's something that we did growing up, that if the year before that, how you finished in the res, you ran that number the entire year because that was your number.
I remember that, and it seems like people have gotten away from that over the last few years, but there are a handful that keep doing it, and rightfully so, man. That is a badge of honor, if you will, I think, to be able to put that little N after your number on your number plates out there and be able to go back home and ride with those kind of accolades to the local folks.
Definitely. And then, behind him we have little Ryder DeFrancisco. So this race is shaping up to be pretty good. He's pretty close. He's about a 2.5 behind Reed Cooper, so we're going to see what happens at the end of the race.
So Reynolds, Cooper, DeFrancisco, LeBlanc, and Welch, top 5. Hayden Deegan still back in the number 6 spot, a 1:17 lap time. Looks like he may be under pressure from Evan Ferry. So Deegan and Ferry are about ready to battle each other out there.
Oh, I wonder if both the dads here just standing side by side, just like battling elbows in the mechanics area.
They're probably, they are probably elbowing. I can see it right now. Out of my way, out of my boy's way.
Someone might get a hit in the back of the head with a pit board or something.
Oh, all we need now is for Mad Mike Jones to have a boy down there, and maybe have Barry Carson have another little kid or something like that, a littler kid, and put them all in there together.
The Legend Sons race.
Yeah, oh, wouldn't that be awesome?
That would be really cool.
They should plan a family like that so they can all have kids around the same time and they can do that,
That's commitment right there.
That is commitment. Hey, aren't you always committed to motocross, though? I mean,
that's true. I can't get away from it, even if I wanted to.
So you got to plan your family around motocross also. Nah, you don't have to go that far. But anyway, back up front. There they are, the 2 riders we were just talking about. That is Ferry and Deegan battling for that number 6 spot. The 75, Evan Ferry, Red Dog, Timmy Ferry's son. Hayden Deegan, the 238. He's riding back in the number 7 spot. I don't know. Tom Welch, is that yeah, that's
Tom Welch, he's someone on the East Coast that's pretty much like a legend I grew up watching race. So if it's Welch, Ferry, and Deegan, this is pretty crazy right now.
Let's see. Let's look at the name. Welch is riding on board the number 98 Cobra out there right now, and I don't see him on the list there, but regardless, man, I think that's pretty cool. Some of the whoa!
What
that was your leader.
Save. That was awesome.
That was awesomely. That was awesome. That was the true definition of awesome. Very frightful, indeed. Jet Reynolds, man, barely hanging on to that one.
And was this is the last lap, too. So he was trying to give it away, but he held on to it, so that was great. Ryder's right behind him. It looks like Ryder got around Reed Cooper the last lap, so Ryder almost got past the win.
Wow. Yeah, Ryder was just 0.2 of a second behind Cooper. Cooper and both DeFrancisco were about 4 seconds behind Jet Reynolds. So Reynolds, a little miscue there. Didn't cost him the race, boy, but I'm sure a few heartbeats skipped there whenever that all went down.
Who knows? We might see him do a backflip at the finish line right now for saving that.
That would be exciting to see.
I think that would be little Deegan, though.
Yeah, there you go.
Deegan would do that.
Yeah, Deegan, he definitely would. Let's watch and see. Keep the camera right there. See if he'll do it. So we got Jet Reynolds taking the win. Reed Cooper taking second place. The Moto hero is Jet Reynolds. Oh, Cooper got third. DeFrancisco got second. So it's 79-199. Jet Reynolds, DeFrancisco, Reed Cooper in the number 3 spot. Matt LeBlanc, no relation to Joey from Trent. The 115 running in 4th. Tommy Welch running in the number 5 spot. Evan Ferry in 6th. And Deegan. That is from back in the day. It's Welch,
pretty cool.
Ferry, and Deegan. 5, 6, and 7. Aspen Boothie in 8th. Ryan Conager in the number 9 spot. And Little Johnny Weber. You know those jokes you always hear, Little Johnny? You know, Little Johnny came home from school?
Yeah.
That's Little Johnny right there, the 24 slash. Little Johnny Weber right there, taking 9th, and Trey Atkinson rounding out your top 10 aboard the number 51. Look at that. Hayden Deegan actually dropped off to 11th place position on that one. Sorry about the problem he had, but wow, what a great race day we saw with these 51 automatic machines right there. 2:54, man. We said we were going to be on till 3 o'clock. And we've got more to talk about here in just a moment, Sean Hackley, so stand by with us. And we'll be back with Jen Kenyon, Sean Hackley, and myself in just a moment as the Mini-O's from this 2013 and 42nd annual running of the Thor Winter National Olympics rolls on.
We're not going to sit and say, oh, we're not going to go racing. We're going racing.
Totally flipped my life around. And now I'm living what I dreamed of.
Said it a million times, and I'll say it until I die. I love riding dirt bikes.
I don't think we'll have time to have Rodney grab it, but then as soon as I step up.
Hello, Phil from Farron Racing here. My partner and I, Mike Maroney, in 2010 had a dream to start an amateur race team. We're proud to announce that we've had 2 riders come through our program and now have pro contracts in place. In the near future, it is our dream to have a pro team in place where our amateur riders can then move forward to our pro team. With our new partnerships with MAV TV and Lucas Oil and other sponsors, all of our riders' dreams can come true. If you haven't watched MAV TV, check with your cable provider, give them a call, and insist on MAV TV. Let's go racing!
Welcome back to Gatorback Cycle Park and our continuing coverage of the 2013 Winter Olympics here at Gatorback Cycle Park. Rodney Tomlin along with Sean Hackley, Jen Kenyon standing by. She's going to be talking with little Jet Reynolds here in just a couple of moments. But, Sean, I just got to say, man, excellent job today on the co-hosting and the commentary there. And what a great day of racing, too. I mean, we've seen so many things transpire since 10 o'clock this morning, and it has just been utterly amazing, to say the least.
Yes, they did a great job with the track. We were just going over in the camera, just panning the track, and it's great to see how well it turned out. Great line selection, led to some great battles, you know, a few crashes, but like Jet had a great save that last moto, so.
And speaking of Jet, let's head on down to the finish line where Jen Kenyon is standing by with our last race winner, Jet Reynolds, right now.
That's right. I'm down here with Jet Reynolds. I'm going to actually take a knee, so I'm more at your length, Jet. 2 championships here in the Supercross portion. That's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, it feels great. Get 2 championships and hopefully get more in outdoors.
Yeah, for sure. So I've heard that you might be done on the Cobra here. You're going to be moving on up. Is that true?
Yeah, I'm going to be done after this race and move on to the 65 and 85.
So how do you feel about the big jump?
I don't know if it's nerve-wracking a little. And the 85 is a little too big for me.
Yeah, but you know, I think getting 2 championships here at the Mini-O's, that's got to mean something to you. Get you ready for those bigger bikes.
Yeah, a little.
Speaking of nerve-wracking, we heard that you had a pretty good save out there. What happened?
I don't know, my bike was bogging a little, and I almost looped out and crashed.
Oh, man. Well, it sounds like you really put things together here this week. Who would you like to thank for getting you 2 championships right now?
Cobra, my mom and dad, Maxima, Pro Circuit, Alpine Stars, 100%, Dunlop, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, well, congratulations again on an awesome ride. We'll see you over on the motocross portion. Rodney and Sean, we'll throw it back up to you.
All righty, thanks a lot, Jen Kenyon. As our coverage from today's racing action about ready to come to a close. I want to remind you, folks, we will be back live tomorrow on RacerTV.com from 1 till 5 as we'll be covering some of the Moto 1 action from the outdoor motocross track there. So 1 to 5 tomorrow on RacerTV.com. Sean Hackley, again, excellent day. Sun's starting to come out just a little bit. Temperatures never really making it up very warm, but, man, I tell you, the racing kept the action hot around this facility all day today.
Thank you, and yes, great race, and I'm really excited. You know, I'm glad that we got everything finished today after our day off yesterday. So ready for them to get out on the outdoor track, see how that thing turns out. I feel it's going to be good. It's got water. You know, Mother Nature did plenty of that yesterday and last night. So heading to that, you know, these guys got to get some time on the track, get everything dialed. You know, going from Supercross to motocross is going to be a good transition.
Most definitely. We're going to transcend right now and get ready for motocross racing. And want to say thanks to, of course, motorsport.com, along with Farron Racing, also WMR, and the Halo Concepts, On Track Schools, and Lazy Days RV for all the support that they give us here at our coverage from RacerTV.com of the Winter Olympics here from beautiful Newberry, Florida. On behalf of my co-host, Miss Jen Kenyon, and, of course, Mr. Sean Hackley, and all the staff and management here at RacerTV.com, I'm Rodney Tomlin saying good day, everybody.